this morning. He's in over the wicket bowling to Zafar, who drives pleasantly through. this morning. He's in over the wicket bowling to Zafar, who drives pleasantly through extra cover, and that's going to run away to the boundary for 4 runs.
Parkinson then from the Lumley end, bowling to Shaw, who goes big and thanks him up to the...
We've got a short leg in for Cars, who's bowling to Shaw's down the leg side. Shaw's flicked it through to the keeper, and there is the 7th wicket for Durham. A gully. Cars bowls to Taylor, who has gone first ball. He's walking.
Ben Rain. Oh, he's bowled him. And that's the end of Zafar for 34. First ball, new ball, middle and off. Rain bowls, and there's an appeal, and that is the end of the innings. So that didn't take long. They put that new ball back in its box, just did a little wipe, and
Goodman's down at fine leg, so he's not quite as tall as it could be. Taylor bowls to Jones, who's dabbed that one away past gully. Hammond dives after it and can't bring it in.
With the dressing rooms as well, as Shaw comes in here off the pads. That's worth a shout. That's out. From this angle down at third man, that looked plumb. The women's ashes, the washes as they're calling them, as Shaw comes in here to bowl to Lees. Get after that. He's absolutely smashed that out of sight there. It's coming right round the wicket here, and this is played by Lees out through mid wicket. That might be 4 more. It's been chased by. Is it going to go? Oh, yes.
Shaw bowls now to Borthwick. Short. Borthwick's gone right after this. Is out towards deep square, and it's been caught by Jack Taylor on the boundary. And Borthwick will not be able to believe what he's done there.
A sweep. It's short leg right up the bum. And there's a 50 for Alex Lees. That comes in, I think, 56 balls, 8 fours.
With the awareness that lunch break is about. Having said that, he's going to take on the pull shot, and he's going to be caught out at deep backward square leg. And Goodman's got the wicket. Here comes Goodman. Then in now to bowl to Robinson, who plays a flowing drive through extra cover and for 4 runs. Goodman bowls, and now kicked in the air and has been caught by Goodman in his follow through, and that is the end of Robinson. Goodman has 2 wickets. Shaw's been charging in. Goodman's got all sorts of height, but he's got it wrong again there. He bowls it short and wide, and
next ball is drilled away by Lees. That's a lovely shot. Slightly over pitch from Taylor, and that's away for 4.
I had to give you the opportunity to do that. I'm sure bowled to Clark, lovely shot. Driven away through extra cover and for 4. Matt Taylor bowls to Lees on drive. That is a lovely shot. That will be 4 runs.
Here he comes then. Left arm over to the left-hander. Lees drives, and there he goes.
Shot.
He gets there with a lovely 4 down to the far end of the ground, and he joins Sean Dixon in recording.
Goodman in, and Clark plays the lovely shot off the back foot through the covers for 4. Price in, and Clark is down the track and slogging him towards the health club, and he's gone
All the way.
No, just bounced before the boundary.
209 for 4. Goodman bowled short, pulled away by Clark, and that is 4 indeed. It's gone through mid-wicket. He's placed it well, and he's got to 50 with a boundary. As Actor bowls another short ball, and Lisa's going to put it to his right-hand side, and it's gone through deep backward square for another 4. Yeah. Lee's on 147. Actor bowls short again. Lees has gone for this one. He's got it well in front of square this time, and that is the 150 for Lees. 3 consecutive pull shots for 4 to bring it up.
As Charlesworth bowls, and that's the end of Clark. He's thumped it straight to Dent at short mid-wicket. He's out for 82.
New ball has been taken. Lees on 195. He's struck on the pads, and he's been given over wicket to Rain, who's pushing at one outside the off stump, and has he been given? The umpire's having a conflab. Gloucestershire certainly think, and he's definitely another one up there, as he's now down the track and slashing this one right back over the bowler's head, and he's gone all the way for 6.
To the first ball of the 81st.
Oh, he's bowled him. And Now then, well, we've still got a few deliveries left, haven't we? So that would have been the end of the day's play had it been in the final over. Pretorius out for 39, bowled by Goodman.
Well, Alex, a really good day with the bat for you. You must be pleased with how that went.
Yeah. I think obviously it was nice to get another decent score, and I think the more pleasing thing is that we're obviously in a commanding position now going into tomorrow, and obviously 2 wickets, so hopefully we can put a few more runs on the board and get a decent lead.
It's quite similar to the game at Bristol a few weeks ago, isn't it? 4 down fairly early on, and then Graham Clark came out and put a good partnership together. On that occasion it was Ollie Robinson, today it was you.
Yeah, I think this year I think in every game I think somebody's obviously contributed when we've needed to. Like I say, Robbo has done it a few times, Bedder's the same, Jonesy obviously second innings down at Bristol again, and then I think Clarkey again today obviously played a brilliant innings in the situation under pressure when the game was probably in the balance. So I think there's that sense of belief within the dressing room that somebody will step up when we need them to, and like I say, thankfully we got a good score on the board, and hopefully we can add to it.
Your score is the best score by a Durham batsman against Gloucestershire, and generally it's been slim pickings for Gloucestershire over the years. Beats Wayne Larkin's 158 at Gateshead, fell way back in 1994, so it's been a long time in coming, somebody breaking that.
Yeah, I mean it's obviously nice. I mean it's a pretty good wicket. So yeah, I think obviously our focus really just trying to win the game. Personally, obviously it's nice to get a decent score, and I mean it's nice, but I'm not bothered by that, to be honest.
Yeah. As far as the total's concerned, you're 117 runs in front now. A great knock from Bryden Cost to keep the momentum going towards the end of the day's play. And Michael Pretorius hit some nice shots as well.
Yeah, no, it was a real important partnership, I think, within the game. Like I say, we've got 2 wickets tomorrow. If we can add another 30-40 runs, I think that'd be a real big lead going into day 3 wicket. So we're happy with obviously where we're at. Carsey's obviously batted beautifully this year in the Champo stuff, and hopefully he can start another partnership with Potsy, who also is more than capable with the bat. And like I say, hopefully we can drive this game forward and put ourselves in a better position.
I think from a bonus point of view, if you got the 5th batting point tomorrow, that would be the 5th time you've done that this season as well. So
yeah, I think obviously batting and bowling, I think we've been pretty good this year. I think the consistency and probably the rate we've scored at has been pretty high, and I think everybody's pretty confident from number 1 to probably 11, that they can contribute, and so like I say, hopefully we get to 450 and then we can kick on.
And finally, you think there's enough in that wicket to help you get 10 wickets?
I think so. I think obviously there's been 18 wickets in 2 days, so I think with our bowling attack, there's no reason why there shouldn't be. I think it'll probably deteriorate a little bit, and there's a little bit of variable bounce towards the latter stages of today's play, and obviously our attack, we've got some bowlers, so you hope that that quality will shine through.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Sean, who's going to win the Ashes, mate?
I think England are just going to be too strong. Home soil and just the momentum they've got behind them.
I think England will win the Ashes this season. I think the brand of cricket that they've played over the last 12 months under new leadership of Ben Stokes, I think just might edge the Aussies.
Yeah, my first Ashes memory, probably Alan Border wearing the 4X Castlemaine hat back in the 89 Ashes and celebrating the win. That was pretty cool. And then obviously Shane Warne doing the balcony with the stump was pretty awesome as well.
I was a big fan of Brett Lee and the way that he went about his cricket, so he would be up there.
Yeah, look, I think home of cricket is like in England. You kind of think the traditional, you got Lords, you grow up and you've got the Ashes being played in England. I kind of remember that more than the Ashes played in Australia.
I mean, it's hot in Australia that time of year, I suppose, over the summer, so it's different cricket, where over in the UK the weather can chop and change quite a bit. I certainly enjoy the build-up in England a bit more.
Alex, on our long coach journeys to away games, who's someone in the team or dressing room that's going to liven things up on the long trip?
There's one man and one man only, and they sat with us on this couch, riding cars.
I like to bring the energy and make those journeys feel a little bit easier.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage.
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket
for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Yes, we've had a bit of weather here, passing showers. The sun is now shining bizarrely, and the covers are off. They're going to start in a few minutes, around about 11:15, so 100 overs to come in the day. Durham in a good position here. They're 433 for 8 in their first innings. That's a lead of 117. Their next target is to get to 450 and a final batting point, and then perhaps declare. We shall see. Yesterday, 195 for Alex Lees, his highest score for Durham, and 82 for Graham Clark. So we'll be getting underway at 11:15, commentary on the BBC website and the sports app. So good morning, everybody. We've had a slight delay today. Got here around about 9:30, something like that. It was very damp. The covers were on. There was quite a bit of water on them. There'd been some heavy showers in the area. The roundabout leading to the stadium, just across the road there was a big puddle there, and a few puddles coming into the ground, but the ground staff have done a great job. It was raining as recently as about 10:20, so the covers have come off, and it now looks like a totally different day. It's sunny. We've got some blue skies. The cloud that has been delivering its rain has drifted off to the north, but I'm just looking, and there's a big bank of murk just drifting in from the west at the moment. Depending on which app you look at, which weather forecasting website you look at, we're either going to get away with nothing and get a full day's play in today, or there's going to be passing showers here, there and everywhere. So they're all telling a different story. So we're in the lap of the gods there. We shall see what happens. In the meantime, though, in the general consensus or the general scheme of things as far as this match is concerned, Durham bowling Gloucestershire out yesterday for 316, and then Alex Lees made 195 in a partnership with Graham Clark, who made 82 for the 5th wicket of 195 as well. Durham closing the day eventually on 433 for 8, a lead of 117. Lees has got centuries in 3 consecutive innings. They're only the second player to do that for Durham, the last being Sean Dixon last year. 100 in the second innings at Sussex, and then back-to-back hundreds in a game the following week at New Road. And it was at the close of play last night that I spoke to Alex Lees. Well, Alex, a really good day with the bat for you. You must be pleased with how that went.
Yeah, I think obviously it was nice to get another decent score, and I think the more pleasing thing is that we're obviously in a commanding position now going into tomorrow, and obviously 2 wickets, so hopefully we can put a few more runs on the board and get a decent lead.
It's quite similar to the game at Bristol a few weeks ago, isn't it? 4 down fairly early on, and then Graham Clark came out and put a good partnership together. On that occasion, it was Ollie Robinson. Today, it was you. Yeah,
I think, this year, I think, in every game, I think somebody's obviously contributed when we've needed to. And like you say, Robbo has done it a few times, Bedder's the same, and Jonesy, obviously, second innings down at Bristol again. And then I think Clarkey again today, obviously, played a brilliant innings in the situation under pressure when the game was probably in the balance. So I think there's that sense of belief within the dressing room that somebody will step up when we need them to, and like I say, thankfully we got a good score on the board, and hopefully we can add to it.
Your score's the best score by a Durham batsman against Gloucestershire, and it's been slim pickings for Gloucestershire over the years. Beats Wayne Larkin's 158 at Gateshead, fell way back in 1994, so it's been a long time in coming, somebody breaking that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously nice. I mean, it's a pretty good wicket. So yeah, I think obviously our focus really just trying to win the game. Personally, obviously, it's nice to get a decent score, and yeah, I mean, it's nice, but I'm not bothered by that, to be honest.
As far as the total's concerned, you're 117 runs in front now. A great knock from Bryden Cars to keep the momentum going towards the end of the day's play. Michael Pretorius hit some nice shots as well.
Yeah, no, it was a real important partnership, I think, within the game. Like I say, we've got 2 wickets tomorrow. If we can add another 30-40 runs, I think that'd be a real big lead going into day 3 wicket. So we're happy with obviously where we're at. Carsey's obviously batted beautifully this year in the Champo stuff, and hopefully he can start another partnership with Potsy, who also is more than capable with the bat, and like I say, hopefully we can drive this game forward and put ourselves in a better position.
I think from a bonus point of view, if you got the 5th batting point tomorrow, that would be the 5th time you've done that this season as well. So
yeah, I think obviously batting and bowling, I think we've been pretty good this year. I think the consistency and probably the rate we scored at has been pretty high, and yeah, I think everybody's pretty confident from number 1 to probably 11, that they can contribute, and so yeah, like I say, hopefully we get to 450 and then we can kick on.
And finally, you think there's enough in that wicket to help you get 10 wickets?
I think so. I think obviously there's been 18 wickets in 2 days, so I think with our bowling attack, there's no reason why there shouldn't be. I think it'll probably deteriorate a little bit, and there's a little bit of variable bounce towards the latter stages of today's play, and obviously our attack, we've got some bowlers, so you hope that that quality will shine through.
So that was Alex Lees, who I had a chat with at the close of play last night. Now, one of the players for Gloucestershire who's had a decent time of things in this game is the bowler Dom Goodman, who's taken a career best 3 for 69, and Ed Seaborn chatted to him last night.
Dom, first of all, just your general thoughts on the day's play. Of course, it was a long day in the field.
Yeah, it was. I guess unfortunately this morning we were hoping to pile on a few more for what we had with the 4 wickets we had left, but I thought we started well with the new ball to pick up one early, and we kept coming at them with different plans to what we normally would because of the Kookaburra ball and the way the pitch was behaving. And just really happy that all the lads kept running in, all the seamers kept running in, and we've got them 8 down, and hopefully we can pick up those 2-1s early doors and bat real well 3rd innings and get ourselves ahead of the game.
And it obviously doesn't seem to be doing that much out there pitch-wise, and they are a tricky batting lineup. I guess you always knew it was going to be a tough gig to get them out for less than the first innings score. What was the feeling of the position after the first innings, and then what it was going to be like with the ball?
I think we felt like we could have got 400 plus, to be honest. I mean, some of the guys out there were playing so well. I think Plenty, Grant to name just 2, and I really don't think we were far off getting 400 plus, which obviously we're not in that position now, but the fact that we know how well they have batted in the first innings, we can take a lot of confidence from that into the 3rd innings and hopefully get ahead of the game.
3 wickets for you in your first championship appearance for over a year now. That must have felt pretty good to get those wickets.
Yeah, no, it was lovely. I mean, it's nice, as we said, it's quite a tricky wicket, so sounds cliche, but to contribute to the lads and hopefully getting bowling them out as quickly as possible was lovely. I guess I've been sidelined for a while now, so it was nice to get out. Yeah.
What's it been like bowling with a Kookaburra ball?
It's different because I guess you don't get as much deviation as you naturally would with the Duke's ball. I think naturally I get the Dukes to shape away personally. So, and speaking from experience, I haven't been able to get it to do that as much with the Kookaburra. But there still is. I think we were saying it's definitely there's still life in it with the new ball. It's just once the lacquer comes off and it gets a bit softer. I think we tried to go to different plans just because there's not the lateral deviation you normally would get.
Dom Goodman there, who spoke to Ed at the close of play last night. So it is Matt Taylor who will begin things this morning, and he'll be bowling from the Lumley end. Durham 433 for 8. Bryden Carse is on 60. Played some big shots last night. Hit a few maximums. Batted very nicely. And, at the other end, he's been joined by Matthew Potts, who's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 2 balls. Put on 73 for the 8th wicket with Mikhail Pretorius, who was eventually bowled by Goodman for 39 just before the close of play. But Pretorius played some nice shots as well. Found the middle regularly. And yesterday, the mainstay of the Durham innings was Alex Lees with his 195. Taylor round the wickets to Carse, that is defended. That's Lee's highest score for Durham. He does have a double 100 against Derbyshire for Yorkshire. That was in Chesterfield in 2013. But that's his highest score for Durham. Also the highest score for a Durham player against Gloucestershire, beating the 158 from Wayne Larkins at Gateshead Fell back in 1994. Durham's only home win against Gloucestershire. And many, many moons ago. I think I was at that one as a punter back in the day. Taylor to bowl the 3rd ball of the morning. Carse pushes that one down towards deep backward point and collects a single. Dent with the throw back to Bracey, the keeper. So we've got this big splodge of cloud right over us at the moment. It's not raining, but I think if that one passes by, then I'm looking through the back window. There looks a bit of blue sky behind us. So hopefully we'll get a decent session in here. But it depends which weather app you look at as to whether there'll be much play today, a full day's play, or lots of interruptions. Potts to face Taylor. He comes round the wicket, left arm round. Potts defends nicely there, plays it back to the bowler. And Martin Emerson here with you from BBC Radio Newcastle. Ed Seaborn alongside me from BBC Radio Bristol. And the computer's telling me high pollen.
Oh,
looking at all these damp clouds. And
worst possible day. You've got rain about, pollen about. What else can I throw at us?
I did take my antihistamine tablet this morning, but I forgot to use the nasal spray, so hopefully it's not that high. It shouldn't be with this dampness around. Taylor bowls. Full length delivery played by Potts up to mid-off. And, just trying to remember what Potts' highest score is this year. He battled with Ben Rain in that incredible tail-end fight against Yorkshire, which brought Durham a 1-wicket victory. So the highest score was 25, probably from that innings, I think. Turns this off towards square leg on the boundary for 1 run and is off the mark.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's no hurry for Durham as far as getting these runs are concerned. They've got acres of time to score the 15 that they need for the maximum batting points. But you would imagine that these two will feel as though it's mostly on them to get those runs, with Matt Parkinson due in next, who's got a first-class average of 9, so you'd think odds on with 15 to get that it should be able to see Durham there, but at the same time these two are going to have to take it upon themselves to do that job.
That innings was Potts 25, LBW eventually to George Hill when the new ball was introduced. It was the second delivery of the new ball, and it was the 4th morning. Durham was set a target of 246, and when Potts came out to join Rain after Ajaz Patel was out, they still needed 73. Those two put on 71. Then Potts was out with 2 needed, and Bryden Carse came out with a runner and edged the ball for 4.
We have Zaman Akhtar opening the bowling from the Finkel end, searching for his first wicket of the innings, and Potts has leaned forward into an attempted defensive shot, which has beaten his outside edge, and he's rehearsed the leave, which always amuses me when people do that. As if,
From this angle, that looked like it had either gone through him and was about to smash into the stumps, or he'd edged it and it was going to the keeper.
Well, I thought he might have edged it, to be honest, but
it's a bit deceptive, wasn't it?
I never mind. Actor's coming in and bowling anyway. Full delivery, which is defended off the front foot back to the bowler by Potts. Yeah, but it was a slightly odd one actually. I was looking at it again, and yeah, he's kind of played the defensive shot and then withdrawn the bat upwards without actually changing anything else with his body. So it's difficult to tell exactly when he withdrew the bat, but it was a good ball from Actor. One slip in place. There is a short leg, and Actor defends that one. Apparently Potts defends that one away up towards mid-off. So they put 3 fielders out on the leg side, putting the short ball in the mind of Potts with that short leg as well, although the fielder from deep backward square is now going into, by the looks of things, a leg gully. It's Miles Hammond, and they've got a deep mid-wicket and a long leg. And no short ball yet from Actor, and he doesn't bowl a short ball here either, and Potts treats a good length ball with respect and plays it to Taylor at mid-off.
Dr. Dan's already been on. He said, "Good morning, gentlemen. I was pleased to see the covers coming off a few minutes before 11. I'd like to see Durham get their final batting point. Although I regret suggesting it, a Gloucestershire escape because of today's weather would be a bit of a shame, even though the BBC forecast is better for tomorrow."
Yeah, they do seem to have upgraded the forecast wherever I've looked for tomorrow. Looks like it'll be quite a nice day, actually. Actor bowls and little bit further back of a length, but it's still not a genuine short ball, and Potts rides the bounce and knocks it down towards backward square.
Maybe all the splodgy weather's come a bit early and it's come today.
Also looked as though it was potentially coming whenever the day after tomorrow is. What's that? Friday, isn't it? Yeah.
Friday didn't look good a couple of days ago, but it changes that much, doesn't it? Particularly in the height of the summer.
Changes during the day even. Actor bowls, that is a bouncer this time, and Potts sees it early and doesn't have anything to do with that. Bracey takes, so that's a maiden over from Actor to start off his work for the day, hoping that it's not too much work. 17 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 74. His figures, Durham remain 15 shy of that extra batting point, and Gloucestershire need 1 more wicket for full bowling points.
Dr. Dan's attached a sketch of Alex Lees in action yesterday on his way to his 195, and he's done a version of a picture that I tweeted this morning of a ship outside our back door called the Edda Sphinx, which is a supply vessel as Taylor starts his new over from the Lumley end, played back by Cars up to mid-off. Could hear what sounded like a fishing boat and thinking that's quite a loud fishing boat, and then I looked out the back door to see this huge ship turning right outside our garden. It had just come in, so there was a fishing boat going past, but at the time I saw the fishing boat I couldn't see the big ship because it was reversing up the river. But it's now on Corporation Quay in the port of Sunderland. 435 for 8. Taylor round the wicket, and that's guided down to third man by Horse for 1, and it's picked up by Zafar Goa, who is it third man. There is an occupied third man. So
please a lot of people. They do seem to be trying to get Cars off strike and having a go at Potts. It doesn't look as though the plan's going to change too much with Potts. They've still got the deep square out just in case Taylor wants to bang it in. No short leg, though, unlike for Actor. But first half hour or so, bit of moisture about, pitch it up probably.
Next ball is defended by Potts, just pushes it out towards the leg side. No run.
He was on a hat-trick yesterday, was Taylor, and I don't think I've ever seen, well, not ever, I mean, particularly in Championship cricket, though, I've not seen a more emphatic dismissal of a hat-trick ball by a batter as what Pretorius did to Taylor's hat-trick ball. He crunched it through the covers.
Matt Taylor bowls. Potts forward to this one. Meets it on the bounce. Just plays it up towards mid-off. Dot ball. It's a cooler day, and we've got our window up, and the breeze has changed slightly with this big cloud drifting across us, and is now coming more sort of west-northwesterly. So there's a draft coming through the window, whereas previous few days there's been quite a lot of warm air coming through that window. Hot air going the other way. 2 balls left of the over, just the 1 run from it so far. It's a short one. It's guided away nicely by Potts down to third man to Goer. He got on top of it, got his wrists over the ball and fended it away. There's only one slip in place, and it was Ollie Price at first slip was well wide of him.
It was one of those times earlier on today where, I mean, it still is the case a little bit. The flags were barely moving, but the clouds are just shooting along by. It's one of those days where if you're landing on an aeroplane, it's really bumpy until just the final kind of, 10 seconds or so of the flight when it all just smooths out just before the runway.
Oh, Carter's bowled. He didn't get across to that one. He's lost his off stump, and Durham are 13 runs away from a final batting point. No movement of the feet there. And uncharacteristic of his innings. He's out for 62, adding just 2 runs this morning.
And congratulations to Matt Taylor. That is his 200th first-class wicket, and it's come in impressive fashion in the end. And 3 wickets for Taylor with the second new ball. Kept things pretty tight earlier on in his spell, but he's got just reward with those 2 and 2 to start his proceedings with a second new ball, and it's not taken him long this morning to not only get that 200th first-class wicket, but also pick up the final bowling point for Gloucestershire. Right, Parkinson is strolling off to the middle. You wonder how they're going to play this now, whether Potts is going to have a bit of a dart and try and get these runs quickly, or whether it's going to be a case of just try and knock the runs off one by one. And you wonder how much Gloucestershire are going to try and bowl at Parkinson, because it will be Potts on strike, that wicket having fallen off the final ball of the over. Taylor now 3 for 58 from 17 overs. Goodman, those 3 wickets yesterday, 3 for 69. Shaw picking up 2, and Ben Charlesworth got the other wicket. Finally broke that partnership between Clark and Lee's worth 195. Deep backward square still jogging out as Actor's coming into bowl to Potts. Potts rides the bounce and drops it down into the offside. Was for a moment a bit worried that the ball might dribble onto the stumps, but it wasn't anywhere near them. And so there is no run. Still not really banged one in with a full degree of malice as Actor this morning. Despite the field set, and after 1 ball they've decided that deep backward square is going to come back up into that leg gully again. Here's Actor. He bowls now to Potts. He plays that one nicely down towards third man. Bit of a hop. And picks up a single. 438 for 9. Potts moves on to 3.
We were just coming round past the nets this morning when Matt Parkinson was leaving after a knock-up. So let's hope he's got his eye in here. From a Durham point of view, they need 12 more for the 5th batting point for the 5th time this season.
Sun's come out for the first time this morning, at least since we've been here, but it does make that cloud look awfully filthy over there. Actor to bowl to Parkinson. He plays that one pleasantly out towards point. It's stopped there and no run.
So that was the penultimate ball of the 94th over. So still quite a lot of overs left for this final batting point.
Yeah, innings run rate is still, what, 4.6? It was 4.7 when we started, but they did actually, despite that innings run rate, as actor bowls to Parkinson, and that's a nice punch off the back foot, wide of mid-off. They'll get one. I'm not sure they'll get more than that. Fielding from Taylor to go into the slide, and 439 for 9. The Durham total, so a lead of 123. And I've completely forgotten what it was I was saying before.
I will have a think about it. Damo tweeted earlier, send out Costa, have a hike for an hour, and then declare and get to work with the ball, but that plan's already back in the dressing room.
Oh dear. Still what? 96 overs to go. Just pushed up towards mid-off, off the front foot this time by Parkinson, and there's no run.
Tell you what, I can't remember things I was doing last week. Looking back through the scorecard from Leicestershire 2 weeks ago and having to just remember all the game again because it's just in one ear and out the other.
Well, if you told me which games it was, I'd be able to say. But it's just, thinking back to what, where I've been, there's been quite a few away games in a row now. Actor bowls, that's down leg side. Potts has had a bit of an attempt at a flick, I think, but couldn't get near it, and the over is completed. So Parkinson will be on strike for the next over, and remain 11 short of the 450 mark. I mean, it's been the away T20 at Taunton, 4-dayer at Headingley, then away T20s at Hove and the Aegeus Bowl, and now here. So it's been a while since covered a home game. The next one will be July the 20th at Cheltenham. Forgotten what Bristol looks like by the time they get back there on August the 13th.
Cheltenham was a good week in 2018 when it was hot mine, but it was a cracking game of cricket, which Gloucestershire won, went right down to the wire. But
they often do that.
Matt Taylor into ball to Parkinson, who plays this safely away on the offside. That was with the boy Bob. And each morning going into the marquee and doing a little sort of 20-minute talking, which was good crack.
Yep, they still do that. Kind of alternate nowadays a little bit between the BBC and the club's stream, but still go off and do that.
Parkinson's on 1. Durham 439 for 9. Parkinson forward firmly defends. All rolls out on the offside, and there's a fielder by Ben Charlesworth.
It is always slightly disconcerting that when you're doing those morning talk things and it's going out loud enough for the players to be able to hear.
I just remember it being a really good laugh. It's good crack. Had a decent crowd in the marquee every morning as well. Taylor around the wicket from the Lumley end. Parkinson looks to push that away to the leg side. It's gone off to short leg, no run. I was presented with a bottle of Australian wine, and it was Collie's mum and dad's 50th wedding anniversary, and I think it was his mum's 70th birthday as well, so I took the wine and presented it to them.
Sorry, I thought you said you were presented with it.
I was.
Right.
For doing the chat on a morning in the marquee. But
I see.
I took the bottle of wine and presented it to them as a wedding anniversary present. Taylor with a bouncer, which Parkinson ducks out of. There's some pretty nasty cloud just to the back of the pavilion. Very dark skies. And I think if that unloads its supply of rain, then we could be off for some time. And it looks like it's hoying it down just the other side of Chesley Street towards Birtley. See all the rain spilling off the edge of that cloud there. This is almost a Death Star cloud over Chesley Street moment, I think. Around comes Taylor again, bowls, and played by Parkinson. For a second that was in the air and it looked like he was going to be caught at short mid-wicket, but he got away with it. That is not a nice looking cloud at all, is it?
No. I do. I mean, I know the Death Star, but what's a Death Star cloud? I mean, it just looks
something
like the Death
yeah,
Star.
it's
does
just
it?
when the Death Star.
Hmm.
Well, it's actually that ship that Darth Vader was on, wasn't it? When he's chasing the. That's what it reminds me of, because it comes homing in looking like you've got no future whatsoever if it catches you. And I use the phrase because it upsets Kevin Hand, the Middlesex commentator.
Oh.
This is turned by Parkinson off towards backward square leg 4-1, and he'll keep strike. Durham 440 for 9. Yeah, he's a Star Wars nerd.
Right, so it upsets him because it doesn't.
It's
look,
not right. It's not correct in his eyes.
No. Okay, I was thinking it was probably more that way round than that he just hated Star Wars.
No.
Maybe one or the other. I'm trying to think what. Yeah, I must have had these chats with him before, but I think I'm the only person who's ever studied physics that just can't abide Star Wars at all. Everybody else on the entire course is just quoting references here, there, and everywhere. No, sorry, not interested. Just not my thing. Here's Actor bowling a bumper to Parkinson and ducks underneath it. I've had a tweet from County Cricket Flag Watch, who I think is trying to get me to take a picture of the flags on the top of the stand away to our left. I think that's what those flags that aren't moving eyes emoji means. As Actor fires this one down the leg side. It's quite a full ball. Parkinson, I think, had a thought about something to do with it, but then decided not to.
Well,
race he takes.
The picture I've just taken of the Death Star cloud over Chesley Street has the flags on the roof, I think. You click on it. Just tweeted that. That's a nasty looking cloud on this picture.
Actor moves into bowl, strikes Parkinson on the thigh pad. I think it drops down short of short leg. Ben Charlesworth is there underneath the helmet. We've got the first Women's Ashes ODI taking place at Bristol. It's a 1 o'clock start, sell out. So if you're going to that game, I hope it's a good one. And
the weather
yeah, it looks okay. I've seen a couple of pictures tweeted as there's a bouncer from Actor Parkinson Ducks.
Well,
yeah, so a tweet from
Glamorgan. There's another rain delay. They've only had 17 overs of that match. I can't even remember who they're playing now. Who they're playing? Leicestershire. Play due to start at 11:45 there, so they've had 17 overs so far. Just 5 balls on day one. It's raining elsewhere as well.
Actor leaps in, he bowls, strikes Parkinson on the pad and dribbles fine. And Bracey's again having to launch himself away to prevent leg buys this time. Yeah,
raining between Essex and Lancashire and Blackpool, but I've just seen a tweet from George Franks, the photographer, who says they're going to get underway there. I think it said 11:45. Let's have a look. Yeah, 11:45. 92 overs to be bowled today.
In comes Actor. He bowls full, and that has... What on earth has that come off? He's tried to drive it, Parkinson, and I think he must have got a toe end of the bat on it. It's dribbled out towards backward square on the leg side. It's extraordinary. I thought for a moment it must have bowled him because there was such a large gap there, but he's obviously managed to get something on that, and he's we're sort of bottom corner of the bat, and it rolls away leg side. Missed the stumps by a bit, I think, in the end, but he's done well to get that ball there. I'll say that. And it's the end of another maiden over from Actor. So Durham remain 440 for 9. Spectators not really towards the edge of their seats over the 10 runs, but I'd imagine they made to stew a little bit by some tight Gloucestershire bowling this morning.
Potts is being attacked by wasp or something here, but I think he's just backed off and he's trying to waft it away. He's all right now. Being asked who's shouting in the crowd, it's young Jamie who is in the pavilion, just in front of his poster on the wall with his dad's his carer. He's with him as well. As this is driven by Potts and stopped at short extra cover. Did well there, Charlesworth, because that was motoring. Yeah, he hurt his wrist possibly, but that was going for 4 otherwise.
Yeah, he's been taking knocks at short leg this season, Charlesworth. Whenever he puts the helmet on, a ball seems to get whacked at him, but there he was at extra cover doing the same thing. You know, I was to say the spectators are on the edge of their seat, but he's not. He's standing up and surveying the scene.
Yeah. Taylor round the wicket to Potts, who turns that towards square leg on the boundary for 1, just in front of Jamie's fielding pursuit. He came during the T20s. Every time he turned up in fancy dress, he was a different character. So he was Freddie Mercury one night with his, he had a blow-up microphone and stand. There was another time, I think he came as Admiral Nelson. It was a different costume each time. He came as a bear or something like that one time.
Admiral, that's reminded me of back in 2021 when we had the championship game at the Oval, and somebody turned up in full kind of naval garb up there, and Churchy reckoned that he'd come from an actual historical reenactment rather than just come in fancy dress, because nobody else had.
That's gone through to the keeper. Bouncer. It looks like it's absolutely chucking it down just across the back of Chesley Street, but it's missing us at the moment.
Yeah,
that's a really dark black cloud. And this is why some weather apps are suggesting heavy showers and others aren't. They're just very difficult to predict, even with all the computer technology they've got, where exactly in the locality it will land. Getting away with it at the minute, though. 441 for 9. Matt Taylor to Parkinson, who's forward to that, plays it up to mid-on. Got his brother out, Callum, in the game at Leicester a couple of weeks ago. They had got each other out in the only other match they played against each other in a draw, Leicestershire against Lancashire in September 2019.
So we've got a few Bens in this match. We've got a few Matts as well. I'm going to say a few, we've got a couple. Still wonder, is Tom the most common name, though, in county cricket?
Taylor bowls to Parkinson. Has gone off to the covers no run. There's a Tom McIntosh at Durham, wicketkeeper, who was playing for Scotland actually in the World Cup qualifier the other day.
Yeah, he played in the 50-over game last year against Gloucestershire. I think he was there towards the end. I can't remember whether it was him that was really, hitting the 4s and 6s, which were taking Durham close to that huge total that Gloucestershire posted. But I'm sure he was there towards the end.
Where was that? Here.
Yep.
I can't remember anything about that game. This is played by Parkinson off towards point. No run. All I remember is Durham ended up with no points. The 2 they got and a win at Somerset were then taken off them. End of the over. 4-4-2 for 9. The sky is black. Oh, really?
It's getting worse, isn't it? Over
they might have to put
the scoreboard in the health club.
They might have to put the floodlights on here either way. It's bizarre because the sky is black behind this pavilion and above the health club, and the ground is bathed in sunshine.
Yeah. Graham Lloyd is on the walkie-talkie, and that's to do with asking about potentially thunder, because I think there's going to be some thunder and lightning about with these heavy showers. But I think it's missing, and we're certainly going to continue for now. Yeah, McIntosh 36 on 23, 3 4s, 2 6s.
367, was that Gloucestershire's highest score in a one day, was it?
In comes Actor and bowls. That's driven nicely by Parkinson, but Actor's able to stop it in his follow-through. Do you know what? I don't think so.
That must have been one of the highest aggregate grossing games, because Durham scored 361.
I'll find out. once I've got up that great big stat pack. Yeah, it was an extraordinary game, and both Durham, Gloucestershire games in the last couple of years in the 50 over tournament have been really high scoring affairs. That's played up back past the bowler and Matt Taylor with his boot. We'll stop it at mid-on.
That was Durham's second highest score in a one-dayer. They had 405 for 4 against Kent in the opening game the year before at Beckenham as their top. So, aggregate, it's probably the highest, I would have thought.
It's one of those games where basically everybody got runs. Actor in full ball. Parkinson jams down and arrives, but finds mid-on. Graham Lloyd's now gesturing away with Matthew Potts. They're both having a discussion about where the weather's coming from, what it's going to do. I don't know whether they can see another bit of darkness that we can't. It doesn't look that bad, actually, where the weather's really coming from, but it's a dramatic scene at the moment. As there's a bouncer from Actor, doesn't get up masses, and Parkinson has to get right down low to get his body underneath it. I remember that game last year because it was Tom Price who ended up bowling, I think it was the final over. Durham needed about 20 odd to win.
It is Durham's highest match aggregate in a one-dayer, 728 runs.
Well, I imagine aggregate is probably...
That Kent game was second, 707.
Actor bowls, it's flicked away by Parkinson through backwards square leg. They should be able to come back for a couple of runs here with the fielder coming round from long leg. Josh Shaw, 4-4-4 for 9. Quadruple Nelson, 6 short then Durham of the next and final batting point, lead up to 128. Yeah, Tom Price was bowling the last over, and I think it's probably the first time he bowled the last over in a 50 over game, and everything all seemed to be sewn up, and then unfortunately he bowled a waist high no ball that I think got hit for either 4 or 6, and then the free hit went as well, and all of a sudden it really did look like Gloucestershire might be losing a game where they'd scored 367. Here's Actor bowling, and forward goes Parkinson to defend up towards mid-on, and Price ended up taking 4 for 70, but it was just that one final over where, with the one Yorker that just slipped, and it was an extraordinary game of cricket, and let's hope for more of the same when these sides play each other in the One Day Cup later on this season. That is at Bristol, and in fact it's certainly Gloucestershire's last game of
Durham's as well
campaign. August the 22nd. Well, I say their last game, and obviously hope it's not, because they'll be hoping to make the knockout stages, but the last game of the group stages.
There's a gull flying around in circles above the park across the road, and it is silhouetted against the blackness of the sky, and the gull looks so bright. I think this manky, horrible, filthy sky's missed us, which is incredible, because I'm now looking at just a wall of blackness to the north, and it must be really, really hammering down there, and I'm expecting any minute to just see lightning streaking across the sky. Durham are 6 away from a final batting point, and there's still plenty of time to get it. There's 11 overs left in that instance as Matt Taylor bowls to Potts. Potts is forward and defends.
Gosh, it just gets even more dramatic by the moment. You've got these sheets of rain coming down. The sun's just catching a couple of kind of shafts of the rain. It is, I mean, it's not quite, you sometimes get almost purple skies. It's just a filthy dark grey, but extraordinary scene. And we've had bright sunshine for the last several minutes now.
Taylor bowls and a drive from Potts, an aggressive drive, and it's stopped by Ollie Price in the covers. 4-4-4-4-9.
Dave Wilcox has sent me a tweet. I was at the one-day match last season, and it was my highest aggregate pints count at a game. Dear.
Taylor in. Potts plays and misses at this one. I mean, that sky can't overemphasize just how evil it looks. And if that landed on us now, I reckon there's enough water there to end the day's play. Do you not think so?
Well, we'd certainly put it off for a long time, yeah. We have got lucky throughout the game, really. I mean, yesterday as well, there was a lot more rain just to the north of us than we actually got.
Taylor comes around the wicket from the Lumley end. Potts drives, and Price can't put that one off, and it should go away for 4 through the covers towards the far end of the Castle stand, and indeed it does. 448 for 9. Potts moves on to 8. And Durham 2 away from the final batting point. Dan Whitening says, you two on about all of this rain, and all I see is a ground bathed in sunshine on my TV. Are you both trying to emulate Michael Fish at 1987? I think Michael Fish gets a bad press about that one because he mentions in the weather report that a woman had said her daughter had been in touch to suggest there was going to be a hurricane, and he said it won't be that bad, but it's going to, he then goes on to say it's going to be a nasty night, but you never see that bit. Taylor to Potts. Potts back into his crease, firmly plays this one away. He does actually say, you know, we're going to be in for quite a night, but hurricane. And I mean, I pointed out was it last year, Storm Arwen, or a year or so ago, that, you know, winds of 98 miles an hour were recorded in Northumberland. And I said that's hurricane force, but then Liam Dutton, who's a weather forecaster for Channel 4, pointed out to me that in a hurricane, they are continuous winds above 75 miles an hour, not just gusts. So that's the difference. Taylor, last ball of the over, turned by Potts. He keeps striking as he gets a single off towards square leg, and Durham are 1 away from that 5th batting point. Alan Shaw says it's absolutely tipping it down in Washington. Yeah, that's what we're looking at, Alan. That has just missed us. It's the worst of it's probably gone right across the park here at Chesley Street and across the town centre. Bertley must have been saturated. It's heading towards Emerson in Washington now, and Fatfield, and if it isn't raining yet, you're about to get draked.
As opposed to Emerson in Chesley Street.
Yeah, and it's 1M for there, Emerson. But now it's clearing up in front of us. That wall of blackness that was there just a minute ago is now lifting. The next photograph to take is the wall of blackness behind Lumley Castle with the flag flying on the roof. Change your bowler.
I'll let you do that one.
Yeah.
Looks as though there's another one queued up behind it, though. Potentially. We're just having it emerge into our line of vision. But if it's going to follow the same line as that one, then we'll miss that one too. But can we continue to dodge them? Change of bowling. We've got Goodman coming back into the attack, with Durham 1 short of this 450 mark. Still 91 overs left in the day's play. Lunch and tea still as they would be for a 104 over day. So 1:10 lunch and 4 o'clock tea. So Goodman looking to add a 4th wicket to the 3 he's taken so far, and he's driven pleasantly by Potts back past him. He might have got a fingertip on that. Goodman, the actor comes across to stop the ball. He's a very thoughtful man, is Don Goodman, and he does, though, sound an awful lot like Gloucestershire Chief Executive Will Brown, which I hadn't noticed until he started talking. And I thought Will Brown was talking to me. This is flipped away. I always timed that one as Potts. I thought that was going straight to mid-wicket to start with, but it's flown past the left of the fielder Hammond there. And that is the 450 for Durham, brought up in fine fashion in the end by Potts. Didn't bother to keep it down because he knew he got good connection on it. So the 450's up with a second ball of the 101st over. How many times is that now? Maximum batting points for Durham?
5.
5 times. Oh, well. Field resets itself. They've actually put a couple of fielders a bit further back now that Durham have got the 450 up. Goodman is in, and that's driven firmly by Potts. Timed sweetly, but picks out mid-off. Will Durham declare?
Could do.
I mean, obviously they'll use up the over because you might as well, otherwise you're just wasting deliveries. But you wonder whether they might decide to pull the plug with already a good lead, 137 now, and potential for time to be taken out of the game with the weather. Goodman in, and Potts rides the bounce of that and defends up the pitch, and then Potts rehearses an absolute mow of a pull shot, which I don't know whether that gives anything away. Maybe they will just throw the bat and see where it gets them now, even if the declaration's not forthcoming. They'll just try and get as many as they can in a short space of time. 3 fielders back, leg side. It's a short one. It's a one-handed pull shot out towards deep backward square, and the catch has been pouched back there, and Goodman ends with 4 wickets. Potts the last man to go.
Is it Dent?
For 13. Yeah, Chris Dent, the catcher, out there, I believe. And 453 is the final total. No, Zafar Gohar.
Zafar Gohar, right. Either way, do they declare or not? It's over.
Yeah.
So how many balls was left there? Well, there was 1 ball to go.
1 ball left in the 101st. Yeah.
Potts out for 13.
So take off 2 overs and the 1 remaining ball. There'll be 88 overs left in the day's play today, and then 96 tomorrow. But Goodman's going to lead Gloucestershire off, even though he didn't actually open the bowling this morning. Came on his first change and didn't take him too long to take that final wicket. 4 for 73. He's had a terrific return to championship action, and Matt Taylor also very much worthy of a mention. 20 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 66 in the end to go with the 4 for that he took in the first innings at Headingley. He's having a good time of it of late, but overall Durham have cashed in where Gloucestershire's batters in the first innings couldn't really fully do so, and that's why they end up with the lead that they do. And Gloucestershire have a lot of work to do with the bat in their second innings. They are going to need some big contributions from, you would think, 2 or 3 of their top order, because this is feeling like a pitch where you wouldn't be particularly safe with even 200 to 250. You'd feel that would favour the chasing side. So Gloucestershire are going to have to go big in their second innings. We'll see what happens weather-wise. There's another really, really nasty looking cloud away to our left-hand side.
87 overs, did you say, left in the day?
88, I believe.
Well, you lose the over you're in, so that will then click down to 89 and 2 for the change of the innings.
Well, it says 90 up there, but the system I've got in front of me says 90.1 it was, so 2.1 going down to 88. But anyway, somewhere around the late 80s in terms of overs remaining.
Got the bowling figures for you, which is what the PA announcer is currently going through. So Don Goodman was already on a career best, wasn't he? So he's finished with 4 for 73 from 15.5 overs. And of those, there was 1 maiden. Matt Taylor has taken 3 for 66 in 20 overs, 1 maiden for him. Josh Shaw, 16 overs, 2 maidens, and he took 2 for 84. Zaman Akhtar, 20 overs, none for 78. And there were 3 maidens from him. The draft's really getting up now. And this next band of clouds going to hit us by the looks of things. So this innings might not begin as planned in a few moments' time. Gohar, where's he on my list? None for 80 from 17 overs, no maiden, so not the best of performances for him for this one. Ollie Price, 8 overs, no maidens, and none for 41. Charlesworth, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23, and Dent also bowled as well. Just the 1 over, I think it was. 1 over, no maidens, none for 1. So Durham lead by 137 and maximum batting points for them for the 5th time. Decent position to be in, particularly with this overhead conditions. We'll be back with you in a moment or two. Welcome back. As Gloucestershire are about to begin their second innings, and the weather is just hanging to the west of the ground.
I think it's raining.
It is raining.
That is rather well.
Yeah.
What's the word I'm trying to get to? I'll get to it soon.
Well, we've just seen the most incredible sky here as the blackest of clouds drifted just to the north of this ground, and I'm told it's absolutely been chucking it down just a short distance away. Durham, with an eye on the sky, managed to get to 450 and a maximum batting points, 5 batting points for the 5th time this season. Their innings has just ended with them all out on 453. Matthew Potts, the last man to go for 13, caught on the boundary off the bowling of Dom Goodman, who finished with a career best 4 for 73. Bryden Carse making 62 in that innings as well. Gloucestershire just walked out this second to start their innings. It started to rain, so the umpires have taken them back off, and this next bit of weather looks like it's going to hit us. But I think the worst has passed us by and is now off to the east.
Opportune was where I was trying to get to. It's rather opportune for Gloucestershire, really.
Yeah.
Because it would have been the absolute worst conditions to try and start your innings in, with a big dark cloud hanging over the ground. New ball, Durham with their tails up with a big lead, and they've just about got away with it in terms of the weather coming at the time. They were just pretty close to bowling that first ball.
Right, well, we'll leave it there for a minute or two just to see what happens here. This is by no means as bad as the last band of rain, which has just drifted round the north of us, but there is a low dark cloud just drifting over, and it's getting heavy now, so I think this they might be off for a few minutes here, but we'll keep you up to date when this stops and when we know what's happening. But the covers at the moment are going back on. Gloucestershire haven't actually had a ball of their second innings. When they do get back out there, at whatever time that will be, 137 is the deficit they need to turn their attention to first. Quite a few people now putting umbrellas up and leaving the stands and trying to seek shelter at the back of the ground.
So Baz, after last week and your heroics, you became only the 4th player in ODI history to score a century and take a fiver. Can you name the other 3 first of all?
It was Viv Richards, Collingwood, and Rohan Mustafa.
Very good.
Seen the list come along plenty of times.
How does it feel to join such an elite group?
Obviously awesome. I haven't really thought about that too much. It's more, I think it's still trying to like settle in that we've qualified for a World Cup. That's still needs to come. But yeah, it's obviously amazing to perform and to do it like that, to set a record where what only 3 other people have done is quite cool.
As you say, you guys were under a bit of pressure as well. You had to get it within 44 overs to qualify. So how happy were you to get your side over the line? Because I imagine the pressure is kind of as big as it ever was at that point.
Yeah, try not to think about it too much when I'm betting, but obviously massive game for us. But the thing is, like we did it so well during the whole tournament to come out on top in pressure situations. So I guess having that confidence helped a lot, and having guys at the other end who you can trust and contribute in any way they can was definitely helped a lot getting me through that period.
Was there anything specifically that Scott Edwards said at the halfway point? Kind of, was there a lot of geeing up, or was it just we're confident that we can do this, go about it and go get it?
Yeah, we're pretty calm, to be honest. I remember the coach coming in with a whiteboard saying this is where we want to be after, I think it was 26 overs, and we kind of got to that stage when I was betting, which was nice. And then obviously it's finishing off sounds easy, but no, I think we were pretty chilled, and that definitely helped us get through the second innings.
How much pride do you take in playing for Holland? Because obviously it was a big step last year having England come and tour for 3 ODIs, and now you've got Netherlands to the first World Cup since 2011, and you're the first associate nation to do it since it shrunk. So how much pride do you have when you pull on that jersey?
A lot. Obviously, for me as a born Dutchman, having learned all my cricket there, it's amazing to achieve something of that sort. But yeah, especially also because it's in the middle of the English summer, Durham letting me go, and then coming there, it was. I would say I was pretty nervous. Obviously I felt like there was a bit more pressure on me to perform, but no, it's amazing to be able to represent your country, and I'm sure the guys that represent England can speak the same about that.
Having played under Cambo at Holland first and now here at Durham, how much of an influence has he had on your career, and has there been one piece of advice at one point that's kind of just stood out to you?
He's obviously been massive for my career. I mean, when I was 17, he first got me into the Dutch squad, and from there he always showed a lot of confidence in my abilities, which made me start to believe a bit more myself, I guess. One piece of advice, I think he's given me a lot of pieces. I think he was the first coach really to tell me to start playing with freedom, and wanted to work out with me what I thought I could do best. And yeah, it's just like, it's probably the confidence that he's given me that's been the biggest factor, that he's the biggest piece that he's given me.
And then finally, what's your message to the Dutch fans ahead of the World Cup in India later this year?
Wear as much orange as you can if you come and watch, but otherwise, I mean, we got so many messages from people watching back home when we qualified, and just to keep that going and keep enjoying us. Big chance we will lose a couple of games, so as long as they stay positive, we'll try and stay positive as well. But yeah, just keep enjoying it as much as we are at the moment.
And just to let you know, it's absolutely lashed it down here in the last 5 minutes. Just as Gloucestershire were about to start their second innings, they got out into the middle and then the umpires took them off. And already that cloud's more or less past us. Blue skies, brighter skies to the west, but the umpires have sensibly decided to call an early lunch, and that's because it hammered down and all the big covers are now back on the square, so the whole square is covered. All the sheets are in place as well, so it's going to take some time to clear that up. You're looking at a 40-minute job probably, but it is still raining at the moment. But that's it for the morning session here in Chesley Street. And a few more overs will be lost. The lunch technically can't be called until 20 to 1. And so that will take us to 20 past 1, but I'd be surprised to be able to get on before then anyway. So the weather apps that suggested showers would hit, they've been the right ones, and the ones that suggested nothing would come our way, they've been the wrong ones. Could name them all, but I haven't got time.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Sean, who's going to win the Ashes, mate?
I think England are just going to be too strong. Home soil and just the momentum they've got behind them.
I think England will win the Ashes this season. I think the brand of cricket that they've played over the last 12 months under new leadership of Ben Stokes, I think just might edge the Aussies.
Yeah, my first Ashes memory, probably Alan Border wearing the 4X Castlemaine hat back in the 89 Ashes and celebrating the win. That was pretty cool. And then obviously Shane Warne doing the balcony with the stump was pretty awesome as well.
I was a big fan of Brett Lee and the way that he went about his cricket, so he would be up there.
Yeah, look, I think home at cricket is like in England. You kind of think the traditional, you got Lords, you grow up and you've got the Ashes being played in England. I kind of remember that more than the Ashes played in Australia.
I mean, it's hot in Australia that time of year, I suppose, over the summer, so it's different cricket, where over in the UK the weather can chop and change quite a bit. I certainly enjoy the build-up in England a bit more.
Alex, on our long coach journeys to away games, who's someone in the team or dressing room that's going to liven things up on the long trip?
There's one man and one man only, and they sat with us on this couch, riding cars.
I like to bring the energy and make those journeys feel a little bit easier.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region.
But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generations.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, 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 for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. Done 120,000.
We've had a lot of rain here. There was a massive bank of cloud just drifted to the north of us earlier, missed us, and at that point Durham were able to complete their first innings, 453, a lead of 137 over Gloucestershire. The Gloucestershire openers, Chris Gent and Ben Charlesworth, were out in the middle, and the umpires took them off because of a downpour. That was around about 20 past 12, and then they've called an early lunch. So play to resume in 15 minutes' time, and 79 overs left in the day. Gloucestershire about to start their second innings, 137 behind. Welcome back to Chester Street. Slightly longer delay than we imagined when Gloucestershire came out to start their second innings, just after 12, I think it was. And then we had some heavy rain. It's passed by, the covers were on, and it took them a while to get them off. So they took an early lunch, and now play resuming at 20 past 1. 79 overs left in the day, so we've lost 15 today to add to the 10 from yesterday. And this means, all in all, that 79 overs are left. 2 chunks they're trying to do, a 40-over session and a 39-over session. But T will be at 340, we're told, an immovable beast, so to speak. But we'll see what happens, because there are showers around. There could be more. It was a bit hit and miss this morning as to whether we get any or not. A huge black cloud just missed us and saturated everywhere around us. And then once that had gone and things looked a lot better, just one little rogue cloud came in and emptied its load right on the ground. At the moment, got a mixture of cloud and blue sky. And it's Ben Rain who will bowl to Ben Charlesworth from the Lumley end. Right arm over. Charlesworth, first ball is pushed towards short extra cover, no run there. I have to say I didn't see who was at which end when they went out originally. Did you?
I think it was going to be Charlesworth to take the first one, yeah. I believe they tend to alternate, but it does seem as though Charlesworth is doing both first balls this game. Harris and Dent certainly like to alternate.
Rain in, bowls. That's gone through to the keeper. No run there.
Yeah, you think it's still not bad conditions at all for Durham to be starting their second bowling innings in. There's still quite a lot of heavy cloud about. And, well, regardless of whether or not cloud itself makes the difference, it's general atmospheric conditions you would imagine would be handy enough.
Rain bowls, defended by Charlesworth, runs out on the offside. It's a little bit, there's another dark cloud just drifting right from up behind us, coming across us now, which the sun's gone in and left it a little bit gloomy.
Yeah, marginally better conditions for the Gloucestershire openers to be starting things off in than they would have done had, for example, they taken that final Durham wicket about 10 minutes earlier. It's still, there's a bit of a threat of some more rain to come.
Next ball's pushed away off past point for 1 run.
Yeah, plenty of threat from the Durham bowlers as well, with Matthew Potts, Bryden Carse, who bowled in short bursts in that first innings, but was certainly getting up good pace. And then Matt Parkinson to provide some leggies. They're going to have to play him, I think, a little better potentially than they did in the first innings. 3 for 59 on a pitch where there wasn't really very much turn. Really afford to be doing that.
This is bowled and left by Dent.
Of course, Michal Pretorius as well. The first change bowler, you would imagine. It's a well-rounded attack.
I'm sort of out of kilter with where we need to be now in terms of bulletins. I keep looking at the clock thinking I'm due one, but I have just done one a few minutes ago. But this is when we should be at lunch. Sri Lankan beef curry, the order today. What did you go for?
Yeah, I had that as well. Yeah, there seemed to be beef curry and Thai curry.
Yeah.
I hope no Thais were harmed in the making of the curry, but I don't know. Naan bread as well.
Yeah. Rain in, and that's left by Dent. And that is the end of the over. Just trying to sort out a hotel for next week in Derby, not realising that I was meant to be in Derby next week. In the back of my head, I thought it was Scarborough next week. There's obviously something going on in Derby. I don't know if there's something on at Donington Park or what, but it looks busy there next week.
Okay. What else happens in Derby?
Rolls-Royce are based there. University.
Races?
There isn't a race course. Well, the ground's on the race course.
Ground, isn't it? Yeah.
You've got Donington Park, the motor circuit. Wonder if it's is a motor Grand Prix on or something?
Potts to bowl then from the Finkel end. He's coming round the wicket to Charlesworth, and Charlesworth is beaten by a really nice delivery from Potts, which potentially just nibbles away too much. Have a look back and see exactly whether that has seamed or whether it was swing. Yeah, it looked like swing rather than seam. So clearly something on offer out there, and this is what at the beginning of the day we were hearing Dom Goodman talk about bowling with a kookaburra ball. They know there's going to be something there with it early. So he's bowled him! There goes off stump backwards, and Potts has struck early. Gloucestershire have lost Charlesworth for 1. And that is a nightmare start to Gloucestershire's second innings. Top of off, smashed it out the ground.
It was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? Stumps are our, as they say. Or at least one of them.
Yeah, because actually, I think the leg bail was still on middle and leg stump. Certainly sent off stump back a fair distance. And that is really bad news for Gloucestershire. With Charlesworth, he'd scored runs in the first innings against Durham in the reverse fixture, and somebody who can bat long periods of time. And he's gone, and that is his work done with the bat in this match. Ollie Price is coming out at number 3, and Price will be looking to just kick on after getting a start in the first innings. Made 23. And like most of Gloucestershire's middle order, they made some handy starts there, and everybody from 3 all the way through to 7 got into the 20s and above, but just couldn't go on. And Price is going to have to do so here. So 2 slips and a gully, with a big gap in the covers inviting the drive. They've got that fielder Graham Clark at short mid-wicket again. They had him there in the first innings. Potts bowls to Price, who's leaving alone outside the off-stump. Some yelps from behind the stumps. I mean, Potts was getting the ball to swing away to the left-hander Charlesworth. There was that one which he played at and beat the edge with to start with, and then the second one just, I think, a straight honour. But if he's going to get the ball to swing into Ollie Price, the right-hander, then you can see why they've got that short mid-wicket in place. Here comes Potts to bowl, and Price is going to get off the mark here. It was a slightly pokey defence, but he's got a thick outside edge on that, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4. So he did keep it down, but the footwork looks a little more jumpy than it necessarily might do if he's able to spend a lot longer out there. And Gloucestershire are now 5 for 1, trailed by 132. So it's going to be a really testing spell here for Ollie Price. Back up at number 3 against a bowler of Potts' quality. He comes in now to bowl to him, and a forward defence from Price finds the bowler, and there's no run. It made a bit of a change earlier, being the only game where there wasn't cricket. But now, I think basically the only game where there is cricket, because everywhere else is at lunch. Just Lancashire and Essex, who are desperately trying to make up time down at, or across I should say, at Blackpool. Potts bowls now to Price, who's stuck on the thigh pad there. Going too high, so there was no shout for leg before wicket, but despite the 4 runs off that over, which certainly nothing to do with Potts' bowling, that is a magnificent start from him, and Gloucestershire are 5 for 1 after 2. Women's ODI got underway on time at Bristol. England taking a wicket in the first over. Kate Cross getting rid of Alyssa Healy. Australia 32 for 1 after 6.
Rain balls, Dent forward to this. Oh, and Fielder coming in to pick that up. It's just slipped over and landed on his backside. A wet patch. That's Pretorius, I think.
Yeah, some of the more lush grass on the square, and that's where it can be quite slippy. You often see the batters slipping over on sort of edge of the pitch there in these sorts of conditions. Same thing happening with the fielder.
Rain in again to Dent. That skips through to the keeper. Or Summerside, for it is he who texts regularly. Says Buxton International Arts Festival and Fringe is on all month. Derby Caribbean weekend, Carnival this weekend. Derby will be rammed, he says. He also says, listening to us, keeping an eye on the Women's One Day International and the tennis 1/4s. Rain balls. This sort of hits Dent, I think, around about the thigh guard. Runs away towards backward square for a leg bye. Is it the quarterfinals? Is it already?
Yeah, quarterfinals. I think Medvedev was in action in the men's quarters today, and exciting game between Alcaraz and Rune. What have we got on? Oh yes, we've got the defending champ. Well, actually, not just defending champion. We've got a rematch of last year's final in the women's quarters with Ons Jabeur taking on Elena Rybakina.
Just retweeted the Potts wicket there, which is on the Durham Twitter feed. Now it's playing on my screen and I don't know how to get rid of it again. Did that yesterday. It jumps out of the... do a refresh. Rain to Price. Price leaves this one. Just past the off stump.
I wasn't going to suggest turning it off and on again.
No. Alan Cunningham says, a good wee spell before the rain. Durham tail fighting hard for the final batting point, and Gloucestershire bowling accurately and fielding hard to make it difficult. Proper cricket, he says.
Just had a WhatsApp message from Melissa Story, who's covering the women's ODI at Bristol, asking what way the slope is there.
Next ball in, and Price plays this to mid wicket. I'm trying to think. I was on the square there a few weeks ago, and I wasn't aware of any slope.
There is, yeah, it does slope down a bit towards the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. It's not a huge slope, but yeah, it does make
not like skiing down the Eiger.
I would imagine skiing down the Eiger would only end one way.
Yeah. And one result. Rain bowls, and it's another leave outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, the Eiger is quite close to. Well, I mean, I've had the pleasure of skiing in Wengen, which is the home of the biggest downhill race in the Swiss Alps during the World Cup.
How late in the season is that? Is that about February time?
It's more sort of late January, beginning of February. I think it usually is. Yeah, and it's immediately followed by Kitzbühel, which is probably the more famous one, but it's not as good.
I would love to go to one of those.
Obviously,
the atmosphere looks absolutely fantastic when you watch Ski Sunday. Man.
Oh yeah, I'd love to go to either race. Potts starts next over. It's worked our way down to fine leg by Dent. He'll get off the mark, and it's now 7 for 1.
We went skiing years ago, pre-kids, to a little town right up in the mountains called BVO. So flew into Geneva, got the train to Zurich, then another train down to Creel, would it be? Tiefencastle, Creel, one of them, up the mountains. And it was right on the border with Italy. They spoke 4 different languages in this village. And it was so quiet. It was like a private ski resort. The only downside was there were no chairlifts. It was all drag lifts.
Oh,
and that is agony.
Potts is into bowl to Ollie Price's forward playing this one out to cover point. It's fielded smartly there by Cast. There's no run. Oh no, I don't like those button lifts. From the first time that I went skiing, I just remember coming off one of those. It was one of the really long one as well. You just think, why could you not have built a chairlift there? It's just...
My thighs just imploded. It was horrendously painful.
Just torture. Potts bowls to Price, who jams down on that one. Bottom of the bat is examining the toe end now. It's another one of those ones which just occasionally you get one that stays down off quite a full length, but it's not easy to play.
You know those T-bar ones where it's a shape of a T and one of you goes on either side and you lean back against a sort of rail that drags you up the mountain. We got that wrong one day and it's sort of sprung back between us but hooked my wife's bag on her back and sort of lifted her up in the air.
Oh my Lord. Potts in now to bowl to Price. That's worked away on the onside straight to square leg.
And the guy had to stop the lift and help unravel her. I don't know how it happened, but
gosh.
We were skiing a few months ago in where were we? Austria, Seefeld, and one of the guys on the lift control there was getting rather angry at people falling off at the top.
Yeah, they do get angry, don't they? I can remember that actually in Wengen. Potts bowled him. Another stump out the ground. And that's the end of Ollie Price now. And Gloucestershire have lost 2 wickets to Potts in 11 balls. And Potts has removed Price for 4. And Durham are at the moment racing through this Gloucestershire top order. And Price had been in such good form with the century last match against Yorkshire, 85 against Leicestershire. He's got to go back here, and Gloucestershire are still 130 behind, and you just start to wonder.
Is this going to be one of those potty afternoons? Could Durham run through Gloucestershire here? Very bad start for the visitors. Interviewed Matthew Potts the other night, and he said they got themselves into a good position on day one. Didn't bowl particularly well mid-afternoon, but sorted themselves out after tea. And they got Gloucestershire 6 down and then ran through them yesterday morning. And then by last night, Alex Lees was saying he could quite easily see this one reaching a conclusion fairly quickly. Not necessarily today, but 18 wickets down within the first 2 days. The conditions are completely different today. It's damp. Had a lot of rain around, it's humid, and a nightmare for batting, basically. Miles Hammond's the new man.
Yeah, well, how's Hammond going to approach things? His last 2 innings have been extremely attacking, and in the first innings, he played some gorgeous shots, actually. I mean, 52 from 46, he ended up with 8 fours, 2 sixes, and then skipped down the pitch and was really well caught by Borthwick at mid-wicket after bowling of Parkinson. He's got Potts to deal with for 1 ball here. Potts bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, and Hammond is defending out into the offside with a degree of calmness and solidity which Gloucestershire are going to need. 7 for 2 after 4 overs. Potts 2 for 5, and he's got off stump out the ground both times.
Ponder. That's what I reckon.
I was going to talk about when I slipped off the end of a chairlift at Wengen, but it seems rather the wrong time now after that wicket, especially.
I'll tell you what, we saw a little kid fall off. He got off too early in Seefeld, and he fell down off the front of the chairlift and went sliding backwards and off the end of the ski station.
Good grief.
And thankfully there was a big net hanging off the side, and he landed in the net, and the guy had to stop the machine and climb down and rescue him. It was heart in the mouth stuff, that.
Well, the problem is, when you're released from the gate, you have to kind of push forward.
Yeah,
and it was so icy that I just could not stop myself. So I went off the end, and fortunately, it wasn't very far at all. But that the guy wasn't very happy with me.
Yeah.
I was like, what am I supposed to do? It's
too
icy there. Get rid of the ice.
Yeah. Rain to start a new overbowling to dent as a train comes flying through Chesley Street. Dot ball there. My daughter wouldn't go back up after that. She saw that happening. No, not going back up there.
So sensible, I think. Yeah.
Useless Durham stats. 12 of Matthew Potter's 138 county championship wickets have dismissed batters called Ben. How we got this? Ben Slater 3, Ben Charles with 3, Ben Cox 2, Ben Aitchison, Ben Duckett, Ben Gibbon, Ben Sanderson.
That's magnificent, is that?
Round the wicket comes Ben Rain. Dot ball there as Dent plays it off and then offside. This, I don't know who's behind this Twitter feed. And I haven't seen it that much over the years, to be honest with you, but I would hazard a guess it's the sort of thing that Stuart Dick, who used to do some of the commentaries with us, would turn his hand to, because he's one for stats like that. He's probably listening in his house in the Rhubarb Triangle, so I'll either get a tweet now saying it's not me, or maybe something different.
That's how we got onto Rhubarb in the reverse fixture.
Defended here by Dent on Rain bowling on that off stump there. Dent was really meticulous with his innings and gritty in the first innings. Batted really well. Determination, the order of the day. He faced 164 balls for his 85 until Matthew Potts got him caught behind with a perler.
Yeah, it was a delivery as good as the
Jaffa started a debate about Jaffa's
off stumps. Oh yeah.
Rain round the wicket to the left-hander. This is pushed along the floor to point no run there.
Yeah, I mean, you felt as if it was going to take something like that to get rid of Dent in that first innings, because he really just sometimes you get that feeling with Dent when he's going to go big. He's always been somebody who's got the ability to play those absolutely massive innings. 207 not out against Surrey last year. Another couple of big double tons in his career as well.
Once more a defensive shot. Let's have a look at you could look at Potts' dismissals and talk about how many surnames begin with C or S as well. Coles, Cullen, Pritchley. Or you've got Salmon, Salter, Slater.
You're going to start a rival account now. Watch out, useless Durham stats competition's coming.
Yeah. Sandu, is that for?
Sandu for Middlesex, I think.
Now, there was a lad, I think, called Sandu who played for Durham briefly and then played for Derbyshire. Ooh, nearly an edge there, I thought. It's, what's that hit in the end? He's pushed it into the ground. Thought for a minute that he'd edged it. Is that Sandu? Was that for Derbyshire? Yeah, it was. He also played for Middlesex.
Gurjit Sandu, wasn't it?
Yeah. He was at Durham in 2016, Derbyshire 2017. He played against Durham for Derbyshire in 2017 in Chesterfield. So that might have been when Potts got him in that game. I remember taking a photograph of Potts during that match. Following an interview. It was the season he made his debut. Played in a match at Kent in the June, and then played in the game at Chesterfield in the early July.
We've got Potts approaching Hammond from round the wicket, and Hammond drives and shanks it up to mid-on in the end. He actually wasn't travelling at no speed at all, but it just didn't go where he meant it to. Fielded by Ben Rain. Wickets have absolutely tumbled at Blackpool. That game seemed to be just drifting, really. But
no, but that happens there if they get a lot of rain.
Yeah, so they've lost 4 wickets for 2 runs, Lancashire. Potts goes in now to bowl to Hammond, who's going to get off the mark here with a firm push through cover point, and it will be 2 runs. So Gloucestershire up to 9 for 2, trailing by 128. They brought Paul Walter on. Did Essex, and Walter's taken 3 for 3 in 2 overs. A couple of wickets for Cook as well in that collapse. 3 consecutive ducks. 5 Lancashire batters have got ducks. Wells, Villas, de Grandhomme, Hartley and Blatherwick. Might follow on there. Potts in, and that's worked away through square leg by Hammond. They've got a deep square out there, deep forward square, and Hammond gets another run. So 10 for 2. Wickets tumbling there. It's raining at Canterbury, where Kent are 127 for 3, trailing by 251 still. Trying to provide some sort of resistance. Finch and Leaning the not-out pair at the moment. But raining. Potts is in, and oh my word, he's done it again. Dent's gone this time. And more furniture being rearranged. 10 for 3 Gloucestershire. Potts is bowling quick, he's bowling full, he's bowling straight, he's hitting, and Gloucestershire are missing.
This could be all over today at this rate. So they're 1-2-7 behind. He's bowled everyone. My scorecard says bowled Matty Potts, bowled Matty Potts, bowled Matty Potts.
It's just got gorgeous shape on it, that ball. I mean, he's not done. It doesn't look as if he's done a massive amount wrong there, Dent. He's played down the line that he thought the ball was going to be on, and it's moved really late, and it's quick enough that it didn't have time to adjust. Grant Rulofsson out to the middle, and really this is at the moment just looking like a salvaging effort for Gloucestershire here, from a position where they would have felt that, okay, we as Dom Goodman said in his interview last night, we bat well second time round, try and set him something, final innings, hope that a bit of the old scoreboard pressure comes into play. But at this point, it really does look as though they're going to be in some difficulty just to make Durham bat again at all. Remarkable spell of bowling in progress from Potts. So for Rulofsson, there is still just the 2 slips in the gully, and they've got a short mid-on, a wider mid-on. 2 fielders out on that leg side boundary, because Rulofsson on 2 took on that hook shot in the first innings and was put down there. So they know he might take it on again. Here's Potts bowling to Rulofsson, who drives that gorgeous shot and has gone for 4. Nothing wrong with that. Just a little bit over-pitched from Potts, pardon me, but Rulofsson has climbed into it. First ball, 14 for 3. Guess you've still got to be in the frame of mind where if you get a ball that you think is there for the hitting, you've got to do it. So Rulofsson underway with a boundary. Made 42 in the first innings, and after that early drop looked pretty well set, and then swung over the top of a full toss from Parkinson. Potts completes the over and bowls to Rulofsson, who's defending out into the covers, and more applause for Matthew Potts. A wicket and over, and it's a bowled and over. Trailed by 123.
Stuart says now to do with me or something else. Useless Durham's been back on. Chris Dent's now joined Andrew Salter at the top of Matthew Potts' bunny rankings with 4 dismissals each.
It's not exactly broad to Warner, though, is it? 4 dismissals. Is he on 17 now, I think it is? 17 times Broad's got Warner.
Well, Chris Rushworth got Daryl Mitchell something like 11 or 12 times.
That's a good number.
In fact, he wrote the foreword in his yearbook for his benefit year, saying 3 things he had nightmares about. As Rain starting you over here, bowling to Hammond. And that jags in late. Gets a bit of an inside edge on it, plays it off towards square leg. Yeah, he said there's 3 things that keep him up at night was undercooked prawns, too many Jaeger bombs, and the thought of Chris Rushworth with a brand new cherry in his hand first thing on the morning.
Undercooked prawns.
Yes.
Why particularly prawns, I wonder? I mean, there are a
Because
lot of
they give you
undercooked
food
things.
poisoning,
Yeah, but
isn't
I've just a lot of I mean, obviously he's quite partial to prawns, but I mean, you know, might have
could have been
seafood or
could have been
scampi or you know,
an out of date kebab, but can kebabs actually go off? Well, I don't even know what's in them. Dave Fletcher could tell us.
No, he has his pizzas though, isn't he?
No, he lives off kebabs. In comes Rain bowling here to Rulofson. Dot ball runs out on the offside. Every time he comes to Durham, he's straight to the same kebab shop.
Right. Well, it was a pizza place that he was talking about in Derby, I think.
Maybe. But probably in his ideal world, it would be a pizza with kebab meat on it.
Yes. I'm sure it's done. Sure, you
plenty of vitamins for him in that. I'll be seeing him next week when Durham are at Derby. Just coming to short extra cover here. He's just 1 strip across on the offside to Rulofson. We've got a short mid-wicket in as well. 2 slips in place as Rain comes in, right arm over. Oh, and that's an erratic bouncer, which is signalled as 1 over. It was unplayable. And the keeper there, and he's put that right out the top corner. I don't know how he got across to it, to be honest with you.
No, it wasn't slow either off the pitch.
Useless Durham saying he's dismissed him 4 times this year.
Well, yeah, I guess, this year.
15 for 3, the score. Rain in, and that's turned away by Rulofson for 1. He moves on a 5 off towards square leg.
Guess I'll be quite glad he won't have to face him in the One-Day Cup, he says, with perhaps more confidence. Presumably Potts has been picked up by somebody in that.
I haven't.
The 100. No.
Don't know who's playing for who in the 100.
Well,
it's not on my radar.
But, well, no, it's just wondering whether Potts would have another go at him later this year or not.
I can't think of. I know Ben Rain played in the 100 at some point. He's coming round the wicket now to Hammond. He bowls. Played away by Hammond for 1 through the covers. The thing is, the dishing out of players for that happens months ago, doesn't it? Isn't it February or March or something? So
yeah, beginning of March, I think it was. Yeah. But then there's this blast wild card picking as well, which didn't seem to have very much coverage because it was, well, understandable reasons, because I think it was slapped in the middle of the Ashes, but it wasn't particularly easy to try and find out exactly who'd been picked up late from that. No Gloucestershire players were.
Rain in, and that is pushed away by Rulofson behind point. He'll get 2 runs here. It's been chased by Alex Lees. Squads. All right, how are you? Hello, everybody.
Are we going to
visitors coming in?
Off-air conversation with somebody on air.
The marketing department's wandered in.
In time for another Potts over. Hammond is going to have to deal with the latest that Potts has to offer.
Where's Hammond going?
Hammond's gone to Birmingham Phoenix, yeah. Hammond and
it's there as well.
Hammond and Payne, the only 2 players Gloucestershire will be missing to it. Van Buren was missing last year. In comes Potts then to bowl to Hammond, who squirts a drive backward of square on the offside. It'll be a single out to deep backward point, and Hammond is up the non-striker's end, where I think it's probably fair to say it's the best place to play Matthew Potts from at the moment. 20 for 3.
This might be a clue as to where the pot is going to the 100. He's posing in a Northern Superchargers top on their website. All the websites look remarkably similar. A very sort of 80s graphics feel to them all.
Potts is in now. He bowls to Rulofsson. It's full, and Rulofsson's well forward to that one. Plays it into the ground. It's stopped by Potts.
Ben Stokes is going there as well, apparently. His knees up to it.
He's not playing. I think he's already announced that he's not playing in it.
All right, fair enough. It's not on my radar. I don't have to worry about it.
No, I think Stokes has already made it clear that he's not going to be taking part, and I'm sure he won't be the only member of the Ashes squad that decides that after the crazy schedule of it. Potts bowls. That's driven. And driven for 4, I think, through mid-off. The ball's slowing up a bit, but it will get to the boundary. So Rulofsson's having already a dart, but he's certainly going to try and play his shots. It went straight of mid-off, who was probably further away from it, actually, in the end than the bowler. Rulofsson moves on to 11. It's actually quite an exquisite shot. He's pretty much just played a checked off drive. Very often you see that check follow through. In comes Potts. He bowls to Rulofsson, and Rulofsson's gone. He's edged it and has been caught behind. And Potts gets a 4th, so he continues to take a wicket and over. Robinson with a diving catch away to his right. Rulofsson goes for 11. Gloucestershire really do look as though they're going to be losing this by an innings at this point. They still trail by 113, and it's 24 for 4.
Way me bonny lads, as somebody might once have said somewhere. What a performance this is. 4 for 17 in 3.4 overs. They've got no answer to him, have they? He's out for 11. 24 on the board. Highest partnership has just been recorded there at 14. Deficit, though, is still more than 100, 113.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at that again. It's on a good channel. It's the old, whatever you want to call it, avenue of apprehension, as Damien Fleming likes to call it. It's actually a little bit wider than the balls which have got him his wicket, which has drawn Rulofsson into playing at a ball which, yes, okay, he could have left, but at the same time, it's so hard to say, well, you didn't have to play at that when it's right on that 4th stump, 5th stump maybe, but 4th stump kind of line. It's a really good piece of bowling. I mean, Gloucestershire have fallen apart a few times this season, particularly of late in the T20, but Potts is just bowling beautiful deliveries here. He's searching for a 5-for already, bowling to James Bracey, Gloucestershire's stand-in captain. And Bracey defends off the front foot first ball up to mid-off.
Potts getting the first innings. 2 for 69. I think Chris Rushworth had a game here a few years ago against Northants, was it? Took the first 9 wickets. Otis Gibson took all 10 against Hampshire here in 2007, I think it was.
Bracey waiting and guiding out towards point. The delivery with some serious gas there from Potts. Bracey this time is able to keep it out. 24 for 4, Gloucestershire. Potts 4 for 17. And Gloucestershire still 113 runs away from making Durham bat again.
Graham Onions was released by England a few years ago and went up to Trent Bridge and took all 10 wickets there, 9 with the ball, and then he was also responsible for a run out. So he robbed himself of a 10-for because he ran one of the players out.
It's poor work. He should have missed the stumps.
Mm-hmm. I remember a few people teasing Scott Borthwick because he took a really good catch in the slips to deny. I'm sure it was Rushworth of his 10-for. As that rain comes around the wicket, he had a bowl to Hammond. That's left alone. The sun's shining at the moment. And I think there'd been an edge off another bowler, which Paul Collingwood put down when he really should, I would say deliberately, because I think it was. Anyway, the next catch was taken by Borthwick, and a few people were teasing him on Twitter, and he responded eventually saying, "It's my job. I'm meant to do that. I'm meant to take catches of the slips." 24 for 4. In comes Rain, and nearly a tickle down the leg side of Hammond there. Rain stops just a few yards from the batsman with the back of his right hand pressed against his forehead in disbelief.
Speaking of rain stopping, it does look as though the rain that's coming off the Pennines is gradually fizzling out. So I think there's every chance we shouldn't get another heavy burst today. It's just another bank of it coming across, but that looks to be petering out.
Next ball from Rain is bowled from the Lumley end, and it angles back towards the off stump as it's passing by. It looked, I think, from here a lot closer than it actually was over there.
Well, it has come back. Yeah,
but too late though. After it had gone.
Yeah, but it has moved. There is more than enough on offer at the moment, and Potts in particular taking advantage of it. But Rain is certainly feeling he's due as well.
Hammond's faced 10 balls for his 6. Rain round the wicket, bowls. It's a short one, and the batsman just pirouettes round on one foot and watches it go through to the keeper. Paul says, impressive from Potty from commentary. I'm also picking up Rain is bowling just as well without reward. He is. You create pressure at both ends, don't you? That's the plan. One person may not be taking wickets, but it doesn't mean they're not doing their bit and backing up their colleague at the other end who is. Rain once more, and an edge, and it's put down at first slip by Jones, I think it is. It was low. Jones thumps the floor in anger with himself, and that should have been Hammond gone for 6. And Rain would have had his wicket.
I don't suggest that it was because Potts has taken all the wickets so far. It was a low chance, and it went very quickly, but it's the sort of chance that you say it.
That would have been 24 for 5. A helicopter heading towards us. Looks like the air ambulance as Rain comes in again. Hammond flicks that down the leg side. He's appealing for LBW. And while the appeal's going on and Hammond races back to his crease, Ollie Robinson tries to run him out from behind the stumps.
Have we seen that before?
Yes, it is the air ambulance heading south.
Should be said, very different from the Johnny Bairstow incident.
Well, quite an over that one. Could have had a wicket. Could have had 2.
It's not far off that LBW either. I know Rain's bowling from round the wicket and angling it in. The movement's taking it that way, but Hammond has come an awfully long way across. Struck him maybe even middle, certainly middle and leg rather than just leg. And yet the angle was sharp, but let's see why he wanted it. Potts bowls, and that is a little over pitched. Bracey drives but can't beat extra cover. The ball will ricochet off.
Graham Clark,
mid off. Yep. Clark for the stop.
Bernard earlier tweeted, whilst Durham would obviously have wanted a 450 in the 5th batting bonus point, they would have settled for a lead of over 120 in a first innings of at least 4 40 during day one, as Gloucestershire were batting steadily back then.
Potts charges in. He's there now to bowl to Bracey. Again, it's very full, and Bracey's able to drive, but this time it's mid-off that's able to intercept it. Borthwick with the fielding.
John Hutchison, greetings from a wet and windy Bolton. Good to see the lads getting the maximum batting points again. Hopefully we can add winning bonus points too.
Potts passes the umpire and he's there and bowls. Bracey tries a more flourishing drive this time, but still not much timing. Bottom part of the bat, Clark fields at extra cover.
Says he was watching Ken Bruce's Popmaster on TV last night, and one of the contestants looked remarkably like a certain BBC cricket commentator. Are you living a double life? It definitely wasn't me.
You are leading a double life, though. Didn't turn that part of it down. Potts bowls to Bracey, who knocks that one up the onside of the pitch for Potts to pick up.
10 in 10 is the email and title from Elizabeth Cruikshank, who said, "Good afternoon, gents. On this day in 1932, Headley Verity took 10 wickets for 10 runs. Today, will Matthew Potts take 10 wickets in 10 overs? At home today after getting soaked walking the dog earlier." The Headley Verity is a pub in Leeds, and they've got a big scoreboard inside.
Potts bangs this one in short. Does balloon a little that time through to Robinson.
He's got one ball left of this over to get a wicket, or it's curtains, really.
Well, I mean, if he's going to take the wicket, one in every over, I guess. Yeah. So he's due. He's been due for a couple of balls now.
Right, here we go. They have. This is the Matty Potts show. He's bowling the last ball of his 5th over, and so far he's taken a wicket in each of his 4 previous overs. He bowled Charlesworth for 1, he bowled Price for 4, and then he got Dent for 1 before Rulofsson was caught behind on 11. So a cracking start from him, and Gloucestershire really under the cosh here, because when they came out to bat, they were already trailing Durham at the start of their second innings by 137. They're currently 27 for 4 and 110 behind. And the way things have been going after that morning rain, it's made the ball nip around a bit. The conditions are perfect for bowling. Could well be this might be over today. If it's not, I'm not upset about it. I'm just saying what could happen. I'm happy to be here tomorrow. And all it needs is one partnership. Dig in, ball softens a bit, get some runs on the board, bit of confidence builds, things go quiet in the field. And the lead starts to develop. We see it all the time. It's not a foregone conclusion at all, this. As rain comes round, the wicket to bowl, start of a new over, bowling to Bracey. Plays this sensibly to Potts at mid-wicket. No run.
But
what?
But this partnership really has to be a huge one.
Yeah.
You'd feel and it's got to be this one. You've got Zafar in next, then Shaw, Taylor, Actor, Goodman. I mean, in terms of purely players who are in for their batting, these are the last two.
Rain in, and defended by Bracey. What's Hammond's best score then?
That would be the 169 that he made last year against Hampshire, at Cheltenham.
He's had 50s this year, including a 92 against Yorkshire in Leeds last match, 87 against Sussex, 50 at Derby, 58 against Glamorgan. So, you know.
Yeah, the 87 was unbeaten as well. Yeah. He was looking very good for 100. He just didn't have anybody else bat with him.
Rain comes in, and Bracey plays it to Potts at short mid-wicket again. Doug the Full Mackham's been on. This is a bit like Bath.
No.
He says, you're referring to chance as in chance with an R in it. He says, how man, put him right, like, it hasn't got an R in it. That's Bath or Bath, isn't it? Do you say Bath or Bath?
Bath.
Bath.
Bath. Bath.
Bath. Beautiful place, Bath. Got engaged there, actually. If you're ever in Bath, if it's still on, go and do the comedy tour of Bath. It's on an evening. Starts outside a pub next to the Weir. Is it Pulteney Weir, is it called? The park in the centre of town. I'm trying to think what the pub's called, the Sherlock or something like that. It's years since I've been there, but the comedy tour of Bath's won many awards, and it really is very, very funny. Other comedy tours probably exist elsewhere for balance, but I haven't been on any of them. Short legging now. Clark under the helmet there. Rain coming round the wicket to bowl to Bracey, who's faced 11 for his 1. 27 for 4. Comes in, he bowls. Bracey up on his toes. Pushes the ball just down behind point and gets a single.
Yeah, I was looking back at that 169 from Hammond because it was in the second innings, and whilst Gloucestershire still fell to defeat, they ended up at least forcing. I mean, it was an innings which forced Hampshire to bat again when Gloucestershire had been a long way behind on first innings. They had to follow on, and Hammond made that 169 from 278 deliveries, came in with the score at 14 for 2 and 77 for 3 with a first innings deficit of 256.
2 balls left of this 11th over. Hammond is on strike. Rain bowls, and that's left alone.
Yeah, we had mostly a support from Ryan Higgins, who made 63. Higgins coming in at number 8 there. No, 7, apologies. Zaffer was at 8, Tom Price at 9. Zach Chappell was playing on loan, coming in at 10, so it was a far deeper lineup.
That's through to the keeper end of the over. Wandering Ellie says, we're watching Durham on the live stream, but I may miss the last day if we don't bowl them out today because I'm playing against Yorkshire away tomorrow for the North East Warriors, and my dad's second diary of the cricket season comes out, the best Thursday of the year. Derek's wrote a book last year as a sort of diary of the summer, watching Alnmouth and Lesbury Cricket Club and the girls in varying games. I noticed I went in the club shop earlier to hand back a pair of scissors that I borrowed yesterday, and there's some quite nice North East Warriors tops in there. They're a nice pattern and a design.
Yeah, a lot of those kits are quite good actually. Mind the Gloucestershire women's kit either. Here's Potts in and drifts a little onto leg stump. Bracey turns him away through straight mid-wicket, and 2 runs are taken to move the total up to 30 for 4. Deficit is 107.
Old Jamie in the stands you can hear shouting, he loves a 2. That's I think that's what excites him more than anything else. It doesn't seem to matter who gets the 2. He was a mascot at Sunderland RCA last year in the Northern League, and he came up to me and he said, I've got the ball, I was the mascot, did you see me? And I said, yeah. And then he said, do you know who I am? I said, everybody knows who you are, because they all hear you on my cricket commentaries.
There's Potts bowling round the wicket to Bracey, who's going to repeat the dose here through mid-wicket. Rain's hat flies off as he goes into the slide and stops the ball again. And it's another 2. 32 for 4. So Potts continuing with this round the wicket angle to Bracey, but he's managed to tuck him away for a couple of 2s, maybe just get the adrenaline going and replacing some of the nervous energy and start to make him feel a bit more comfortable out there. Potts bowls, again drifting down leg side. Bracey flicks him away, down to long leg for 1 this time. 33 for 4, trailed by 104. It's been raining, I think, since lunch at New Road, where Worcestershire are 119 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 407. But we had the slightly disconcerting experience at lunch of hearing in the press box Ian Randall and Jonathan Doidge, our colleagues covering that match down there, talking about us.
Yeah.
Going round the press box. Potts bowls to Hammond, who drives up towards mid-off. He'll get a single. There's a hurl at the stumps from Borthwick, and that means that there's got to be some backing up done from the fielder coming in from deep square.
Georgie was just about to start a story about a former Sunderland manager as well, but then it rained there and they went off, so we never got to the bottom of that story, did we?
No. We'll have to get in touch to find out the conclusion to that one. But yeah, talking about the pictures that we'd posted up of the clouds here. So runs off every ball this over so far. Potts goes in now to bowl to Bracey, and Bracey's beaten. I didn't think it would be too long, but there you go. As Ash was saying, it was on day one or on day two, I can't remember which it was, but you're entitled to play and miss.
Mm.
And you've just got to see through this spell of Potts. So he's going to have a seventh, but he's going to have to stop bowling at some point. You'd have to hope things get a little bit easier. Last ball of the over, Potts is in now to bowl to Bracey. It's outside the off stump and it's left alone by Bracey. Decent carry through to Robinson. 4 for 24 for Potts after his 6.
I wonder if he'll now have a breather after 6 overs. That's generally the combination of overs they bowl, isn't it?
Yeah.
Spells of 6, and here we're seeing a change at the other end. So Pretorius is going to come on and replace Ben Rain. So Rain none for 9 from 6 overs. That's really frugal, that, isn't it? None for 9.
Yeah. Could he?
Very tight.
Well, more than could easily have had a whip. He could have potentially had Hammond LBW, but certainly could have had him caught at first slip.
If Potts comes on again, or if they make a double change.
Looks like Carson but mid-off.
We've only seen Carson in short bursts of 4, though, haven't we? So could well be that Potts is back on in the not-too-distant future, or indeed they might turn to the spin of Parkinson. We shall see. Here's Michael Pretorius. Tries to York. Hammond, first delivery. I'm trying to think of a joke where I can get Organ in with Hammond's name, but I'm struggling.
Well, he did face Organ.
Did he?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, faced Organ both championship matches last year against Hampshire. Predictably, everybody got very excited.
It would be better if Hammond was bowling to Organ rather than the other way around. Pretorius right arm over on his debut from the Lumley end. He sticks out a hand as the ball bounces past him, but can't grab it, but it is stopped behind the stumps by the Durham skipper, Scott Borthwick. Ken Richardson's looked at Potts' stats and said, remarkable. Damo says, our clubhouse, which I think's in the Cambridge area, has a scoreboard memento of Jack Hobbs's lifetime stats because he learned to play in our ground as a youngster. His stats put my stats somewhat to shame, he says. Pretorius in again. Hammond drives. It goes up to Borthwick at mid-off. No run there. Sean questioning whether or not there might be a day off tomorrow. You want to email, it's weircricket@yahoo.co.uk, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or it's edcricket6, is it? Is that right? edcricket6. So there are 5 other Ed Crickets. I can't believe he was number 6. This one from Hammond played off towards short extra cover, no run there.
It's higher up the priority list than I usually am.
Yeah.
No, it's the surname. Just all the different spellings that are possible. No U, no E. U but no E, E but no U.
Could do it like T-line, outline. Pretorius to Hammond. It's played short to Potts at short mid-wicket, who pretends he's going to throw back at the stumps there. You wouldn't have done T-line, have you?
No.
Got up to about 120 words a minute shorthand when I was at journalism college, but I hardly ever use it these days. But what they do with T-line is you form words using parts of letters. So the A originally is the top triangle of the A.
Okay.
This is played again short on that leg side, end of the over. It's a maiden from Pretorius to start with. So it's basically an upside down V is an A, and then the C's just half of the C, and so on. And then you form words, but you don't generally put in the vowels, so the words are made up of consonants. So for instance, council, you would have C-N-C-L. Council. So that's how it would work.
I'm glad you picked council and not, I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Count or something.
Mm. So here is Carse into the attack as well.
Yeah, well, having said things might get easier, I'm not sure it's ever going to be easy facing Carse, but I guess at least he doesn't at the moment have 4 wickets behind him. Same field, really, for Carse as it was for Potts. 2 slips in the gully, and second slips, Sun Hat's just blown off as that ball was bowled. Carse to Bracey, who's forward in defence. Sun Hat's almost made it towards the third man boundary. Lees, I think it is, having to go off after that. Nothing he could do about it at the time. Another quite grey cloud has made its way over, but not bearing any rain. Not that that's going to save Gloucestershire, given the position that they're in. Carse is in to Bracey, who pushes down the ground, and a sprawling effort will prevent a single up at mid-on. Borthwick again in action. He's got quite a bit to cover there, because he's effectively having to do the job of a mid-wicket and a mid-on. So the on-drive's very much on for Bracey. He just didn't quite hit it hard enough. Carse starts his long run, and he's there now to bowl. And that's just nudged into the leg side by Bracey. Might have been a bit of pad in that as well as bat. Potentially a quick single on, but they decided not to go through with it. Glamorgan at Cardiff are 110 for 7 against Leicestershire. Wickets for Wright, Salisbury and Scriven. So Leicestershire second in the table, and Glamorgan are at the moment struggling rather. Bracey drives this next ball from Carse, which is up to the bat, and Bracey finds rain at mid-off. So much time lost there, but if you're wanting a result, then I guess getting bowled out for about 120, 130 is quite a good way of making sure that it happens.
Sam, the Durham press officer, sent me a list of 100 players from varying counties. I can't even read it, it's that small.
Carse steams in, he bowls, and Bracey again is in behind that one, turning it up the onside of the pitch.
You know, last year, Griff at Derbyshire was complaining that the Trent Rockets were meant to be the Derbyshire team as well, and the Leicestershire team, but there were no Derbyshire players in it. Very few Leicestershire as well. This year, Derbyshire have got Wayne Madsen, Zach Chappell, Leos Duploy and George Scrimshaw called up for varying franchises. Durham Markwood, Ben Stokes, Bryden Carse, Matthew Potts, Pastelator, Ollie Robinson and Nathan Souter.
This is a drive from Bracey, and it's gone quickly, flashed down to third man, and that will be 4. So a boundary to complete the over for Bracey. He's into double figures, on to 11. Gloucestershire 38 for 4.
And the deficit drops below 100.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire, Miles Hammond and David Payne have been called up.
Yeah, so I guess those are the final lists now, with the wild card picks in. Remember, John Turner was taken first. No surprise to anybody that's seen Hampshire this season. John Turner has been tremendous for them in that competition, and you'd think won't be long before he's a regular across all formats for them. Bowls with really good pace.
Pretorius bowling to Hammond from the Lumley end. It's played down into the ground near the stumps and then away safely on the offside. Sophie Eccleston's taken a cracking catch in the Ashes match. Looked like it was going way over her head. She leapt backwards and took it one-handed. Left hand, I think it was. Worth a look if you can see it on video.
I've just taken a third wicket as well, actually. Elise Perry gone for 41. Australia 107 for 3 in the 21st over.
Pretorius bowls. It's played back towards the stumps at the bowler's end and just past them. Picked up by Scott Borthwick. Just playing coming in quite low. Time of the day, is it 20 past 2? That'd be the Ryanair one again, do you reckon?
Probably. If it's going from Dublin, it's going to be a daily one, probably, isn't it?
Mm. It's a Jet 2 flight.
Oh.
From Skug, from Skegness, is it? Bowler comes and bowls to Hammond, that's defended.
I was in the mode of thinking that was the name of the resort.
Well, it's
Croatia, or
well, there you are. It's the code for the airport is SKG Skug.
Gosh, I'm trying to think where that could be. It's defeating me.
Would never have got that in a month of millions of years. There's a few Jet 2 flights all in a row coming in at the minute. That is in Thessaloniki in Macedonia. Macedonia.
Yeah, it's in Greece, but the Macedonia part that's in Greece.
Arguable bit. Next ball in from Pretorius, defended by Hammond.
I do remember on TMS actually, because they were talking about North Macedonia, because I think were England playing a game against them. I think it was in the Euro qualifying, and Jim Maxwell was saying something along the lines of, "What? Why did they not let South Macedonia in?" Yeah. I think, no, Jim, don't go there.
Yeah. The plane just in front of that one's on its way in from Agap. Glorious balls. It's clipped away down towards deep point, and a diving attempted stop from Clark, sliding along the rope. Couldn't stop it. That's 4 runs there for Hammond.
Yeah,
I've been to this airport and would never have had that down as its initials either.
AGP.
Yeah.
So again, presumably it bears no resemblance to the actual name of the city. Okay. Well, I'm out
that
then.
I can see. Malaga.
Right. Okay.
The airports are named after people, aren't they? So.
Yeah. Well, it might just be the locality.
Pretorius to Hammond. Oh, that spits up at him and he fends it away one-handed. Ball comes to rest just halfway back towards the stumps at the bowler's end. End of the over. 4 from it. 42 for 4. The deficit's 95. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Bristol. And the next flight, which will be coming over us in a minute, is on its way from Zip.
From what?
From Zip.
Zuf. Z. What? ZUF?
No, ZTH.
Oh, Zf.
That would be Zuf.
You said Zuf.
No, Zuf. Yeah.
This is really pleasant. Everybody to listen to, I'm sure.
Zakynthos.
Okay. Right. That one was a bit more gettable, I guess. Here's Carr starting his second over bowling, and again there's a bit of bounce there. Strikes Bracey on the splice of the bat, even though he was looking to come forward to it. Goes out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. There are 2 different systems of airport codes as well. You've got the 4-letter code.
Yeah.
And the 3-letter one. The 4-letter one has, I think, something at the start which tells you which country it's in, and then another couple of letters, and then there's I think one is ICAO and the other's IATA. Cast bowls outside off. Bracey lets it go.
What do they stand for? What?
ICAO, I think it's the International Civil Aviation organisation, I guess.
There's the Zakynthos flight coming over now.
IATA, International Air Traffic Association.
Air transport.
I think it... Oh, I'm going to look this up now.
Is this like the Judean People's Front and the People's Front of Judea?
Yeah, you're right. It is.
Are they right? They're rival brands.
You're right. It is transport, not traffic. Yeah. Carse bowls a bouncer to Bracey, who ducks underneath. It did leave the periscope up there, but the ball wasn't anywhere near the bat. Yes, I think something like that.
Andrew Allison in Beverley in East Yorkshire. Nice big racetrack there with a caravan site in the middle of it. And an abbey as well, from memory.
A racetrack with a caravan site?
Well, a lot of them do, don't they? A lot of them have, like Thirsk Race Course has got a caravan site on the middle of it. It's all, you've got all that land.
My mind was going towards sort of,
the horses jumping over motor.
Well, I was thinking of like a sort of Top Gear type, cars crashing into a caravan or something like that. Carse moves in, he bowls. Bracey guides away into the covers for no run.
He said it looks like both Lees and Potts are auditioning for an England recall. Great performances by both in this match.
You'd have to think that Potts is pretty unlucky not to have played so far, but Josh Tongue did an excellent job, and I guess they felt a bit taller. Not too dissimilar in terms of pace, maybe slightly quicker. Carse bowls on the leg stump. It's whipped away by Bracey out to deep backward square. They've still got those two fielders out on the leg side though, so it's just the single. Gloucestershire 43 now for 4, trailed by 94.
Chris in York says, tell your co-commentator, it's Ed, Chris, that I had exactly the same reaction to Jim Maxwell's South Macedonia comment.
Yeah. But it was quite funny, but he just sort of, because he brought it up a second time as well. It was very funny. Last ball of the over from Carse. He bowls now, and Hammond's had a bit of a flirt with that one before then swaying out of the way. I think he initially did move the bat towards the ball. It looked as if he did. See whether I was completely mistaken. Yeah, just a little flick at it, but he didn't really move the bat that far towards it actually before doing a turn round to look at the ball going into Robinson's gloves. So the end of that over, 43 for 4. An hour and 10 minutes to go until the fixed tea break, which I must say I rather prefer to when they move it all about. Still 63 overs left in the day's play. Not inconceivable that we may still see a result today, even if Gloucestershire do manage to make Durham bat again.
Doesn't look like there's any weather about to threaten us in the near future, which is good. Pretorius bowling his third over, none for 4 so far. Started with a maiden, driven by Bracey. Ricochets off Borthwick, short extra cover. Got a towel hanging out the back of his white, Scott Borthwick, and he rings out his left hand.
Nottinghamshire have been bowled out by Surrey for 399. How frustrating. Lyndon James got a 50 to go with his 6 foot.
Pretorius round the wicket to the left-handed Bracey. It's played back into his hands. He turns as if to throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Hammond's in his crease and is looking at him as if to say, what are you doing that for?
Will Young made 145 before Will Jacks told him he had to leave right now.
Dreadful. I was in the Durham team hotel in the restaurant when he made his debut for Durham at Chelmsford, and he had to sing a Will Young song. Ball played down into the ground. It loops back up. He's caught by the bowler, and he hadn't heard of him. He didn't have a clue who he was or what he was singing. He had to read the lyrics off a computer, off a phone.
So not to a 44-run lead.
When you when you mention Will Jacks, you see, my mind immediately goes to Tracy Jacks, the Blur song, which I heard at the weekend. That's been going round and round my head. Pretorius bowls and Bracey plays it. It bobbles out to Borthwick in the covers, no run.
I did contemplate when Jacks was out in the T20 earlier this season, for no reason other than just to see the look on Mark Church's face, to say, and it's time to hit the road, Jacks. But I don't think that would have gone down very well. That would have come across as something which I don't really like to do on commentary. But it might have been worth it just for Church's expression.
Oh, that's left alone, and it skips through really low. How close was this to the off stump? It was a good leave. Wasn't too close. Angled after it passed. Saw an article on the BBC website this morning suggesting that 1 million people attended events in London last week, and it mentioned Springsteen at Hyde Park, and Billy Joel was there as well. Blur at Wembley for 2 nights, and a few other gigs going on. Massive numbers. Last ball of the over, the 17th over. That's played out to cover once again. No run there. Bit of a leading edge, and Bracey checks his bat. And that's another maiden from Pretoria. So 2 of his 3 overs have been maidens. And here another train flying through Chesley Street.
Yeah, there was just that one scoring shot, wasn't it? There was a cut shot from Hammond which went just past the dive of the fielder running round from point off Pretorius, and this is exactly what you want, really. Even if they're not going to take wickets, and if they keep doing what they're doing, Pretorius and Carse, you feel they will, but they are going to mean that there's still quite a few runs for Gloucestershire to get to make Durham bat again when Potts comes back on to bowl his next spell. Carse is into his 3rd over. As been mentioning, he's tended to bowl in 4s. So past potentially the halfway mark of his spell as he bowls, and that has been edged by Hammond wide of gully and will go down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Lee's at full stretch, couldn't get across to that one.
There's a thick edge from Hammond. See whether he got a bit squared up by it, but he's having the usual kind of post-mortem. No, it's not really. In fact, it's almost the opposite. He's stayed really quite open. Then yeah, it's skewed away wide of that gully, and Hammond gets a boundary. 49 for 4. Hammond's on to 17. Carse moves in. He bowls to him and beats Hammond on the outside edge. Neil Mallender. I love Neil Mallender as an umpire because he's one of those umpires that just doesn't care about showing his reaction to a ball out there. Gunnar Gould was the same way, and Mallender just put both his hands on his hips after that one. He's probably quite glad he wasn't facing it himself. A nice piece of bowling from Carse, full angled across. Hammond didn't follow it with the hands. In comes Carse to bowl to Hammond, and a forward defence out into the covers. I also missed the fact that the edge was a no ball. I was too busy watching the replay. So 49 for 4. I think Carse and Goodman are the only 2 bowlers to potentially to bowl no balls in the match. Carse. No. Rain and Potts actually both bowled 1, but I'm not sure whether those were for front foot or for height. Carse had 5 in the first innings. Goodman, the only 2 in Gloucestershire's innings. Carse bowls to Hammond, who comes forward, hoping for some sort of a quick run into the offside, but he's actually timed it too well up to Rain at mid-off for that to happen. Derbyshire still batting at Hove against Sussex. Derbyshire are 391 for 8 in reply to Sussex's 402. Something's going to have to happen quite quickly in that game to change where that looks to be heading. Century for Brooke Guest, and the New Zealander Henry Shipley has taken 4 for 124 from 25 overs. So plenty's been happening when he's been bowling. There's a back of a length delivery outside the off stump from Cast, which hasn't got up masses, and Hammond sort of dropped the hands on it, but to start with, it looked like he was going to have to get out the way quicker than that. Goes through to Robinson.
Mr. Bracegirdle tweets, wicket, incredible. For the second time in the match, Brett Hutton gets Rory Burns LBW for naught in the first over. Surrey on for one, trailing by 44.
Trouble for Surrey. Trailing by 44. Cass in bowls outside off. Hammond watchfully lets it alone. It's another no ball, that one I have seen. So that's the 50 up for Gloucestershire, which has come at some cost. 4 wickets. Charlesworth 1. Price next to go for 4. Dent for 1. Rulofson for 11. All to Potts, with the first 3 being bowled and the last being caught behind. There's Ben Rain going here.
Still trailing by 86.
Obviously, I think that's
was a funny delivery that from
Cass.
It was a funny delivery that from Cass. He started this over the no ball, which went for 4. Then there's another one there, and as the umpire called no ball, he sort of froze halfway through his follow through, and was immediately heading back to his marker.
Cass bowls full. Hammond drives out into the covers. It's fielded there for no addition to the score. He's going to give himself almost a 5-over burst.
Australia women 128 for 3, halfway through their 50 overs.
And they pulled that back in terms of run rate. Seemed to be flying along early. I mean, the first over of the game, I think Kate Cross went for 10, in addition to getting the wicket of Alyssa Healy, or Elisa Healy, as I think we're supposed to call her. As in comes Cass bowls. Hammond again has a little bit of a flinch at it, but then leaves it alone. End of the over. 8 runs have come from it. Gloucestershire are 51 for 4, trailing by 86. Yeah, it's Elisa Healy, and then it's Megan Shoot, not Megan Shoot, which is another one that's quite hard to say. Get your head round saying it that way.
Megan's more of an American pronunciation of it.
Megan? Rhymes with vegan.
We had friends in Houston who had a granddaughter called Megan, but it was spelt Megan. 51 for 4 on the BBC. Martin Emerson and Ed Seaborn with you here. Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Bristol. 61 overs left today if the weather holds. Pretorius round the wicket bowling to Bracey. That stays fairly low. Bracey plays it away back to the bowler. It's raining in Canterbury. It's too far south. Northants batting again at Northwood against Middlesex at Merchant Taylors. Now 87 ahead, but that is at 145 for 2. Kent in their second innings, after watching Warwickshire make 549 for 7 declared, are 136 for 3, so they're still 242 behind. Pretorius to Bracey, the ball played back along the floor to him. He can't quite snatch it. This runs beyond the stumps, and Graham Lloyd at the bowler's end, the wicketkeeper, tucking his head into his shoulders just in case there's a throw back in his direction. Somerset 500 exactly. Hampshire 176 for 8 in Taunton. And got an innings break now in Blackpool. I've lost that scorecard, it's disappeared.
Yeah.
Essex 282. Lancashire all out for 145. Next ball played up to mid-on, and Cass collects it, and Bracey goes for a quick single. Where else have we got stuff going on? Sussex at Hove made 402. Derbyshire 394 for 8, so that's neck and neck, that one. The Yorkies made 407 at Worcester. Worcestershire 124 for 6, so Yorkies on top there.
They're back out there now after a delay over lunch.
Bowler comes in. Angles it in right towards the base of middle and leg, played away by Hammond. No run there. Who's SLCP? Is that Sri Lanka?
SLCP.
They're playing Pakistan.
Sri Lankan Cricket President's 11, is it something
Right.
like that, potentially?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
I can't see that on... I've got a different scoring system.
Just wondering what the CP was. That was all. Pretorius to Hammond. Hammond plays the ball down into the ground safely and back towards the bowler.
See, India and West Indies will begin Test match in Dominica, which is a really pretty
island,
ground. It's a ground where you've got both mountains and sea visible when they do those aerial shots of the ground. Looks like a really gorgeous place to go and watch cricket.
Pretorius, that's flicked away down to fine leg. There's nobody there. It's going to be 4 for Hammond. He moves on to 21. 56 for 4. The deficit drops to 81. Dominica, I'm just trying to think which islands there that's in.
I think it's
Windward or Leeward. It's got a Portsmouth as its capital, whereas Montserrat had a Plymouth.
Yes, that was the one that was involved in that
we've been
eruption. Yeah, have you?
Oh yeah, fantastic place. Yeah, got the hydrofoil across from Antigua, and took us on a guided minibus tour around the island. There's certain parts you can't go in because the volcano's still active. It's still spewing out stuff all the time.
Soufriere Hill.
Yeah.
Carse is into bowl, and Bracey gets on top of that one and drops it down into the ground out towards backward point.
It erupted on the 23rd of July, I think 1995, which was my dad's 50th birthday. And the reason I know the date is because we went to a museum and they showed you a film of it all in the museum. So that day we were actually watching REM at Slane Castle in Ireland. Meanwhile, the people of Montserrat were being told to leave their homes.
Carse bowls is driven aerially by Bracey, but he's picked the gap between mid-off and extra cover, and it won't go to the boundary. It's another slide from Ben Rain, and 2 more taken. 58 for 4. Board's already moved up. Bracey onto 15.
It had been dormant for a long time. And then one day somebody noticed some steam coming out of a rock in some sort of farmland and called these geologists in, and pretty quickly there was like, this is active again. And then within a matter of just a couple of weeks or something like that, it wasn't very long, it was everybody get out of here, and then it exploded and rained rock down on all of the island, and the airport disappeared under tons of rock. And
here's Carse, he moves in, he bowls, and Bracey's gone forward for a ball which beats his outside edge. Robinson takes Borthwick's hands, went up at mid-on, but to no avail in the end. Actually, Dominica was...
It's just north, well, Dominica's just north of Martinique, and south of there's St. Lucia. Yeah.
I did try and learn all the order of those, but it's left me again. But apparently it was Leeward Islands until 1940, it says here, but now it's a Windward Isle. In comes Carse bowls. That one does stay down on Bracey, but he's done well to get into a low position to cover it. And although it ran off a thick edge down to gully, it was along the ground.
When you're out there and you can see all these different islands from each other. So in Montserrat, you were looking up towards St. John's, and they're just huge rocks in the sea, in an arc, and they're all just created by volcanoes. Curves right the way around through towards the British Virgin Islands in the end, and Puerto Rico. So Barbados is actually quite south.
Yeah, it's a bit out on its own, isn't it? Carse delivers his next offering to Bracey. It's outside the off stump. Bracey's not tempted into a shot. Yeah, I don't know if I could pick one Caribbean island to go to. I'm not actually sure which I would choose. There'd be a few up there.
It'd be nice to go and see a cricket match at St. Lucia, because that looks like a lovely ground.
Yeah, I think St. Lucia would be one of the islands that's up there. I'd want to go to a mountainous island, I think. Well, not one of those It's quite, I mean, I think Antigua's quite flat, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got the highlands in the middle, but I mean, it's just sort of rolling roads, really.
Cast bowls, Bracey's forward, positive move forward, looking for a run, but he's played it straight to cover, and they've seen off another over from Cast, so that is 4 overs gone from him, and we'll see whether that means Potts comes back for another burst, or whether there's spin. All sorts could happen. 58 for 4. Gloucestershire's total after 20 overs, pardon me, of their innings. 79 runs is the deficit. Bit of a conference between the umpires there. I don't think it was likely to be anything too alarming. The light is fine. I think it's going to be anything to do with interruptions or anything like that. Yeah, so I think, yeah, St Lucia would be up there. Quite like to go to Nevis, actually. I think you take the ferry
Nevis
across
and
from
Kitts,
yeah. It's another island that looks, it's sort of, you know, really old world Caribbean type feel to it.
Start of a new over as Pretorius bowls to Hammond. Ball played short to the cover area, no run.
Not those, you know, sort of new build hotels where it's all about the beach and nothing else. I think get the impression that Nevis is rather more as things were. No, Adrian Thomas will probably be on soon telling me Barbados and nowhere else, but there we go.
Hammond forward to this one, plays it back. It's a length ball, a middle stump to Pretorius. Words of encouragement being shouted by Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper. You hear him clapping as well. Comes in and bowls. Oh, and it's an edge from Hammond. It's gone down towards Fagan, third man for 4. Pretorius standing with his hands on his head. Bit of a false shot, that one. Looked it from this angle anyway.
Seems whoever bowls from the Lumley end at the moment bowls without a huge amount of luck. Actually, it was more along the ground than I thought initially. It was just quite a thick edge in the end.
Jamie's shouting to Graham Clark, "You don't know what you're doing."
I thought that was what he said. I wasn't sure if I was hearing things.
Oh, shortish ball, towed down into the ground. It bounces over leg stump and goes down towards fine leg for 1. And again, Pretorius hands on head.
Oh, bother in Afrikaans. Yeah. He's played that shot a lot in his career as Hammond, that pull shot, but it's just really kind of all hands. It's a pull shot that he plays really without kind of going forward or back.
Next ball in, an edge. Oh, and a brilliant take from the keeper at full stretch, and that's the end of Bracey for 15. He dived a long way across to his left there, Robinson. Got his hands just underneath the ball at full stretch in front of first slip. And Durham have taken another wicket. And a little bit of resistance from Gloucestershire after they found themselves 24 for 4. Comes to an end, 63 for 5. So 39 added there.
That was a really good catch from Robinson. I think he maybe took it two-handed and then took one hand off as he slid to help make sure that he held on to the ball. But I think one of the things that made it an especially good catch was just the fact that the ball did seem to be dipping on him. So he had to get down very low to take it. And Pretorius was absolutely pumped after that. They do.
Well, he came close twice that over, didn't he?
Yeah, the frustration of the previous two deliveries being let out there, but they do like their wickets. South African bowlers, I mean, that's obviously every bowler does, but there seems to be something about South Africans in particular that you sort of think of Steyn with the huge chainsaw celebration. Often tend to be rather vocal after their wickets, and why not? It's an important one for Durham because partnership had built a little bit. Obviously, it's not a position of danger for them by any means, but I would have liked to have broken that partnership as soon as possible, and they've done it. 39 put on.
Well, the other thing is they're not even halfway yet to clearing out the deficit, and the deficit was only 137. 63 for 5, so they're still 74 behind. Zapagoa is the new batsman. He's another left-hander. And Pretorius comes round the wicket and bowls. And this ball is played back up to the bowler's end, and that is the end of the over. So 5 runs from it, but more importantly, the wicket of Bracey.
And things don't get any better for Gloucestershire because the man taking his sweater and cap off is Matthew Potts. So he's going to have another burst. See if he can potentially try and rattle through Gloucestershire's lower order / tail. Really, any hopes of some remarkable turnaround, I think, really have gone with Bracey if there were any hopes. And take a wildly optimistic Gloucestershire supporter, given the way things have gone lately, to have had those hopes. But now it really does feel as if it's just a matter of trying to salvage something and at least avoid the innings defeat. Hammond on strike. As Potts bowls to him, inside edge, and it's gone away down fine on the leg side. Robinson will field it, and Hammond will get a run out of that. He did not know where that had gone. 64 for 5, so the deficit's 73. Very hard to see us coming back tomorrow now, assuming we don't get interruptions later on, but pretty much every forecast that I'm looking at is suggesting if there is rain, it might come quite a bit later on rather than in the near future. England have taken a 4th wicket in the Washes ODI. Talia McGrath dismissed for 24 by Alice Capsey. Potts into bowl to Zappa, who works that one out towards deep backward square and will get off the mark with a single. 65 for 5. So 149 for 4 Australia. Capsey, in her, having completed now her 3rd over, that wicket falling off the last of it. 3 overs, 1 for 9. So got that innings run rate of Australia's down below 5. Taken 4 wickets. England needing to win 2 of 3, but not lose any of 3 if they are to pull off what would really be one of the most remarkable comebacks in a series that you could wish to see, given the task at hand. But they're going about it the right way the last few matches. Start and a stop from Potts because short mid-wicket wasn't quite set. So the gully's come out and short mid-wicket is in. Potts bowls to Hammond. Hammond lets it go outside the off stump. Potts wheels around with hand to face. Can probably anything you can get away with not playing at, though, is worth not playing at. See, Essex and Lancashire are off again at Blackpool. Lancashire having just avoided that follow-on, being bowled out for 145, but Essex are already 0 for 1 in their second innings. Potts bowls to Hammond, who plays a delicious extra cover drive to the boundary for 4 runs. Does look so good when he gets it right. He moves into The 30s on to 31. Gloucestershire are 69 for 5. And that does now pass the halfway mark of the deficit. 68 runs behind. Just a fraction overpitched from Potts. And Hammond seizing upon it. Here comes Matthew Potts. He bowls to Hammond. That's on leg stump, flicked down to long leg. And that will add one more onto the total. Hammond to 32. Northamptonshire are building something before that rain delay at Merchant Taylor. Sam Whiteman and Luke Proctor. .63, Proctor 41. But Emilio Gay's off injured, so I guess at the moment looks like they're effectively 3 down. Zappa has he's tried to drive that one away, and he's driven it into his leg by the looks of things to end that over from Potts. Was not the most secure shot. His front foot not moved towards the ball there as he looked to drive. Over's done, 57 left in the day's play, as cloud really does replace sunshine at the Riverside. I almost think probably later on it might be more bad light that's an issue rather than rain.
Start of a new over from Pretorius, and this ball from Hammond is cut out through to the covers towards point for 1.
Mark Halliwell on Twitter pointing out in 2021 Gloucestershire won 8 red ball games out of 14 since then, including this game. Gloucestershire have won 2 of their last 23.
Zappa go on strike. Pretorius round the wicket. It's down to fine leg. He's got an inside edge in a way. I think Pretorius thought he'd got his man there, LBW. He got onto that one late. It's 4 runs though.
2 wins coming in the last 2 games of last season. I'm sure nobody will want me to point out that they would have won had they had one more hour at New Road this season and were on top at Derby as well, but it's just been one reason or another, really.
Next ball is defended by Goa, rolls out in the offside.
I didn't realise you'd taken a picture of your beef curry.
Yeah.
Taken it from quite a shallow angle.
Yeah.
Really close-up examination of the food.
Pretorius to Goa. Ball cuts in and is jabbed away by the batsman back to the bowler. 1 bounce. A little bit of cloud knocking around out there, but nothing threatening at the moment. Bits of blue sky on shore as well. The Gloucestershire flag seems to be pointing in our direction, which suggests the breeze has moved around to a more sort of northwesterly one.
Yeah, it does seem to have shifted quite a bit throughout the day.
3 o'clock news is currently on Radio Newcastle, so there'll be an update coming there in 3 or 4 minutes or whatever. Changes to fielding positions. Potts was at point. He's been moved to slightly forward square leg, and Clark's dropped a slightly backward point. Pretorius round the wicket. Goa flicks this through mid-wicket along the floor. Lees is running up the boundary on the Castle side of the ground to try and cut it off. His hat flies off his head. There's an umbrella up at the far end of the ground there. There's a couple of umbrellas gone up, actually.
Yeah, the ground staff are standing about on the other side of the ground.
Can't see any rain.
Pointing about, but yeah, I don't see it in the trees. There must only be 1 or 2 spots.
Last ball of the over. Hammond leaves this one from Pretorius. He's on 33, Zaffa on 8. And 78 for 5. Gloucestershire in the second innings trail by 59. So they have actually gone past the halfway stage now.
I've just seen that Sophie Eccleston catch.
Yeah.
Good grief. One-handed, left-handed. She bowls left-handed, but she bats right. So I'm assuming it's not her natural hand. Potts then to start his 8th. Still at least wandering into his position at short mid-wicket. And that was another inside edge on that. And it's crept down towards long leg from 1. Inside edge is getting a bit of a workout off Potts' bowling of late, 79 for 5. Comes Potts. Moves in, he bowls, and again it's a bit of an inner half of the bat from Hammond up towards mid-on. There is no run. Possibly having been moving it away from the left-handers in his first spell, Potts has decided that he's going to try and swing it back in his second spell.
Well, that would be nice from a Durham point of view, and it's Matthew Potts who could do it for them, because he took the first 4 wickets today, bowled Charlesworth, Price and Dent in his first 3 overs for 1, 4 and 1, and then had Rulofson caught behind for 11. Since then, James Bracey has been caught, an excellent diving catch by the keeper low to his left off the bowling of Miguel Pretorius for 15. Potts was having a breather at that point. He's now got the ball back in his hand again. So Gloucestershire in a mess here. They are 79 for 5 in their second innings. They trail Durham by 58. Miles Hammond has 33. Zafakoa has 9, but these are the last recognised pair in terms of batsmen for Gloucestershire. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. Update for the news. Tea's meant to be at 340, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, what if they get to 8 down?
Well,
then it goes back half an hour, doesn't it?
You've got...
And then they could get to 8 down, nearly have the half hour done. Then they get to 9 down, they go on again for another 15 minutes.
Potts bowls to Hammond, who strikes it away into the covers. Stopped there by Parkinson. There's no run.
That happened to Durham at Derby a couple of years ago. Nobody could quite understand when they were going to come off, and then just at the point where they were eventually going to come off, the final wicket fell, which confused quite a lot of people as they kept adding extra minutes in here and there. But
there can be curses, those extra, extra half hour or whatever. You actually would rather just go off sometimes as a bowling side. Potts in, bowls, Hammond jabs down on top of that ball in defence, and another Potts over has been negotiated. 79 for 5. 4 for 32 for Potts from his 8.
If you look at it, it's about, say, half an hour to tea, slightly more than half an hour. So, 35 minutes? That's maybe 9 overs, 10 overs. So that would be a 34 over session. I'm just checking. I thought it was raining there. Which would leave quite a long final session, wouldn't it? If they go off, say there's no more wickets or whatever, they go off at 20 to 4. They were trying to have two more or less equal sessions, one of 40 overs, one of 39, but you could end up with a 34 over session plus a very long one at the end of the day.
Yeah,
which would actually be, I would imagine, advantageous to a Gloucestershire point.
Yeah, I mean, they tend to go at it equal in terms of time, but it never works out that way, does it? But potentially things might speed up a little bit more now with Parkinson coming into the attack.
Matt Parkinson then, he's going to bowl leg spin from the Lumley end, right arm over, and go forward to this one, plays it down into the ground and safely on the offside. First innings, he took 3 for 59. Bolton originally with his twin Callum, who he played against at Leicester a couple of weeks ago and who will be coming here next year along with Colin Ackerman. Balls again, that skids through low and is played away by the batsman. Sun's just gone in here. It's a little bit overcast and gloomy at the moment. A cut shot from Goa there, off towards deep point 4-2. Rain jogs around in front of the pavilion, picks the ball up near the pavilion steps.
I think what you really want to see, though, with all due respect to Zafar Gohar, is you want to see more of the Hammond versus Parkinson battle. He bowled at him a long time at Old Trafford last year as well, as that first innings where Hammond hit him a couple of sixes before getting out.
This one's defended by the Pakistan international. Next delivery round the wicket, and just played safely short on the leg side there. Breezy day. Not too cold, but there was a little bit of a draft coming through our window earlier, so we did close it. But there's still a few people I can see in T-shirts, and generally jumpers are the order of the day rather than coats. Parkinson once more bowls, and that's played up to Jones at mid-on, 1 run. And he'll keep striking at the end of the over there. Zafar Gohar, he moves on to 12. This partnership is currently 18. It'll be 19 now.
I was mentioning that game at Old Trafford last year where Parkinson bowled to Hammond quite a lot. Hammond batted for 154 deliveries in that second innings there as Gloucestershire came within, it was 3.5 overs of batting out the final day. An attack consisting of Anderson, Hassan Ali, Saqib Mahmood and Parkinson. Parkinson bowled 38 overs. Here's Potts starting a new over, and again it's kind of inner half of the bat really from Zafar Gohar. Potts not impressed. Zafar gets a single, 83 for 5. Parkinson 38 overs, 10 maidens, 3 for 79 on that occasion. He did get rid of Zafar in that second innings. Jared Warner batting for 119 balls from number 10. He did get close that time, saving it. This is whipped by Hammond, wristily, but straight to short mid-wicket for no run. Big cross that he's missed out on a scoring opportunity there. Every so often Potts has pitched one right up and either been driven or clipped away off the pads. I mean, just doesn't really care about pitching the odd one really right up. It gets the batters playing shots and can just drag one back maybe and get a wicket. Not this time. Hammond is wise to it and stays a little back before playing it up towards mid-off. Potts being made to work a little bit for the 5-wicket haul. 4 wickets, 1 in each of his first 4 overs. Dispensed with a deep point for Hammond, and Potts has gone past the outside edge there. Perfect line and length for this surface, really. There's always been something seemingly to be had out of bowling around about the top of the stump's height, but again, that ball's done a fair bit. It has swung from, I mean, it looked as if it was going to go towards about middle stump, and it swung to fourth stump. Potts in now to bowl to Hammond, who's put the last delivery out of his mind and comes forward to play it up to mid-on for no run.
Looks like they're going to try and get back on at 3:15 in Blackpool. Essex none for one in their second innings after bowling Lancashire out for 145. Essex made 282 in their first.
There's events worth talking about at Hove. Potts is in, Hammond little squared up, but he pushes it out towards cover to end the over. 83 for 5 remains the score. And Gloucestershire trailing by 54, but Sussex have already lost 2 wickets, having just a 5-run deficit to overcome, and they're 1 for 2. Lackmal and Thompson getting the wickets of Clark and Alsop, respectively. Derbyshire in the end, 407 all out. But Sussex are all of a sudden in trouble in a game which you would have thought most likely would be a draw the way it was going.
Still raining at Merchant Taylor's. Andrew Radd, the Northants commentator's just put a picture on dark skies there.
I don't envy him in that.
Little tent thing. Little marquee. This is played by Zafagoa out through short mid-wicket to Borthwick. No run there. Got a little blue grandstand in the corner there with a roof on, so that's the place to be, I think.
Is it raining?
Yeah. I've not been to that ground.
I mean here.
Is it raining here? Yes, it is. This is defended by the batsman. Too short leg.
The umpires had a look at each other, but like I said, they're going to try and
write
this out.
Just a little bit of drizzle coming down now. Go playing this towards 0.1 run off Parkinson. It's just a little bit of drizzle. Very, very fine. Nigh impossible to see with the naked eye. It's coming in from over the back of us, so difficult to know how big the cloud is and how threatening it is. The ground staff are up off their seats. 2 spots of rain hitting the window now. Parkinson in, and flights out right in towards leg stump 2. Hammond, who taps it away towards long leg for 1. Pretorius collects it. Don't think it's going to take them off this. It's just one passing cloud, I think.
I mean, you'd have to think that the umpires have a perfect view of what's coming, so that has to affect things. Mallander's sort of waving his arms as if to say, well, keep going.
2 balls left of the over. Oh, they're appealing for... What are they appealing for? They're appealing for caught behind, I think. I think the... difficult to see from the camera angle because the umpire's hat's in the road, but they were absolutely convinced there was something going on there. I wasn't sure initially if Parkinson might have been appealing for LBW, but everybody leapt up to celebrate. Keeper, I think, is of the opinion that was caught behind, as was Graham Clark at short leg.
Zaffa was busy telling everybody what happened.
He's still telling the keeper what happened.
He's telling him he hit the ground, I think.
Parkinson in again. And that is dabbed away to short leg end of the over. The naming convention's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I would see Zafagoa and Goa as the surname, but on the scoreboard he is Zappa rather than Goa.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, it's a bit like Waka rather than Eunice, and Yeah, I'm just.
Can you think of any others?
Well, yeah, well, there are, you know, you think of Yunus Khan was never really known as Khan, it was always Yunus. Muhammad Yusuf was more Yusuf, but then that's a different kind of convention anyway. So, yeah. I think it's well, I mean, I think it's more just personal preference as much as anything, and I've always known him as Zafar as the kind of name that he would like to be used, because he also puts it on his shirt as well, puts it on most of the systems. We've got Ben Rain coming into the attack from the Finkel end, and immediately he's driven neatly by Hammond out to deep cover for 2.
Potts only bowled 3 overs there. So his first spell, he took 4 for 24 after 6 overs, and now it's 4 for 33 after 9. So 3 runs and over there in that 3 over spell.
They are back out now at Blackpool, and Essex have lost another wicket. 0 for 2. That's quite a lot of wickets now for not very many runs. There. You wonder how much moisture there is about in the pitch. Rain into bowl. Hammond has to get down low for that one. He gets down into the sort of squat position. Gets it up to mid-off. Now what's going on here? Graham Lloyd is having a word with Matthew Potts. Pardon me, Neil Mallender. Mallander's standing there staring at him with his hand on his hip. And now he's giving him quite a talking to here, is Neil Mallender. Along the lines of... Now what is he doing? He's motioning off to somebody else as well. Because we're ready to resume. I'm sure if there were some words exchanged there, but... Anyway, we'll carry on. Rain bowls to Hammond. It's full. Flicked away 2 Potts at short mid-wicket. He'll knock it down. There's more now going on between Neil Mallender and... Is that Alex Lees at extra cover? Some quite animated conversations.
Dan says his full name's Zafagoa Khan, but in Playfair it's just listed as Zafagoa.
Yes, I remember some of those systems put him up as Khan, just because that was the last name available. Rain bowls, struck on the pad. Didn't look to have too much going for it, that one. Neil Mallender gives it not out, so I didn't think it was...
Interestingly, he stepped quite a long way across his stumps there, Hammond.
Well, yeah, well, they saw something in it which wasn't immediately obvious from this angle. It was obviously, given that we're at mid-off, it's going to look more leg-side-ish than it was. Fair bit happening out there all of a sudden. Spice to proceedings. I think Rain tried to give it a bit of the celeb appeal.
There's a few umbrellas gone up, actually, and they're not coming down.
Still very faintly drizzling.
Well, the sun appears to be trying to make a return now. It's not raining.
It's going across to short mid-wicket. Been at short extra. Rain approaches round the wicket to bowl to Hammond, who's well forward and prodding this one to Borthwick mid-off. Neil Mallander's sort of he's got the air of a kind of a constable patrolling the streets at the moment. What's going on here? Just having a look around and a turn round to Borthwick after that one. This is down the leg side from Ben Rain. Quite a slow delivery, which then skipped in front of Robinson, who took it. Hammond couldn't get bat on it, and the end of that latest Rain over. 7 overs for just 11 runs. He's bowled. Gloucestershire are trailing by exactly 50. Hammond 36 leading what resistance there has been. Though he was put down on 6. He's found at least temporary support in Zafar Gohar.
Parkinson then over number 29 coming up. And then be 50 left after this. Right arm over. Goa plays this to mid-off, no run.
Can really hear the noise in the field now. Coming over the fax mic.
Parkinson bowls. Lumley end. Bit of air in that one. And it goes back through his legs from the batsman. Next ball in. It's gone to fourth wicket, mid wicket, no run. On the floor, that one. Jamie's excited. 87 for 5. Parkinson bowls. Big stride forward to defend this one from Goa. Goes for a little walk off towards square leg. Parkinson in again. Oh, and he looks to cut and he gives up on the shot and it hits him in the back and there's an appeal for LBW. Not out. What happened there? Changed his mind mid-shot, didn't he?
I thought it struck him on either the back or the glove in front of the pad, but if
it's come back in an awful long way from outside of off stump. Awful long way.
It has turned.
Maybe he found that foot all again. Last ball of the over, and a big stride forward to defend that one again. Meet it on the bounce. End of the over, then it's a maiden from Parkinson. 87 for 5, still 50 behind.
He's got himself in a fearful tangle there as Zafar. He does like to play that cut shot off the spinners to balls which are quite full. And if one just rips like that one did, then it's quite a lot of trouble. Must have been very close if it had struck the pad. I can only imagine that Graham Lloyd's decided that Zafar did get some bat on it. Fielder's running out towards the leg side boundary. 2 men out. And still that short mid-wicket in place with Rain attacking Hammond from round the wicket with a slip and a gully. Bowls him a loopy bouncer, which is going to be no balled. Banged right into the pitch and just trampolined on Miles Hammond. So 2 runs on to the total, 89 for 5. Gloucestershire trailing by 48 runs. Just having a look back at Zafar's season, his top score of 53 made against Derbyshire. Rain bowls to Hammond, flicked away towards fine leg, drifting too far down leg that time was Rain. That'll be 190 for 5. Made that 53 in what was some considerable lower order resistance in that Derbyshire game and built quite a considerable lead from a position where it looked as though things were only going to be even after the first innings. Zafar 53, Matt Taylor made an unbeaten 57 in that match as well, but not quite the form with the bat this year from Zafar that he had last year. He's facing up to Rain and blocks it away out into the covers for no run. No time like the present for another one of those battling Zafar innings. He made quite a habit of it towards the start but also middle part of last year. Key half-century in the first game of last season against Northamptonshire. Got runs in the second innings against Yorkshire. And my score last year was an 81, made at Chelmsford. That's worked away towards mid-wicket this time by Zafar off his hip. An innings actually in a position not massively dissimilar to this, with Gloucestershire going down in that game, thrashed by Essex, but Zafar saved some blushes, even though Essex did end up winning just about by an innings still, but Zafar gave Simon Harmer a few things to think about. In comes Rain to bowl to Zafar, who's well forward and playing very correctly out into the offside for no run. Some more aerial activity. The latest flight heading into Newcastle Airport. I have to get my own flight tracker up because Mr. Emerson has left the room. It's time for me to mess with his notebook again. Draw a little smiley face right next to Matthew Potts' bowling figures. Outside the off stump from Rain, Zafar's not going to have a play at that one. Ah, that's the Heathrow flight. Landing early. Sun has returned, so that shower really didn't amount to very much at all. And it's another one of those ones where it's quite hard to see actually where it came from. It just seems to have vanished into the ether as Rain again tries to tempt Zafar into a shot outside the off stump, turns in annoyance again. 8 overs for 14 for Rain now. He's looking an angry man out there, is Ben Rain, or at least a frustrated one. He did the same in the first innings before getting his reward right at the end with those 2 wickets. He got Zafar in the first innings and then got Goodman 2 in 3 balls to finish that innings with the second new ball.
Just been downstairs. There's quite a bit of weather just passing behind us, so we've got away with that. It's quite dark at the back of the media centre. Parkinson in sunshine here at the front of the media centre. Bowling to Hammond. It's a full toss down the leg side, and he plays that out to deep mid-wicket for 1 to Lees.
Ooh, Australia now 193 for 6. Couple of wickets for Lauren Bell. It's got rid of Gardner and Sutherland.
Next ball in, Goa drives up to Jones at mid-on.
Beth Mooney's made a half-century, but some key middle-order players who've been dismissed by England. McGrath, Gardner, Sutherland. It feels like one of those is coming off every time at the moment, but not today.
Next ball in. Played up to mid-on. Target for Gloucestershire now is to get back into the dressing room at tea without losing another wicket, and then continue to chip away at the deficit in the final session of the day. Driven by, this time to mid-off to Bryden Cast. No run there. There's all of tomorrow, remember, as well. The Met Office reporting weather for Friday as this is tapped towards Clark. It hits his instep at short leg. An unseasonably deep area of low pressure crosses the UK on Friday and over the weekend, bringing the risk of heavy rain and thunderstorms. The low will also generate some large waves along the coasts, accompanied by strong winds. Parkinson in. This is turned out through deep mid-wicket for 1.
Are they also forecasting a deep depression over the Shire?
Maybe. Paul says, with thoughts turning towards tea, I've been inspired by your lunch. Tillage chicken masala in a pan. Tillage. What's tillage? I've never heard of tillage.
Tillage?
Yeah.
No.
Don't know.
Is that a brand name?
It's a bit village, but I've never heard of tillage.
Tillage, tilling the soil. I've got a clue. Rain to continue. There's a short leg in now for Zafar. Rain bowls to him, bowls him back of a length, and Zafar makes sure he drops the hands on it. Robinson's gone to the floor again to stop that one.
Has there been something contentious from an umpiring decision momentarily?
Well, there was the Zafar.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there were a couple of incidents, weren't there? There was a court behind appeal which was turned down where Zafar said he hit the floor, motioned with his bat on the ground, and then there was the LBW, yeah.
Mervyn says Durham don't expect favours from umpires, and it's just as well because they don't get any.
Rain balls. Oh, that's got to be close. Shout for leg before wicket, and again it's turned down by Neil Mallender this time. That one looked full.
Ooh, I don't know why that's not being given. He thinks it's going down the leg side, but everything about that looked worth appealing for.
You can see all three stumps, can't you? I know. It's off angle.
The camera's at an angle of about 10 degrees.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be seeing it. You wouldn't be seeing on probably more than that. You wouldn't be seeing all three stumps that was behind the umpire.
No, fair point. It does look as if it's moved a fair bit, though. You go up because it's so full. Rain to Zafar, back of a length. Zafar stands tall, blocks it away out towards short leg. Sure, that'll improve Ben Rain's mood. If he's not got a wicket by tea, I'm not sure I'd be coming near him with my cucumber sandwiches. Be flying up in the air, I think.
The only thing I can think is it's pitched low, whether or not it's considered he is going down the leg side there.
It looked to me as if it swung late on him. But yeah, again, it's not straight behind the bowler's arm, so it's not really a fair test. Rain bowls. It's another ballooning bouncer. I think this one's just going to be one for the over rather than being a case of no ball.
I think it hit front and back pad, though.
Right. You must have your quality setting higher up than me.
Mm. Well, is that your own laptop?
Mm-hmm.
It's quite an old-looking one, isn't it? Or is it just because you never clean it?
Well, it is quite old, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's just the handle to wind it up on the side that gives it away.
Rain bowls to Zafar, who blocks that one out into the leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket for no run. No, it's survived a few battles over the years, this laptop, including, as you'll see on the bottom, when last year the battery swelled up and caused the thing to shut down during a Western Storm game at Bristol. That wasn't particularly fun, much as I tried to make light of it, but thankfully they replaced the battery, but the casing's still got leftover swelling. That's down the leg side from Rain, and very well taken by Robinson. Saved himself some buys there. Zafar tried to help it away.
So where was it? Just on a table outside?
Yes, it was sitting on, well, it was in the Sky Flat at Bristol.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a massive sun trap, really hot day.
Yeah.
Storm versus Sparks, and it's been about
Sparks were nearly
July time. Yeah, well, yes, exactly. Battery just blew up. And then, actually, quite nicely, it told me that I had 320% battery remaining. And I booted it up.
Goes just down on his knees, sorting out his gloves as Parkinson starts a new over from the Lumley end. Hammond down the track to a full toss, plays it up to long on for one. Well, from a Gloucestershire point of view, you'll have to be happy that you still only 5 down after the start. They had 4 wickets in the first 4 overs from Matty Potts, and then Miguel Pretorius getting bracy. That was in the 21st over, but we're now in the 33rd. There hasn't been a wicket since, so a good partnership is developing from these two. Go down the track, he top edges it and he's out. That's an awful shot. And Bryden Carse takes the catch down on one knee at mid-off and nearly dropped it. And I don't believe in the commentator's curse, but there's a prime example of it right there. What on earth was he thinking of there? That's going to be tea. And absolutely no need to play that shot. He's looking back at the scoreboard to see if there's going to be an action replay. Dreadful shot to a really poor ball. Just skied it up in the air, leading edge. It almost didn't reach Carse at mid-off. He went down on one knee to take the catch and thought for a second it was going to bounce away from him.
Absolutely bizarre piece of cricket. I mean, it's the second wicket that Parkinson's got in the match with a full toss. Skipped down the pitch and then, I don't know, it's almost, I mean, which part, do you reckon that's come off the leading edge, or it's almost as if it's, I mean, it must have come off the leading edge, but the back of the bat is facing the bowler for quite a bit. It's just turned massively in his hand. I think he was looking to go over mid-wicket, and he's somehow managed to skew that to mid-off, and well, the end,
15?
Yes, the end would appear to be nigh, really. I'm not quite sure if you're Miles Hammond exactly what you do now. I mean, I guess he's got to trust potentially Shaw and Taylor, but to be honest, Hammond might as well just, after that, if he's still there, might as well just go for it, because he's, yet again, it's the second time this season at least where he's just completely run out of partners. Same thing in that first innings at Sussex. You know, what a hideous way for Gloucestershire to end what has been a session to forget.
Right, well, they're 44 behind now, and I was just saying a decent partnership have developed. It was 30, and there didn't look to be any problems whatsoever, and then he went and played that shot and got himself out, threw his wicket away. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospectors now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Sean, who's going to win the Ashes, mate?
I think England are just going to be too strong. Home soil and just the momentum they've got behind them.
I think England will win the Ashes this season. I think the brand of cricket that they've played over the last 12 months under new leadership of Ben Stokes, I think just might edge the Aussies.
Yeah, my first Ashes memory, probably Alan Border wearing the 4X Castlemaine hat back in the 89 Ashes and celebrating the win. That was pretty cool. And then obviously Shane Warne doing the balcony with the stump was pretty awesome as well.
I was a big fan of Brett Lee and the way that he went about his cricket, so he would be up there.
Yeah, look, I think home at cricket is like in England. You kind of think the traditional, you got Lords, you grow up and you've got the Ashes being played in England. I kind of remember that more than the Ashes played in Australia.
I mean, it's hot in Australia that time of year, I suppose, over the summer, so it's different cricket, where over in the UK the weather can chop and change quite a bit. I certainly enjoy the build-up in England a bit more.
Alex, on our long coach journeys to away games, who's someone in the team or dressing room that's going to liven things up on the long trip?
There's one man and one man only, and they sat with us on this couch, riding cars.
I like to bring the energy and make those journeys feel a little bit easier.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region.
But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the north for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
So then, welcome back to Chesley Street for the third and final session of day 3. Will this be the final session of this match between Durham and Gloucestershire? Because Gloucestershire are really up against it now. They're 44 behind, 6 down in their second innings at 93 for 6. Parkinson bowling here. First ball is defended. And the new batsman is Josh Shaw, who can bat. What time is it? It's next ball, played a short extra cover. Where's the time? 2 minutes to 4, so still 46 overs to go and 2 deliveries. Parkinson bowls, Shaw defends. Next ball comes in from Parkinson, and Shaw pushes it upfield to long off for 1 to Michael Jones, and is off the mark. Keeps strike as well at the end of the over. So the over complete, 2 runs from it and a wicket. Parkinson has taken 1 for 9 in 5 overs, so he's been really tight with his bowling.
It looks like it's time for another Cars burst then to start things off from the Finkel end. 4 overs for 15 in his first spell. Say 46 overs left of the day, but something tells me we're not going to be getting all those. And it's not because of the weather. Shaw's got a short leg and a leg gully to contend with, and 2 slips as Cast bowls to Shaw, who drops it into the ground on the leg side. Borthwick jogs up from mid-on to do the fielding. So Shaw, who was out for 16 in the first innings, hit a pretty easily struck 6 off Parkinson, hence they've decided to go with the fielders back on the straight boundary for Parkinson. Cast bowls full to Shaw, digs it out up towards mid-on, but Shaw was out to Cast, flicking one down the leg side in the first innings, so going straight to short ball strategy, which I quite like, really. You know, they can all hold a bat. Shaw, Taylor, Actor and Goodman, there's no question about that, but there's a difference between that and facing 85 plus miles an hour and in short. Cast bowls to Shaw, who prods forward rather unconvincingly. It goes out towards short leg. The ball didn't go in the air, but equally wasn't a great deal of security about that one. He's just going to have to ride it out somehow. Keep Cast out for a few overs, and maybe you might get some full stuff to face, even if it's still going to be somebody like Potts coming back for another spell. Cast is into Shaw, who's hopping a little as he plays that one right up the centre of the strip. There is no run. So nearly finished the first innings now down at Bristol. Australia 249 for 7. First wicket for Sophie Eccleston, getting rid of Jonathan for 30. So all the bowlers have got a wicket. Here's Cast bowling a bumper, and Shaw ducks it, and it moves on Robinson, who then has to go into the dive away to his left, and he's just motioning with his glove. It started to go sideways on him. It's quite a breeze fluttering the trousers and shirts out there. Trees are swaying about much more than they have been today. Breeze has got up quite quickly, really. Cast is in and Shaw's up onto his toes, plays it down into the ground, and it's a maiden from Cast. It's his first maiden over, but Shaw's got through that particular attempt from Cast to try and bounce him out or get him caught somewhere on that leg side, or at least rough him up a bit. 94 for 6, Gloucestershire trailing by 43.
Bit of a delay before the new over begins. Got Potts at first slip, Clark at short leg, and Hammond on strike, and a dipping delivery from Parkinson played up to long off to Rain. 1 run. Time is at 4 minutes past 4, so update for Radio Newcastle shortly. Parkinson again. One edge from short, gone down to short third man. Pretorius picks it up. 1 run. Deficit drops to 41. Big question is, will Durham have to bat again in this match? It's a beautiful sunny night now, but there was some pretty murky stuff just drifting around the back of us earlier. Hammond plays the ball back from Parkinson up towards long off for 1. Picked up by Rain. It's very sunny. I'm going to have to stick my sunglasses on indoors, I think, actually. That's something I'm pondering at the moment. Ponder. Update time. Yes, Gloucestershire did make it to tea. They started their second innings 137 behind and were soon 24 for 4 as Matthew Potts took a wicket in each of his first 4 overs. He bowled Charlesworth for 1, Price for 4, Dent for 1, and then he had Rulofsson caught behind for 11. After that, James Bracey fell to the bowling of Mikhail Pretorius for 15. Great catch from the keeper, and Zafagoa threw his wicket away right on the stroke of tea, lobbing a full toss from Parkinson to Bryden Carson mid-off when he was on 15. So they're still batting, but they are still 40 behind at 97 for 6, 44 overs remaining in the day. End of the over. I'm not sure there was another run after I started announcing that one. I'm going to open the window. It's a bit warm.
Yeah, fair enough. For some reason, I had those 2 statements following one on from the other somehow, and I couldn't quite make the connection. But yeah, I've been in a t-shirt for a while, so you wouldn't mind a bit of fresh air. Hammond will get a go at Cast. We'll see whether they desperately want to bowl at Josh Shaw enough to drop any more fielders out towards the rope. They've got a deep point.
If you look across at the ground staff there, they're all sunbathing now in shorts and t-shirts. So Stevie, one of the lads, has been putting the covers on, so he's gone through 3 pairs of trainers today and had to change his clothes 3 times as well because they've been absolutely soaked.
But I thought you had to be in shorts as a member of the ground staff. Cast bowls round the wicket to Hammond, who plays correctly up the offside of the strip. It's fielded at mid-off. You know, you've got to have those shorts on at all times. And I thought, trainers, I don't know. I thought it was more kind of some form of boot twitch.
Well, he's in wellies now.
Yeah, surprised. It must have been quite squelchy out there after that downpour we had. The blotter was certainly getting a lot of water up. Cast bowls full and down leg side. Hammond can't get a leg glance away. Taken by Robinson. Ripple of applause for his efforts behind the stumps. He's been pretty flawless back there. There's Robinson with the gloves.
Mark's asking, how much can Durham win in prize money if they win the division, and does promotion have an impact on the level of players they can attract? I don't think there's much in prize money and nominal fee. And the players they can attract depends on how much money they've got in their kitty, I suppose.
Carse running in, he bowls to Hammond. Hammond will get a single out to deep forward square, so Shaw's going to have to get his eye in with the shorter stuff again, you would feel. 98 for 6.
Damo's saying, as part of some chat on the county championship, I was told the ECB track the speed of all bowlers for each ball across the season. Is this true? Can someone confirm? Well, the umpires are now wearing cameras, which is basically for ball tracking purposes rather than disciplinary issues. So that's probably what somebody was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, last year they had that kind of that speed gun that they were taking around the grounds. Carse bowls. Has he got something on that flick there? Sure.
I heard something through
by Robinson. Yeah, it seemed like it did touch something. Maybe it was just pad rather than, or maybe even hip rather than bat. See if I can have a look back at it. Either way, Robinson's done very well there. In fact, yeah, it might have been bat, but short of him. Something on that, and then it's just died on the way through. Umpire Malander having a look at Carse's front foot landing area. Carse bowls now to Shaw, who's turned it straight to short leg. So the short ball strategy works. Carse gets his first wicket. And as short leg catches go, that was one of the more simple ones. It was coming at him at a nice height, right into the breadbasket. Not as quickly as a lot of them go there, even though it was straight off the face of the bat. Shaw is out for 2, and Graham Clark, the catcher, Gloucestershire, 98 for 6, still behind by 39.
Could be an innings defeat, this one. They're dropping like flies. And as you say, I mean, he didn't have to move a muscle there, did he? Graham Clark was just straight into him. It was like one of those Sabutio cricket fielders, you know, the little hoops between the legs. And
happy days.
Well, they are, in theory, until your middle daughter beats your older daughter, and then there's bedlam. And then you ban them from playing it for the best part of a year.
Yeah, okay. I guess
get along.
That's where not having siblings, I guess, comes in. There wasn't much competition, really. Oh dear. Well, you certainly can't blame lower order for getting out to short pitch, quick bowling. I'm not sure that Carse has done yet either. Matt Taylor in his sights now. Is that another helmet being brought out, or whether it was... Oh, there's a substitute fielder who I think was on, and Pretorius is jogging back into his position at mid-wicket, or is he going to go? Maybe out to the boundary, actually, by the looks of things, at forward square leg. So Taylor on strike, and he's facing up to Carse, left alone. Having to trust the bounce there was Matt Taylor. I think that might have gone over the top of off stump. Certainly wasn't far past it. Successful over there for Bryden Carse. So Taylor is off the king pair, but still on the pair.
Lowest score for Gloucestershire against Durham, 132 all out in Chester Street in 2002. They made 174 here in 2019, but won by 6 wickets. So that's something to think about.
I don't think I'd rather, actually. I'll let you do it.
In comes Parkinson, and this is drilled down the ground and away for 2 by Hammond. He was on a 44, fielded by Rain. Useless Durham stat says 50 first-class wickets for Durham at Chesley Street for Bryden Carse. The 100 runs comes up for Gloucestershire.
See, again, I'm not sure that's useless, though.
Parkinson bowls. Hammond returns the ball to him.
Oh, what do you do if you're Hammond, as I was saying before too, really, you know, there's every chance you're going to be running out of partners fairly soon, but you'll get criticised if you hit one up in the air and get caught, so you can't really win either way.
Hammond down the track to defend this one. Just going to check that car stat.
Are you doubting useless Durham stats?
It's always wise to check these things.
It's true. Ooh, leg slipping now.
Next ball is swept out towards mid-wicket for 1 by Hammond.
Jamie's got some advice for Bride and Cast over there.
.50 it is, yeah. That's pushed away for 1 run. So he's bowled 10, caught 36, LBW 4.
How many catches at short leg, though?
And Hammond comes down the track to Parkinson and drives us back over his head and away, 4-4. That is the end of the over. 35, the deficit now 102 for 7, and Hammond moves on to, it's gone up to 106, sorry, so deficit drops to 31. Hammond moves on to 49.
There was nowhere for a single there. They brought everybody up, and Hammond turned it into a full toss and hit it. Yeah, I don't think he really had much option there, and it's not really much point kind of completely farming the strike in this situation. So Cast to Taylor. If he takes another wicket or two in these next 2 overs, you wonder if he'll be getting in the captain's ear to say, I'd quite like a spell a bit longer than a 4-over burst, please. Taylor's going to get a quick single here. He's played that quite nicely, actually. He's stood up tall and got on top of the bounce and found a gap for a single. So that will bring Hammond up to the striker's end, 107 for 7.
Didn't get any wickets in his first-class match on this ground. That was against Durham Union 2016. Then took 2 against Somerset at the start of the 2016 season. Had a few 3-fers and a 6 for 36 against Leicestershire in 2019. 5 for 49 against Warwickshire 2 years ago.
There's a leg slip going in for Hammond as well. It's the 1 slip and the leg slip, no short leg. Cast bowls to Hammond, who'll flick away through mid-wickets and bring up another half-century. It was put down early on 6, but you've got to make the most of such lives. It's another cursory flick of the bat towards the crowd. Sure, he's not feeling in particularly celebratory mood. It's a 50 off 82 balls with 6 fours, and he deserves a lot of credit for sticking in there whilst everything else was falling apart about him.
Useless Durham reckons 2 catches at short leg since 2020. I don't know how you would do that.
Just making it up. Cast balls to Taylor. Oh, he's almost in danger of getting in too tall a position to play that one, but he did manage to get it down into the leg side, picked up by Borthwick.
Hall says, I'll get this in now, as we could be finished in 5 minutes, but it's been a pleasure listening over the last 3 days. Thanks to all on commentary, and he's included you and Ash Thorpe in there. Rob Bush was with us yesterday as well. Marcus North on day 1.
It would just mean you. There's Borthwick going here. Looks like we've got another helmet for him.
I was just thinking about
going to slip, and it's going to be bedding him under the helmet.
If this is to finish fairly early tonight, I'll tell you what I might do. I might drive you along the seafront of South Shields so you can see Marsden Grotto and the beaches and the cliffs.
That
suit a lighthouse.
That does sound like exactly what I would need.
Pathway Books and Country.
We're going to have a silly mid-wicket with Beddingham going in under the helmet, close on the leg side. Cast bowls down leg side, and nothing on that from Taylor. Again, Robinson has to go into the sprawl. Fielder at leg slip there was thinking he might have to stop it himself, but not quite. Hammond down for a punch of the gloves with Taylor.
Bonus points wise, as this round of matches goes on, Durham have increased their lead at the top of the table to 38 points. That's now over Sussex, who have 101. Leicestershire third at the moment with 95.
Cass steams in now. He bowls to Taylor, who's trying to drive, and again he's jumping a bit, and so it's actually come, I think, off the Q end up towards extra cover, picked up by Ben Rain, and there is no run.
Looking at the fixtures, Durham are away at Derbyshire next Wednesday, and then they've got that game in Scarborough the week after. Then it's the one-day cup, and actually in September last year there were 4 rounds of matches. This year there's only the 3, so there's a week off in September, it looks. So this is match number 9. Just 5 to go.
Graham Clark's, or somebody has decided Graham Clark should go and stand at silly point. So we've almost got the Scott Boland field for what England had in the Ashes, as Taylor plays a flat-footed drive back up the pitch, but he's got through that over from Cass. And Gloucestershire 108 for 7, 29 runs the deficit.
Durham win this today, they'd have a 54-point lead tonight.
I was going to say, I was wondering what. No, that's over 2 full point victories then, ahead of everybody else. Are you planning your trips to the Oval and Edgbaston, etc. already?
I never plan anything.
Hotels lined up.
Yeah. 108 for 7, Parkinson to Hammond. Hammond cuts the ball nicely out through the covers for 1.
I turned it down.
Oh, they have, yeah. Strange. He obviously doesn't fancy Matt Taylor's longevity value. Parkinson again, bowls. Hammond meets a ball at more or less a full toss. Comes to play it as it's about to hit the deck. 1 run out to the cover. So why not take the run off the last ball, but then take the run off this ball?
I don't know. I can only think maybe he was tired, or he might be tired of just taking 1 off 1 ball. He might actually like to see a couple of balls. I have no idea.
Next ball is defended by Taylor.
I guess the danger is if you just take a single off the first ball of every over that you just don't face at all. I don't know. It's the only logic I can come up with.
The sun is shining brightly here in Chesley Street, and what's happening here? Bringing Beddingham in as a silly point. Got Clark in as a short leg. Potter's at first step. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Cass is coming to mid-wicket. Borthwick short extra cover. Parkinson jogs in past the umpire and bowls. And an edge. Oh, it's just gone underneath. Potts at first slip from Taylor and runs down towards third man for 1.
He tickled that very softly. I thought it was heading straight to slip off the bat, but it just trickled wide.
$110 for 7. Parkinson with a quicker delivery. It's played back past him by Hammond. Down towards long off for 1.
He's become the leading run scorer for the season for Gloucestershire in this innings as Hammond overtaking Harris.
This ball drifts down the leg side and is played by Taylor into the left shin of short leg Clark. That's the end of the over, no run. 111 for 7, still 26 behind.
In fact, actually, it might have been in the first innings. This update's live. 6th half century of the season for Hammond. So you do see the criticism level that there are a lot of 50s not converted into hundreds, but it's amazing how you look back at 3 innings where he finished with an unbeaten 50, 2 on absolute roads last year, and then that one this year where he finished 87 not out, and there has been more than a certain amount of bad luck involved there, and you could add this innings here where he's seemingly running out of partners as well. This is creamed by Hammond through the covers, but not past the fielder who's fairly deep at cover, actually. I mean, there's an easy single, really, if he just drops it away out into the offside. And in fact, even after that one shot, the fielder's going to go all the way back to the boundary. So there is a slip and a leg slip, and now those are the only fielders saving the single. Even 4th wicket mid-off is pretty deep. Cast bowls. Hammond clips that one fine. He'll get 1, and that's all. So single, second ball of the over again. Hammond up to 53, and Gloucestershire are off Nelson. Should be great relief. 112 for 7. They trail by 25. So helmets are reached for. Fielders come up. As much as it's not at all nice to be facing, it is always good to see somebody bowling short and quick to the lower order. There's something happening every ball. This time it's struck Taylor, I think, probably towards the thigh pad area. Hopefully it was on the pad itself and didn't miss the padding. I think it, by the looks of things, the way he's adjusted that thigh pad, it was off that, down towards second slip. Traffic's beginning to hum on the road out there. People making their way early back from work on a Wednesday. Then comes Cass, bowls to Taylor, pushed back up the surface, and Cass is leaning forward, having a look back at him. Wonder if this will be his last over for now. He really is limited to 4 over spells. And if so, who do you go back to? Is it time for Potts? Try and hunt the 5-wicket haul.
Pretorius?
Pretorius would be another option.
Borthwick?
I mean, almost anyone could bowl, really, couldn't they? Let's be honest. In this situation, with Durham being in such a position of strength and having so much time left. Cass is going to switch to round the wicket now. Field doesn't change too much, although leg slip just takes a couple of steps finer with the angle. Here's Cass bowling to Taylor. It's a very short delivery. Taylor does get the head out the way, but the umpire signalled it a no ball. So it's 2 runs. Not sure Taylor would be too disappointed, actually, if that had been called a legal delivery. It would just been one fewer delivery to have to face, but it's going to have to re-bowl it. Deficit is 23.
There's a swallow flying round outside.
Is there?
Don't think I've seen a swallow here this summer. One doesn't make a summer.
No, I was wondering if you were going to say that. I was contemplating it myself, but Thought perhaps not. Cast is into bowl to Taylor. It's a full ball, and Taylor plays it out towards mid-wicket.
There's 3 or 4 of them there.
Oh yeah, I see. Yep. Soaring away. Neil Mallander's got the teapot out.
They don't land on the ground, do they? Can't, on the birds, if they land on the ground, they can't get back up again.
Is that the same with swallows? I knew that was the same with swifts, but yeah.
When I was a kid, we used to go to holiday regularly to mid-Wales, and we had a little dinghy that used to go on the river out the back of the house, and there was this lovely section of river which was quite deep but flat calm.
Cast goes in, bowls to Taylor. It's another full ball, which Taylor blocks up towards Rain at mid-off. And that is the end of Cast's 8th.
And they would all come flying in a line, sort of east to west, coming downstream, and there'd be eating midges on the way down, but then they would fly right in really, really low, open their beak, scoop up a bit of water and fly off again. Very clever. Ben Folkes, 500 career catches. But not in the England team. Hammond, 53 from 87. He's on strike. And Parkinson bowls to him, and he plays this up to mid-on.
Could pick quite a decent batting lineup just out of the wicket keepers that aren't in the England side, really. I mean, given what we've seen from looks of Rue and Robinson, I guess you've got Billings at Kent, who's played Test cricket not that long ago. Simpson.
Parkinson to Taylor. Looks to play through the leg side. He's played and missed there. Appeal for LBW, but it's too high. So you could see the stumps there. That's the other camera at the other end, and it was going down the leg side clearly.
Bracey's played Test cricket. Chris Cook is probably England qualified by now. He's been a terrific servant for Glamorgan.
Next ball dabbed short on the leg side.
Phil Salt, of course. Mention him.
Next ball played into the covers by Taylor, no run. Parkinson's going to come round the wicket now. Right arm round. Looking for those foot marks. Ball dabbed away just down fine leg, no run. It's Beddingham who's fielding in there as a leg slip. Goes to retrieve the ball. Look, it's in it again. Last ball of the over. That's defended. And that is the end of the over. So they're still 22 behind.
There's a ridiculous recovery operation going on at Taunton by Felix Organ and Kyle Abbott. They've now put on 118 for the 9th wicket. Organ's 60 from 171, and Abbott's got 66. So it may not be enough to avoid the follow-on, but it's certainly eaten up a lot of time out of that game and put more overs in the legs of Somerset's bowlers, who are probably going to have no choice but to enforce the follow-on and try and take the second 10 wickets. Must be incredibly frustrating knowing that there's only Mohamed Abbas to come. It is Potts then to resume the bowling from the Finkel end then. It was just the 4 overs for Carson. His first ball's played respectfully by Hammond up to mid-on. So Hammond wanting the strike. Was Neil Mallander giving a warning there?
Didn't see.
Go back and have a look at that. Potts bowls. He's trying to slow a ball outside the off stump.
Slow Yorker.
Hammond just left it alone. Didn't want to have anything to do with it. Potts is grinning on the way back to the mark, and Hammond helpfully signalled the fact that it was a slower ball to Matt Taylor. I think he might have not been able to work that out. I'm not sure what Neil Mallender was doing. I think he might just have been chucking something off the pitch. Potts bowls it short. Hammond's gone after that and pulled it high in the air over mid-wicket for 6. So he got a ball which was on the kind of length and line that he tends to like to swing leg side. And I don't think he can have any problems with Hammond looking to play a few shots now. He's on to 60. It's his first 6 of this innings. Gloucestershire up to 121 for 7, trailing by 16. It was the line of that short delivery as much as the length of it. Just right there to be swung away. Here's Potts bowling to Hammond. It's full, and Hammond digs it out back to the bowler. He's able to stop it.
Bernard's emailed. He says, I expected more resistance from Gloucestershire than we've seen today. Durham should win this game today, and deservedly so. Great commentary as usual, and enjoy a potential day off tomorrow.
In goes Potts. He's to the crease now and bowls, and Hammond plays a late forcing shot out towards backward point, but it's stopped there. It's a very odd looking shot. It's like a sort of bunt at the last moment.
From the verb to bunt.
Don't see enough bunting. Potts in, and Hammond repeats the shot, and this time he's got exactly what he was looking for. He's found the gap at cover point and has hit it away for 4 runs. He's got a very individual way of going about things, does Miles Hammond. I'm not sure you'll see that shot from too many other people. It worked. Gets 464 to him now, 125 for 7. Most would just kind of stand tall, get foot to the ball, and all in one motion as the wrists stroke it out through the covers. It's a short, sharp motion to the ball. And he's got 10 runs off that over. Potts 4 for 43 from his 10. Gloucestershire behind by 12.
Parkinson bowling this first ball here to Taylor, who's on 3. And the ball is just pushed safely out under the offside. Comes in again now and bowls. Taylor back into his crease, plays the ball back along the track to the bowler. It's just greyed over again now, hasn't it? The sun's gone in.
And that comes to us all.
36.4 overs left today. Parkinson in again. And Taylor forward to that one, plays it to Lees at point. But again, it's just a dot in the scorebook. Jogs in, bowls. At the moment, Taylor's dealing with all these quite nicely here. He's defending 4 balls in a row. As Parkinson races through this.
I was going to say.
Over. There's only
4
2
balls,
left.
I felt like about 2.
Comes in. And that one's pushed to backward point to Pretorius. Another dot. Last ball of the over.
I wonder at what point they decide that they're just going to go with pace at both ends.
Parkinson 1 for 24. 1 maiden in what's about to be 10 overs. He's brought in a second slip. Right arm over, Lumley end. Taylor plays it down into the ground and it bounces into the hand of David Beddingham at silly point. Maiden from Parkinson, and he was through that in about 40 seconds there.
That is one thing to take into account. Perhaps, I don't know that, the over rate I don't think was in the minuses, but it would give something to play with. It's just, I'm afraid, way too small on that board for me to be able to read. It looks like something 1, but I'm not sure whether it's minus or plus. Where are those binoculars of yours?
I would go minus for that. Yeah, minus.
That's minus. Well, there we go. There's the reason then. Better keep him on for a bit then. Especially if they need to have another spell with 2 seamers on. Seems unlikely that the word need really has to come into it. Here's Potts then bowling to Hammond, who'll flick it fine. I think it's going to be a leg by, and Neil Mallender will extend the right leg. But they've taken the single first ball of the over, so Potts is going to get a go at Taylor. 26 for 7, the deficit 11. Word of advice from Hammond towards Taylor. He's got a bit, it's grade over. It's not the most incredible visibility that I would want to be facing some fast bowling in. It's nowhere near being bad enough to go off, and, well, Taylor's made sure that he's not facing it because he's glanced it down fine on the leg side and gets a single. He's 4 now from 27 deliveries. 127 for 7. You have to just kind of get the impression, really, that if you're thinking to the 4 wickets that Parkinson's taken in the match, and he got that one to rip that got rid of Bracey, but really, as long as people haven't been looking to attack him, it has only been those very few deliveries which have done that much. This is a full ball from Potts, and Hammond's timed that one nicely through mid-wicket, but it's well stopped out on the boundary by Cast, right in front of the majority of the spectators who are in the ground, and saves 2 runs from 29 for 7. Hammond up on to 66. Potts continuing to allow Hammond the odd ball that he can tuck into. He's tried to do the same there, and this time he's missed it, but so has Robinson. The ball's dribbling out towards the boundary and will go for 4 byes. Sure, we could really fault Robinson there. It's kind of too quick for him, and then it was another one of those ones which looked like it dipped on him too. 133 for 7, so Gloucestershire trail by 4. Not going to make any further comment. We know what'll happen if I do. In comes Potts. He bowls. Hammond drives. It's looking shot, but picks out Pretorius at cover. It's a rather rude sounding motorbike. Because it wasn't us after the curry. Right, so everybody's going to come up. No, only Point's actually going to come up. There's still the deep square back. Last ball of the over. Potts bowls. It's a slower ball down the leg side, and Hammond has, I think, turned that on its way. No, it's leg by. Potts is inquiring as to why that wasn't out, but I think he was basically the only one to go up with the appeal. So Hammond has kept the strike. There were 6 extras from that over, and it's 134 for 7, with the deficit being 3, and it will indeed be Parkinson to continue. I guess with the over rate being as it is, it kind of has to be.
Oh, drop of rain just landed on my arm there, I think, through the window. They've avoided their lowest score, have they? Yeah. This is played away. They Hammond up to wide, long on for 1 off Parkinson. So Durham on the verge of having to bat again here. Definitely felt some rain come through the window there. There's nothing on the glass though, is there?
No, I was wondering if it had just blown off something.
Oh,
up there,
maybe,
but-
yeah. Dripping down off a puddle on the roof. Could have been. Parkinson in. And that's in the air. It's going to be safe. It's over the top. I think it's going to be safe. Jones can't get there. Racing up from mid-off, chasing it all the way up towards the boundary, the far end of the ground. It bounces in front of him. So Durham will have to bat again because the scores are now level. So it's taken 44.2 overs and 7 wickets to get level. Parkinson's next ball pushed to Beddingham at Silly Point.
Yeah, it's not really much to shout about, but I do at least have to credit Hammond in particular for getting there.
In comes the bowler again. That's a full toss and dips quite late on the batsman. Played up to Jones at mid-off.
I'd love to know the speed of that one. It looked like about 35 miles an hour.
It's more sort of wrist spin, isn't it? The way he brings his hand round. I want a medium pace delivery there, but more stiff-armed.
It's looping it right up. Why not? Because Taylor, for the most part, hasn't been tempted into a big shot.
Email entitled Weather from Stuart Manger. This is defended by Taylor, who's on the 6th end of the over. He says, weather is travelling northeast from Sedbergh. Serious nastiness. Get Gloucestershire out sharpish, he says. What the radar's showing at the minute. We've had delays this morning. There's been nothing this afternoon.
This is saying rain. Well, it says rain from 5, but it's nothing. The actual.
What are you looking at?
Stuff. I'm looking at my Meteo radar thing again. It says
the Met Office says nothing.
It looks as though the worst of it is probably hitting more towards 7. The Met Office, I've got 50% at 7 as well. Potts is in to start a new over to Hammond, who struck on the pad, looking to work around it. Looks as though that one just stung, despite the padding.
On the Met Office radar, it's suggesting the rain that's heading this way is coming south from the northwest across Cumbria and Northumberland and down into Durham
Rain
later on. Yeah.
Wow.
So you're saying from...
First time for everything, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's Scottish weather.
Scottish. Here's Potts. He bowls, and Hammond's got that one away very fine. And he's going to come back for a second run here. He's going to have to be quick. The throw comes in. If that had hit direct from fine leg, Hammond might have been a goner. He would certainly have been safe if Robinson had whipped the bails off, but a direct hit might have had him in trouble. It's not the longest throw from down there. 139 for 7. Hammond is on to 69. I think it'll be all right for a bit. It's almost more a question of light than rain until that point. Hammond on drives. It's a terrific piece of fielding by Potts off his own bowling. Absolutely launched himself down onto the pitch away to his left. I think there was any chance to be able to get down to that one.
Pure reflexes, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's terrific athleticism. Yeah, well, he's an athlete. You just look at him. He's finely honed, if that's the right word. In goes Potts and bowls, and Hammond flashes this one away down to third man and picks up a single. So gives Taylor 2 balls of this over to face. He'll move on to 70. Gloucestershire's lead is 3. 3 for 7. The usual rigmarole of fielders going for helmets, although it's actually going to be the 1 close catcher rather than the 2, so that's a minor victory for Matt Taylor, potentially. Just the short leg rather than having the 2 men under the helmet. 2 slips. Potts bowls to Taylor. It's full. Taylor gets down on it and pushes it up the pitch. So he certainly seems to have made up his mind, Taylor, that he's just going to try and dig right in here, not worry too much about run scoring. Hammond can take care of that at the other end, the way that he's been playing.
Gone on 42, these two, which is the highest partnership of the innings so far.
Potts bowls a bumper. It's knocked down into the leg side. Taylor was wondering about a single, but Hammond's not interested. So the over is completed. Lead is 3. There are 33 overs remaining in the day's play.
Who knows? Gloucestershire may well bring us back here tomorrow. This partnership continues. I have been back a number of occasions in recent years where 1 wicket has been needed on the final morning.
Right. Joy of joys.
The game at Bristol, well, they were 6 down overnight, weren't they? And then they've got the 4 wickets right on the stroke of lunch on the final day.
In my defence, I wasn't there for that one, but
it's no excuse.
It was something like that, 6 or 7 down, wasn't it?
$181 for 6 at the close on day 3. Trailing by 245, bowled out on the stroke of 1 o'clock. Pretorius into the attack to replace Parkinson, so Durham going for pace at both ends now. First ball is dealt with by Hammond, who plays it off towards mid-wicket.
Yes, must have had the word from the umps that the over 8 was back level, even though it still says -1 on the board, but they don't always update that.
Got 3 men in catching positions on the leg side boundary here. Right arm over to Hammond. Hammond plays it back to the bowler once again.
Either that or they're living now and paying later. I think break the partnership and then worry about the over 8.
Next ball from Pretorius off the thigh pad. And, Hammond sets off for a single and changes his mind and tells sends him back to the other end.
I think it's fair to say the people over to our right look cold. Huddled up in coats. You can see a sort of woolly hat even out there.
Ball is played away off towards the backward square leg for 2. For 1. Throw comes back in. And that is the end of the over, is it or not? No. Everybody's switching around. It looks like the over's finished, but there's still 2 balls to go according to the scoreboard. Everybody seemed to be walking elsewhere there, didn't they?
Yeah, I suppose it's partly because Taylor's not faced Pretorius yet, so sorting out the field.
Got 2 slips and a gully. In comes Pretorius and Taylor pushes it towards point and will get a single. Pretorius is disappointed that he's got it. He looks really angry there.
It's almost like a minor tiff between him and somebody behind the stumps who told him he didn't need a fielder there or something. I don't know. Everybody's got to switch around again, which doesn't really help the over 8 either.
Last ball around the wicket to Hammond. He drives and it's away over through the covers. Might go for 4. It's not going to go for 4. It's died in the outfield.
Booned it.
Yeah. Had a lot of top speed. Hit it in the ground and then it looped up in the air with a load of spin on it and then just came to rest on the outfield. End of the over.
I mean, if you say he scooped it, people will bring in mind the sort of ramp type scoop, but there he has effectively scooped it over the offside. A strange looking shot. It was hard to tell whether it was one of those that he just timed, just from this angle, that he timed so well that it just flew over extra cover and was going for 4, or whether it was the other club that he brought out. Are you going to get Flight Tracker up for that one, or
that's a there?
Or
well, it's a train I can hear, not a plane.
Can hear automobiles as well.
Yeah.
Potts bowls and Taylor pushes forward. Again, he's examining the toe end of his bat. Rain does the fielding up at mid-off.
It's got a red tail disappearing into the cloud.
Organ and Abbott are still going and within sight of a second batting point for Hampshire. Potts is in, it's a full wide ball, and Taylor has laced a cover drive through backward. Laced a drive through backward point for 4. It's not really a cover drive if it goes through backward point, mate. That's the 50 partnership. Yep. 31 contributed by Hammond and 11 by Taylor, but certainly in terms of actual contribution, just the fact that Taylor has stayed there with
70
Hammond,
balls.
It's been so important, at least just to avoid the humiliation of the innings defeat, and Taylor's going to pick up more runs here. That's a cover drive. Yes, it went through the covers and up towards the cover boundary. And 2 runs taken. The 150 is up for Gloucestershire, and Taylor moves up to 13, as does the Gloucestershire lead. And then there's been an appreciative crowd here at Chesley Street throughout the match. Appreciated watching Durham thrash Gloucestershire. In comes Potts to bowl to Taylor, who guides that one out towards mid-wicket. Pretorius scoots round to his left-hand side and stops the ball and then starts to give it a bit of a shine. So Taylor has opened up a bit in this over. Whirling a couple of drives. And Potts is still hunting for the 5-wicket haul. He bowls now to Taylor. He's not going to come here because Taylor's blocking this one up to Rain at mid-off.
Ball softened a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
48 overs old.
I think it's certainly helping, isn't it? It was moving about quite a lot at the start of Gloucestershire's innings, particularly Potts. Getting that ball to shape away to the left-handers and then getting the wickets with the one that didn't shape away. I think that assistance has gone. And it is the Kookaburra. Potts to Taylor, struck on the pad, and Neil Mallander's not going to raise the finger. Potts is rearing back in appeal. He's stomping off towards point, but he's going to have to come back to Neil Mallander because he's got his sweater.
Must have been thinking it was going down leg side. Our angle's not the best, but it just never got up off a length, did it? Which I just thought he was a goner there.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when the ball doesn't get up that much, you kind of feel like, in the same way as when you pad up and don't play a shot, it just massively increases your chances of being given out. But yeah, again, we're looking at it from the off angle, but can only imagine that Neil Mallander must have thought it was missing leg.
Pretorius to start a new over. Bowling to Hammond, who's on 73. Coming round the wicket. And Hammond drives at this one. It's gone off to wide mid-off for 1. Not the foregone formality it looked like about an hour ago, this, is it? This partnership's more than 50 now, and Durham will have to bat again. There's still 30 overs to go tonight, so break this partnership. And try and get in tonight, get the job done. Could have an extra half hour later on as well if needs be.
Yep, true, yep. Goodness knows what time that would be at.
Yes. 4 in the morning. Pretorius bowls to Taylor, who drives, and this is away through the covers for 4. Nice shot. It's a half volley, and he's dispatched it to the castle boundary.
Well, he's no
Where's the
doubt Taylor
funky
come back.
field gone?
Is it time, do you think? What? I mean,
Durham need to try something a little bit different, don't they? They've switched the bowlers and whatnot, but the funky fielding's disappeared.
Which inevitably means, without fail, a short straight mid-off or mid-on.
Yeah.
Because that's just what gets done. There's a lot of staring about and theories being put forward here. This Pot's going to go and lurk. Going to lurk at point, very close.
Pretorius. This is played down towards vacant third man by Taylor, and it's 4 more. And the runs are coming quite easily for Gloucestershire at the minute, after all the drama of earlier.
It's as if Taylor's just suddenly decided, yeah, I've got my iron now, I'm off. They say he made an unbeaten 57 earlier this year against Derbyshire. Got a second first-class 50, which came at Taunton against Somerset in 2021. That particular shot is one which he quite likes, that cut shot. He does also have, which we haven't seen yet, a kind of a pickup over mid-wicket.
Pretorius to Taylor. Taylor cuts that one, and it runs down to Lees at deep backward point, 1 run.
Joe Root-esque. Perhaps more the previous one rather than that one.
5 o'clock now, the news is on, the lead's 23. Will Durham be coming back here tomorrow? 30 overs remaining. Pretorius round the wicket now from the Lumley end and played away by Hammond. Got on that late but kept low. Next ball in, played to mid-wicket by Hammond. Ben Rain going to have a go here, replacing Potts from the Finkel end. 160 for 7. He is generally the partnership breaker. He does it match after match after match, so can he break this stand, because it's currently worth 62. Needle value from a Durham point of view. Would have got away with it if it hadn't been for those dastardly kids, sort of thing. That's Scooby-Doo, isn't it? That
I'm not.
Probably never seen.
Oh
Scooby-Doo.
no, I have.
Yeah.
No, that does sound right. It was kind of steaming away earlier. Was Ben Rain? Variety of things. He's into bowl to Taylor, who flicks it to the short straight mid-on. Who'd have thought it?
Sun shining. The meddlesome duo of Hammond and Taylor.
There's a lot of traffic out there in that area with the short straight mid-on, the short leg. You've got Hammond there, who's somehow got to try and run somewhere. Rain bowls to Taylor, who gets on top of it, plays it into the ground towards Clark at short leg. Bright sunshine now, for the first time in a while. Who's that loosening up at mid-off?
Update.
Cars.
They are. About an hour ago, it looked like Durham were heading for an innings victory here because Gloucestershire, 137 behind at the start of their second innings, were in deep trouble. And now they've just lost their 8th wicket. Ben Rain, the partnership breaker, and Matt Taylor's gone for 22. So his partnership with Miles Halland ends at 62, Hammond on 74. But Gloucestershire now 160 for 8. Durham would have to come out if they knock these last 2 wickets off quickly and chase down maybe 25, 30 runs, something like that. The lead's 23. There's still 29 and a half overs to go today. Well, there you are. Ben Rain, the partnership breaker.
I think it was the update.
He does it again.
Did it. Dratted update. And actually, it was something that again, in my interview last night, Dom Goodman was saying in that sometimes actually that when the ball is banged in, he felt it was just, there was enough variation in how it was getting through that it just made it quite difficult to control. And that's now the 3rd catch at least that we've seen down in that deep backward square region. There was another one that went down just in that area out there. Obviously it's a long boundary to bowl to as well, so you've got to really get hold of it. And you did just wonder whether, after Taylor had decided it was time to try and score some runs, whether that might not be what assisted his eventual demise. But he's batted well as Taylor, 22 from 47.
Lees with a catch, by the way.
It's really not anything to fault him with, really, although I'm sure he would potentially say otherwise. Rain bowls to Actor is the new man, and that's almost 2 in 2 for Rain. It's another one of those deliveries which has not got up very much, because of the field. Actor walking out at number 10 would have been, I'm sure, quite wary of that short ball, and it wasn't. It was full, and it skidded through him. Can't have missed the stumps by much. Rain is into Actor. It's a bouncer. It's off the glove of Robinson down the leg side. So that will be a bye. Yeah. Arm was held out for quite a while there from Neil Mallender. But it is a bye on 61 for 8. Lead is 24. So the issue with that is that it's got Hammond on strike for just the 1 ball. And we're going to have a bit more funkiness in that the keeper's up to the stumps, the Rain, and then we're going to have 2 short mid-wickets who are looking as though they're taking part in some kind of synchronised, I don't know what activity, not swimming, but certainly synchronised walking anyway, out on that leg side. So Rain to bowl the last ball of the over, and Hammond gets a leg stump delivery, which he has got somehow down to fine leg, and indeed it was a bit of bat involved. So it's another run to Hammond. Spoils the wicket maiden over from Ben Rain, means Hammond will keep the strike on 75. Gloucestershire have lost an 8th wicket. 162 for 8. They lead by 25 runs. And I think there probably you've done the reverse commentator's curse there, because you said he was going to break the partnership and then he did.
$197 wickets for Durham. He started this game with. So what's he taking today, Ben Rain? 1, and what are you getting the first 2? So yeah, so that's 200 first-class wickets for Durham. Another milestone. Pretorius comes in and bowls. This is pushed up to mid-on for 1 run by Hammond. Now, was it last week or the week before he passed the milestone? I'm trying to remember to get to 400 wickets.
Well, yeah, he's on 407.
Yeah.
So
the last match he passed 400 wickets in first-class games. Leicestershire with 8 in the game. Got 47 wickets last year. Sun is shining. Zaman Akhtar is the man on strike. Pretorius bowls. He gets up on his toes and fends that down into the ground.
I'm still keeping an eye on this Organ-Abbott partnership. Abbott's got 87 now. Remarkable effort from those two. 157 the partnership's now worth. Need 42 more to avoid the follow-on.
Adrian Thomas, can the Gloucestershire tale stay long enough for Hammond to record his first 100 since 196 against Hampshire at Cheltenham? This one's pushed away off towards the cover area, no run there. In 2022, if so, it would be his first 100 away from home. Best before this 92 against Yorkshire at Headingley, which was the last match, wasn't it? Yeah.
2 tons at Cheltenham and the other one at Bristol.
You ever had a ton at Bristol? Glorious. The wind's blowing in through the window here. Everything's moving. Ooh, that's been trying to hook that one. It's gone into the keeper's gloves. Breeze is just getting up again.
Yes. Reached the sort of stage of the day where the breeze is quite important, just to keep your levels of alertness up. Yep.
The other trick is to stand up for a few overs.
Yeah, true. I might have to resort to that soon.
Parkinson drops out from mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket. So this is going to be an off-stump Yorker. Here he comes. Oh, it is short. Oh, that skids through quickly, doesn't it? It's quite wide off-stump, but just look at the trajectory of this again. Yeah, it pitched and then swung quite a long way towards first slip there.
So Dom Goodman was talking about the fact there were cracks out there. So does that just hit one of those?
Maybe.
Cracks in an English pitch. Never thought I'd see the day again.
Cracks in the armour. Pretorius in, pitches it up, and it's played by Akhtar to Rain at mid-on, no run there. 1 run from that over. It is the 51st over. It's complete. Gloucestershire 163 for 8, lead by 26 against Durham. Day 3 here in Chesty Street. Martin Emerson and Ed Seaborn with you on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Bristol. There is, of course, all of tomorrow if needed for this one to reach its conclusion. But Durham still have 28 overs to play with today, weather light permitting, and if needs be, an extra 8 overs with the floodlights on, perhaps, depending where we're at. Rain is now talking tactics with his skipper, Scott Borthwick. He's moving Graham Clark out of short square leg down to third man, dropping cars from mid on to Long on.
Rain bowls down the leg side. It's off the gloves of Robinson, and Hammond's going to turn down that particular single. So
it's more deep mid-on rather than long on, isn't it? He's
allowing the single.
Stretching his calves out and his hamstrings out here, Carson, doing some touching of the toes. Maybe he's going to come and have another 4-over dart. Lots of ferocious stretching going on, stretching out the shoulders.
Rain round the wicket to Hammond, who gets his attempted leg side flick away, just past umpire Graham Lloyd. 1 run taken. Moves on to 77. What's happened there?
19 of Ben Rain's 200 wickets have been Tom.
Ah, we're back.
Uh-huh.
No need to ask who. Well, I think it must be the most common name. That's the stat I need. Rain bowls to Actor, strikes him on the pad, but it's been going down leg side, where there was a bit of bat involved there as well. I was thinking with Clark, actually, as he was running at quite full tilt down towards long leg, the one issue with fielding at short leg all the time is you just don't really move very much. So it's been quite nice, actually, just to be able to stretch the legs out. You're almost in the position that the umpires are in, where you've just got to stand there all day, and knees get much tireder when you've just been standing there still than when you're actually moving about. Actor's going to get it off the mark here, as he'll work this one away through mid-wicket, past Clark at short leg. 165 for 8. Lead is 28. Oh dear, Marty's head's caught around his notebook as he's trying to peer outside.
Yeah. I was wondering why I wouldn't stretch. Just seeing if there's anyone out there.
Is there anybody there?
There's a few people down below our window.
In danger of swiping your laptop off the table. This is quite a delicate manoeuvre here, which nobody has the benefit of being able to see.
They did for a period have a camera in here for some strange reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, well they do it a lot of places. It's an occupational hazard nowadays.
Better be careful what you're doing.
It's not radio commentators anymore. Rain bowls to Hammond, who tries to flay a drive up towards mid-off, and well, when he finds mid-off, I'm sure he wasn't trying to find mid-off, but that's where the ball went in the end. Yes, and then you have the uncertainty from those who wonder why you're describing what they can see. Well, we're doing it for the benefit of those who can't see.
Michael Neese has got 100 for Glamorgan today, so he's got 100s in back-to-back championship innings for them. He's obviously been released by Australia again, having originally been called into their squad and then not being used.
Last ball of the over, here comes Rain, bowls very wide outside the off-stump. Hammond tries to have a fiddle at it. It's been called a wide by Malander. Well, yeah, I think the whole point was that he was trying to make sure that Hammond couldn't reach it, and he succeeded.
Do you know what'll happen now? Get a wicket now with this delivery that you shouldn't be having.
Try to talk another one out. 166 for 8. I mean, yeah, that should always be a wide, that ball. Nowadays, they seem to have to be outside the return crease quite often to be called a wide in these, but that was a wide. Rain bowls to Hammond. It's a leg stump delivery. It's flicked away to deep forward square, and so Hammond will keep the strike for the next over. He has 78 from 118 deliveries. 30 is the lead. Wonder whether Hammond's just going to continue the way he's going until Gloucestershire are 9 down, whether he'll see that as the only opportunity to get the rest of the runs he might need for the 3 figures. I think being 8 down, probably doing the right thing, just staying aggressive but not going all out.
Just doing a bit of people spotting. As Pretorius is coming around the wicket. It's not, it's Carr, sorry. The ball to Hammond. It's a short one. He looks to pull it through the leg side and misses it. So you see Tina upstairs on the balcony in the members' box. A certain Mr. Thorpe is sitting with a certain Mr. Richardson and a certain Mr. Thorpe.
I was going to ask which Thorpe, but then obviously, there we go.
Well, Callum Ash and Richie Richardson, wasn't it, who came in yesterday?
Jimmy Adams.
Oh, sorry, is it Jimmy Adams, isn't it? Jimmy Adams. Played in the Durham Senior League many years ago. This is in the air, and it's going to be safe. It drops a few yards in front of Potts at mid-wicket from Hammond's bat.
Strange kind of low back-footed shovel from Hammond. And again, it's just such a big hit out there. Although probably if he'd done that to the shorter boundary, the fielder would have been in enough to maybe be able to take the catch.
168 for 8. The lead's 31. Cast to Akhtar from the Lumley end. It's short. Akhtar up on his toes, fends it away towards mid-on, and Ben Rain in his wide-brimmed hat. They used to have the Graveney Club here, but the members who were part of that now, he's going one of the boxes instead. So Tina and her partner Stuart normally travel up to home games from Pocklington.
Oh yeah,
down near Beverley. Cars, length ball, played away safely by Akhtar up to the bowler's end.
6-a-side cricket tournament they have at
Pocklington?
Pocklington School, yeah.
They have the Canal Head there.
I assume they still have it. Anyway, they certainly did when I was at school. I can remember executing probably about the only time I ever had a direct hit run out at Pocklington. Sense of accomplishment. I wasn't a very good fielder.
Got two short on the leg side now. Got a short leg, short mid-wicket. Rain's come out of mid-on to go to leg gully. Got one slip in Beddingham, and Cast is coming round the wicket. And there's no need to play any shot at that one, because it's a bouncer, and it's been taken by the keeper. One ball left of the over. Got that's the road out from, come round the York Ring Road and head sort of southeast down towards Beverley. You come through Pocklington, and pal of mine used to live in a village called Market Wheaton.
Oh yeah, yes, I've driven through there.
Cast in. Oh, it's come off the bat, I think, but it's gone just beyond the grasp of short leg and down towards backward square leg. One run. So Akhtar keeps stride. That's the end of the over. So 26 overs to go today. 53 gone in this innings. Gloucestershire 169 for 8. Lead by 32. I think quite a few people who are scattered around that area. There's one main employer there, which is Full Sutton Prison. So, also an ice cream factory in the next village down. I'm trying to remember the name of the one with a pond in front of the pub.
I'm out, I'm afraid. Don't know that area quite well enough. Beverley's a nice place, though. Yeah. The Minster. Pretty little market town. The Minster is impressive. Got some grotesques in there, I think, which are quite fun. Around the side. Inside rather than outside. Here's Rain with a silly mid-on and a short leg. Pulled that one away, and that struck him in midships. Equidistant between his hips, but potentially a little higher than...
I thought you were going to say Beverley was equidistant between Kingston upon Hull and York or something.
No.
The last time I came through there, it was... Durham had been playing a one-day game at Leicester, and then the following morning started a county championship match in Scarborough, so I came that way and over the tops.
Rain bangs one in. Actor misses a help around the corner. Robinson takes. There is no leg slip or leg gully, so he can play that with a little more freedom than potentially if there were a fielder in there.
I think Bishop Burton's the village with the pub and the pond. But when you go out through Beverley and then you start to climb over the Howardian hills, beautiful up there.
Yeah.
Grow a lot of lavender up there as well.
Yeah, it's one of those areas that gets a bit overlooked with the national parks being...
Yeah. Castle Howard's round that way, obviously. That's a big tourist attraction.
There is now a leg slip in place. Rain bowls to Actor, who stands tall and punches this through a vacant mid-on. They'll get one and they'll get two very comfortable runs. Cast jogging back from mid-off does the fielding. 171 for 8, lead 34.
They're not going to have enough overs here to get to a new ball if that would be needed. They'll be one short by the end of the day's play. So they've got to do it, really, with what they've got in their hands. 2 wickets needed, and then whatever they need to chase down. At the minute, the lead is 34.
Rain is in, Actor drives, and he's got that one past mid-off. And that is a very handsome shot from Zaman Actor, who moves on to 8.
At the minute, the lead is 38. That was a nice shot.
Yeah, well, he's played a couple of nice shots, actually, at Headingley. That's the one. I couldn't get Scarborough out.
That Leeds place.
Where do Yorkshire play? Scarborough? No, it was at Headingley.
Well, they have played at York Cricket Club in recent years, haven't they?
Yeah,
they used to play at Harrogate and Bradford Park Avenue.
I think they've got potentially even 2 games again in the One Day Cup this year at York. Rain bowls short, and that has been, I think, top-edged down to the fine leg boundary over everybody. So it's another 4. That's 10 runs then in the last 3 balls. 179 for 8. So Actors into double figures.
And Christopher White says, are you thinking of the village of Burton Constable? Lovely little village, green with a duck pond by the pub. Yeah, could be Burton Constable rather than Bishop Burton.
Beddingham still in at that proper silly mid-on, not the short mid-on. As Rain bowls, that doesn't get up masses. Actor is rehearsing, punching it straight past the bowler for 4, but I'm sure he'll be quite content with having seen it off and stayed at the crease. 179 for 8, lead 42.
You're at 79 for 8. And Matt Parkinson back in. The lead's 42. Quite a lot of lowish, greyish cloud at the moment, but no sign of any rain right now. Sun's in at the moment, but it's not continuous cloud. It's quite a bit of broken cloud, but basically had lots of passing cloud all day. So Parkinson is coming into bowl. Hammond's on 79. Clark and Borthwick and possibly Lees, I think, are down on the leg side boundary for the pull shot. Parkinson right arm over from the Lumley end. That's played out to Borthwick out at deep mid wicket. Oh. And Hammond gets a single. Good pick up and throw on the run there.
Fielding, wasn't it? It was an all or nothing bit of fielding, but it kept it down to 1.
A plethora of helmets is produced. They're going on heads at Silly Point and short leg. Keeper standing up to the stumps as well. So Beddingham at Silly Point, Clark at short leg, Potts is at first slip. And Actor is on 12 as Parkinson bowls. He thumps it into Beddingham's left shin. And I don't think, judging by the shape of his trousers, that he's actually got shin pads on under there.
He's a brave man.
Yeah, whereas Clark at short leg has. Parkinson bowls. Actor looks to turn it and he's caught. Is he caught? They're appealing he is. He stares up at the heavens. Graham Lloyd gives him out. He looked to try and turn that through the leg side. It looped over to Beddingham and he stretched a hand out at silly point and snatched the ball. The lead is 43. Gloucestershire are 9 down and they only have 180 on the board. There are 24.4 overs left today for Durham to try and see this off tonight. Actor disappointed as he heads off there. And he had his back to us as he played that. The partnership ends at 20 from 29 balls.
Yeah, it looks as if it's turned again from Parkinson. I mean, it doesn't look like it's back pad, so it must either have come fully off the kind of leading edge or, yeah. But Actor goes, so now just Goodman to keep Hammond company, and I think it might be time for Hammond to start to put his foot on the accelerator and see what he can conjure up.
They've got him caught by Clark on here, but it wasn't, because it wasn't at short leg, it was at silly point, it was Beddingham.
So this system has Beddingham.
Yeah.
So I think from Goodman's point of view, he's probably just got to try and block these next few deliveries, and we'll see what Hammond can do, although it's not going to be easy with fielders scattered about everywhere.
In comes Parkinson, the ball to Goodman, and the ball is turned round the corner, and Potts chases after it from first slip, and 1 run is added to the score. So he's off the mark first ball, so he's got a strike rate of 100%. The lead was 43 when the wicket fell. It's a good bowling change from a Durham point of view because they've brought Parkinson back in. He's got a wicket in his first over. They brought Ben Rain back in earlier. He broke the partnership with Taylor and Hammond in his first over. Hammond on strike on 80. Parkinson bowls. He comes down the track and wallops that over the top of mid-off and away for 4 to the Health Club boundary.
Yeah, I think it's time. And Hammond obviously felt, even with just 2 balls left in the over, that he could cash in on what was left. Because Durham are still leaving some fielders out there, so they're not just content to allow Hammond an easy hit over the top anywhere he chooses.
Next ball, nearly looped back towards the bowler there for a moment. It was a bit of a leading outside edge as he looked to push forward just beyond the right-hand side of the right hand of Parkinson. End of the over. 7 from it, but a wicket. And Durham look like they could be in business here. Can they end this final partnership quickly? Because we have seen partnerships worth quite a few runs at the back end of innings in recent weeks, recent seasons, in fact.
Floodlights are glistering into life, and it's Carse to take over the bowling. So this is a contest worth watching. Carse versus Hammond, looking for quick runs. Hammond pushes this one into the gap towards extra cover. They'll try and get 2 here, but it's a short throw and they won't make it back. Borthwick gets round. The ball's actually got away from Carse. He didn't know where it had gone, but it hadn't gone far enough for a single to be taken. So first ball of the over, Hammond is off strike on 86. 187 for 9. The lead is 50. Felix Organ's been dismissed. He's gone for 97 at Taunton. Stumped Rue, bowled Bashir. Abbott is 89 not out. And so can Abbas see Abbott through to his 100, but also 21 runs needed to avoid the follow-on. It's been an interesting scorecard to watch from the far. Glamorgan have recovered substantially against Leicestershire. A century for Michael Neser, 118, but runs also from James Harris, 47, and Mitch Swepson's got a runner ball, 53. Can't say I've really seen much of Mitch Swepson batting. I watched him a fair bit in the Big Bash, but not much about his batting. Extraordinary field here. Silly mid on, short leg, short mid wicket, leg slip, and that's down the leg side, and it's gone off the glove of Robinson, and that's going to mean that Hammond's going to get back on strike. Another bye.
Cricketer hits a six and smashes his dad's windscreen. I think we've all seen that happen in club cricket. I remember Wasim Raja at Whitburn in the early 80s hitting a six, and it landed on the roof of my granddad's new car, shattered the windows. One of my teammates hit his own father's car once during an under-13s game. His dad came running down the path and shouted at him, and he was crying at the crease.
His cast around the wicket. He bowls to Hammond, who's got into that pull shot, but he should be caught. He's taken well in the end, actually, out at deep mid-wicket. Indeed, Parkinson. Kind of been easy to judge that out of the sky, the grey billowing clouds above. And he had to get in just a little bit at the last minute. I actually thought Hammond had got that better than he had. And that is the end of the Gloucestershire innings. The resistance from Hammond is over. He's made 86 from 125. It's just going to go down as another one of those unfortunate innings from Hammond where it goes down as less than 100, but it was a really fine knock from him. He's at least made sure that Durham have to bat again, but really the story was one of not enough support by any means for Hammond. Only Matt Taylor, other than Hammond getting over 20, Durham have really been able to run through Gloucestershire here. All the bowlers contributing something, and it looks as though we will have a finish in pretty short order.
Well, I reckon Durham will be chasing 52 in 20 overs. That's what I think. Hammond obviously deciding to try and get on with things there, try and see if he could get to his 100. He was caught right in the boundary by Parkinson. He was on the rope more or less, and came in to take a tumbling forward roll type catch. So that is the end of the innings. 55.3 overs, the lead 51. And the scorecard then bowling wise, Ben Rain 1 for 29 from 12 overs, 3 maidens there. Matthew Potts 4 for 55. He took 4 in his first 4 overs as well. No maidens, 13 overs he bowled. Pretorius 9 overs, 2 maidens, and he took 1 for 37. Bryden Carse has bowled 9.3 overs, and he has taken 2 for 24, with 1 maiden there. And Parkinson has taken 2 for 34 from 12 overs, 2 maidens. So Hammond's 86 stands out by more than a country mile, a whole county really, compared to anybody else. The nearest batsman to him was Matt Taylor, who came in at number 9 and ended up making 22. A couple of batsmen, Bracey and Goa, making 15. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them not getting into double figures. Rulofsson made just 11. Actor 12 towards the end. So that is the situation. So Durham, you would think, will have enough time, light permitting, the lights are on, to wrap this up tonight. So they were in the 24th over, so they lose the 3 balls from that. So 21 overs to go to chase 52 runs. So then, 21 overs to go. Floodlights are on. That is the key. The light is the issue here, and any rain that comes in will eat into that time. Durham will be desperate to try and get this done tonight, not have to come back tomorrow and open up a 54-point gap at the top of the table. Somebody behind the side screen at the far end, which is just putting Alex Lees off, I think. A couple of people walking out the stands. Should get going in a minute. What is the delay here?
I'm wondering if it's the actual... It's not the actual sight screen itself. I don't know. There are a couple of people who just emerged from that area as well just then. Oh well, there we go.
Actor starts the over from the Lumley end and nearly doubles Lees up there. Sharp delivery. Lees, remember, made a century in the first innings. 195 is top score for Durham. To add 2 centuries in both innings at Leicester 2 weeks ago. Michael Jones at the non-strikers end was out for 4 in the first innings as Actor bowls, and Lees plays this towards the covers.
Yeah, well, I guess it's an opportunity to pad your season stats, but at the same time, I mean, you're not going to feel great if you get out chasing 50 odd, are you? You sort of think, well, great, thanks for that opportunity to fail, but you wouldn't look at it like that way if you're an opening bat.
Like the balls again, Lee's cuts. It's stopped at point. He will get a run, but a good diving stop in the end there by Dom Goodman, who's at full stretch. Just managed to get his hands on it before it was away for 4.
Oh dear. Mohammed Abbas was out for a duck. So Kyle Abbott finishes 89 not out. Hampshire all out for 330, trailing by 170.
He ran through Durham twice one afternoon, and a stormy afternoon in September 2018, I think it was, at Leicester. They bowled out for 61 and 66 in the same afternoon, their 2 lowest scores. Jones on strike. Actor comes in, right arm over. Jones plays the ball defensively into the ground and back to the bowler.
Worcestershire's last wicket is also performing some heroics. Adam Finch, 23 from 116. Sure Deutsch is enjoying that one. Ben Gibbon, 28 from 91. Look, they've been together for 31 and a half overs.
Bouncer Jones ducks out the road of this one. Paul Summerside. Remember about 70 minutes ago when I said this will be over in 5 minutes? Fair play to Miles Hammond. Excellent knock. Deserved a ton. A quick 51 and start the car. Well, 52 is the target.
I'd take 51.
Yeah. You're going for a tie.
Yeah. I think the odds on that would be beyond a Google.
Last ball of this first over, defended by Jones, back towards the bowler, end of the over, so 1 from it. 51 more needed. Andrew Allison's emailed. The email is entitled Beverley and the Surrounding Area. Bishop Burton does have a pond, and across the road is the Altisidora pub. Market Wheaton is a town, though, not a village. Many people visit Beverley for the Minster, St Mary's Church and the race course. It is full of history. I can heartily recommend the Monk's Walk pub. It's located in the oldest commercial premises in the town. Parts of it predate the Minster. Andrew is in Beverley, formerly of Bishop Auckland, just down the road.
So it's Taylor who's got the new ball. Matt Taylor. So left arm over to Lees, the left-hander. Taylor approaches the crease. He's in now to bowl to Lees, who rather skews that one away fine on the leg side. They'll be thinking about 2. Lees is quick, but Jones, I think actually in the end, was the one that said no, even from the striker's end. So another single, 2 without loss.
John Hutchison's been on. Looks like this might get wrapped up tonight. If it does, thanks for the entertainment today with your co-commentator bloke, brackets, sorry I didn't pick his name, close brackets, and enjoy the day off on the Riviera. If it doesn't, it'll still be an early dart for you tomorrow, and you can tell your missus it was a late finish, so you don't have to help around the house. Every club cricketer has done this, he says. Onwards to Derby next week. Away the lads.
I think I might put that in my Twitter bio, actually.
Yeah.
Co-commentator bloke.
Yeah.
Like that. In comes Taylor. He bowls over the wicket to Jones, who lets that go outside the off stump. Racy takes down low.
Well, I remember years ago at Hampshire, Kevin James was trying to wind me up on air, and Doug Rain, the full Mackham, emailed and he says, "Will you tell that other bloke to shut up?" And so I read it out, and Kevin just constantly referred to himself for the rest of the match as that other bloke.
Oh, wow. Okay, that has explained something now.
Right.
In comes Taylor. He bowls now to Jones, another leave outside off. So Kevin James's Wikipedia page.
Right.
I'm going to look up and see if it is still there, because
He has a Wikipedia page?
Well, of course, he does. Former cricketer. I mean,
Right.
every former cricketer's got one, and it is still there. Kevin James, nickname Jamo, comma, the other bloke. It is there on Wikipedia for all to see.
Well, there you go. A little bit of history.
Here's Taylor who bowls. That stays down low and beats the edge of Jones. Not too much he could have done about that one. It's not exactly helped by the
Didn't really
gathering
get up
gloom, but
no.
yeah, definitely seeing the pitch misbehave a little, but it's, what is it, late on day 3?
I am wondering if this will get done tonight. You know, there's a lot of big bank of cloud drifting in from the west, and wasn't there some rain due around about now?
Set in a bit, hasn't it, the cloud?
And if they go off after 6, I think generally they don't come back on again, do they?
In comes Taylor and bowls to Jones, who works that one up to mid-on, fielded by Actor, and there is no run. Yeah, you do worry a bit, because I think we're fine for a little bit, but the light's got to improve a bit as we go later on in the day. And Gloucestershire will be staying up here overnight anyway, so I'm not sure they'll be kind of thinking about, oh, well, we want to get down that motorway. Taylor is in, and Jones squirts that one away down towards third man. There is no third man, and I think it's going to go for 4. It does. So there's 4 of them to end the second over. Jones off the mark with 4, and Durham are 6 without loss after 2. Need 46 more runs to win. And the women's ODI, well, things are quite interesting in that England have gone off like a a runaway train. Beaumont and Capsey going great guns. Beaumont 47 from 42 and Capsey 40 from 34. They need 264 to win, but they're both out. 21 for 3.
New over from Actor, and the ball cut out towards point by Lees. He gets a single as Dom Goodman dives on top of that one. So where are we? 18.5 overs remaining. Brackets, in theory, closed brackets. 45 runs needed to win. That is a fact. Looking at the darkness of the scoreboard, I keep getting the impression there's drizzle out there, but there's not, looking through the binoculars. Next ball to Jones, has gone down the leg side, taken by Bracey. Durham haven't beaten Gloucestershire on this ground. They haven't played them that many times on this ground, really, but their only home win was in Gateshead Fell in 1994. And Alex Lees yesterday making 195 broke a record from that match, which was Durham's highest score in a head-to-head, which had been Wayne Larkins as 158 not out. Nearly 30 years later, they look like they're going to seal their second home win against Gloucestershire. Ball turned off towards square leg for 1 run. It's a leg by.
Did we talk about that ground?
Gateshead Fell.
Because I don't remember whether I asked or whether you said before, but I don't really know it.
No, well, it's a club ground up in Gateshead where Gateshead Fell, the cricket team, play. They're in the North East Premier League. This is turned by Lees down to Taylor at fine leg for 1. It's a huge ground because there's a rugby ground on the site as well, so it's up on the top, but you've got there's a area of Gateshead called Lowfell, which is actually up a high hill. It stands up and looks over the Team Valley. It's quite a way up there, but there is a high fell above it.
So it's relative, yeah, that's all right.
And Gateshead Fell Cricket Ground is in there. It's just off the Durham Road. In comes Actor again, and Jones comes forward, pushes us off to mid-off. It is the ground where I think he was 18 years old, Marcus North, when he first came over to England from Perth and played as an overseas player for them, which would have been Durham Senior League days. And Graham Onions came through the ranks there. Stephen Lugston, who played county cricket for Durham years ago. Actor bowls and played away by Jones for 4. Past square leg up to the pavilion boundary. Three overs gone, 39 to win, 5 to 6. I think it's Wednesday, isn't it? What day is it? Is it Wednesday?
I think it still is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It might have been Thursday by now, but it is. It's Wednesday. Zafar Dent's got his cable knit sweater out. Is the only one. It's Taylor bowling now to Lees, who goes for an expansive drive, and he's slashed it through the covers, and the ball will go out towards the long boundary for 4 runs. So Lees has decided that it's time just to make sure that these runs are knocked off as quickly as possible.
There's a fitness class just started in the gym over there. Can you see them up on the first floor, bouncing backwards and forwards?
Oh, now I see. Yes, I was wondering, the windows are so tinted, you normally can't see anything in there. And I've been imagining what activities might be going on in there. People sweating profusely on exercise bikes and rowing machines or whatever. But yeah. Taylor bowls to Lees, who'll get that one away down towards long leg and pick up 1, 18 without loss, 34 to win.
Don't think I've seen anything in that building the whole time we've been here. No, 3 days. I've never noticed a thing. I've not even seen anybody on the balcony.
Is that Zumba or something?
Wow, something like that, right?
Maybe it's just yoga, I don't know.
Well, it wouldn't be that fast bouncing up and down at yoga.
No,
It's lying on the floor, stretching themselves out.
There's a bit rigorous.
There's a big sort of fitness room next to it with all the kit in it, and then there's a swimming pool downstairs.
I reckon it might be a bit of Zumba.
Probably.
Taylor round the wicket to the right-handed Jones. He's there to bowl, and Jones forward to defend. Fielded at mid-off. Sussex 142 for 4 against Derbyshire. That's a lead of 137. James Coles has got 69. So they've recovered after a few early losses. I mean, Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, opened the bowling, has got 3 wickets. Glamorgan still just about going against Leicestershire, 348 for 9. Taylor bowls to Jones, who'll prod forward up to Actor at mid-on this time. Michael Neese is 142 not out. Swepson's just gone for 69. Extraordinary effort from Michael Neese. In fact, that just jumped on me, 356 for 9, so they've got another batting point. Glamorgan, Worcestershire's last wicket partnership going as well. Finch and Gibbon. Jones has turned that one wristily, firmly, backward of square on the onside, and gets another run. 19 without loss.
Away man says another flyer tonight. No, it won't be, will it? Because if this does finish tonight, then it's a case of going and getting the end of match interviews, packing everything away. So it'll be another late do.
Yeah,
but I'm not whinging.
No, there's a payoff, I guess. Taylor to complete his second. He bowls 2 Lees who's using his feet, and then the swatting at the drive up to mid-off, and rehearses a handsome shot straight down the ground, but
you're
away that time.
You then need to think about what you do tomorrow, and if you're going to get an afternoon train and maybe go and have a look around Durham or Newcastle or something like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, there are the possibilities are many.
Horden.
Possibilities are many. I mean, there's an awful lot of places en route, but one place that I won't stop though is Leeds. I've seen enough of Leeds of late. 4-day there, and then the day of the Test match.
33 needed, 19 for none, the score. Actor in, Jones goes for a quick single to wide, mid-on.
Now seems as good a point as any to say, though, that I've loved my time on the Roca Riviera.
See, people think I make it up.
I didn't fully believe you until
you only came to prove I was wrong, didn't you?
No, you had to see it to believe it. No, it's a gorgeous part of the world, and there's just, I've said it probably night after night, but there's just something so nice after quite a long day coming back to the water. The sea's been calm. Every time I've looked at it, it's just been the most peaceful setting.
Lee's on strike, Actor in, and it's a bouncer which Lee's looks like he wants to try and ramp and sort of half goes after and then changes his mind, and then he's practicing the shot one-handed, sort of bit like sort of casting a fly rod back and forth, really. Something I've never done.
I was going to say you're out on Roca Pier now.
You wouldn't use a fly rod on there.
If you say so. No. This is true. That's for river fishing, isn't it?
Actor in again. He bowls, and that's guided down to third man nicely for 4. Nobody there. The pub's open for tea time business. Orders at the bar. Would there be a sandwich maker in the vacant third man, do you reckon? Do you call those crispy sandwiches where they cook them? What do you call them?
You mean toasties?
Toasties, that's it, yeah.
It's crispy sandwiches where you cook them.
Yeah. They were a thing once.
Love it. No, you can't make a good toasty.
28 to win, 24 for none. Lees is on 13. Actor bowls. Lees plays it off into the covers. No run there. I once went to the there's a pub across the road to the Crown Court in Durham, Duncow, I think it is.
Oh, well, that was mentioned last night.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a cracking little pub. But years and years. I mean, I've been at the BBC 25 years, so this tells you how long it is. Longer than that. There used to be a guy who ran it who was known as Ticket. That was his nickname. And I went in one day for lunch. I was covering a trial at the Crown Court, and this is flicked away by Lees to deep square leg for 1. And I was just after something quick, and he had pie and peas on the board, so I ordered pie and peas, mushy peas. And anyway, the pie was in a little heater, and then he brought a flask out from behind the bar and poured the mushy peas out the flask.
Wow.
And I thought, wow, that's ingenious. And it worked. It worked. But keep your costs down. Clean the flask every night. Last ball of the 5th over. Actor to Jones. It's gone off down towards fine leg. A leg bye will be signalled as he runs to the other end and keeps strike. So pie and peas, but the peas from a flask.
Yeah, I'm not having that. Not for me. Actually, we mentioned toasties though.
Yeah. Hang on, because this is a shorter bullet.
There we go. Forgot I didn't have that turned up.
It's all right.
All right, I'll come back to that.
News is telling us how massive our mortgages will get in the next 3 years, which is thoroughly joyful to hear. This is defended. There's breaking news that lots of people will want to see on Twitter. I'm not going to name it, but BBC Breaking News has just reported BBC News anchor Hugh Edwards has been named by his wife as the presenter in the photo row, and he has resigned from the BBC. The Metropolitan Police says no action will be taken. Round the wicket comes Matt Taylor. In comes bowler again, and this is played upfield and diving stop there by Dent. Yeah, if the light holds here, they're chasing 52 to win, and there are still 15 and a half overs to go today. Bowling Gloucestershire out for 188. Miles Hammond, the last man to go, for 86. They're currently chasing 52 to win, 26 without loss, needing another 26, I think it is. Yes, that'll be about right with the maths on it. So hopefully they can get it done tonight before the light fades and they have to come back tomorrow. Can I just say, Michael, check your wires because there's some breaking news just broken as you've been on air. So with regards to the lead news story from this evening.
Right, we've got Taylor then with 2 slips and a gully bowling to Jones. It's full, it's wide. Jones has tried to leather a drive and hasn't got any bat on it. Bracey takes. No, I was going to mention, because you're going to Derby.
Yeah.
I had a really nice evening with Ruth Sharville and her husband Adrian. Ruth takes terrific pictures of wickets in particular, stumps flying all over the place. Gloucestershire member, probably be at the ODI. Well, she will be at the ODI today, I think. As Taylor goes in now to bowl to Jones, he'll skew this one away towards point fielded not cleanly, otherwise there might have been a shot at the stumps there. Singles taken 27 without loss, but there's a really nice real ale place just on the other side of the. No, it's not. Wasn't that
next to the railway?
No. So it was just over the other side of the river from the hotel I was in, the River Lights.
Yeah.
They didn't serve any food other than toasties, but the toasties were delicious, and so was the beer. So
you can't remember what it was called?
No, I can. It was the Derby Brewing Tap House.
All right. I might have been in there. I don't know. There's some good pubs in Derby.
There are, yeah.
The Dolphins near the hotels, and they often do some good beers in there and some reasonable scran. Once went years ago to a Gurkha restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
Had to take my crampons. Going to see Zafigoa here bowling, and this is played by Jones out towards deep point for 1 run. There's a nice real ale place down near the train station on the corner as well. Yeah, surprisingly some good stuff in Derby, actually. It's not a bad place to spend a few days. It was autumn when we were there last year, though, and it was quite wet. There was a big thunderstorm the first night.
I'm sure it wasn't as wet as when I was there, though, earlier this season. Good grief. Grounds just look like wetlands.
Yeah.
Incredible amount of water.
Go left arm over bowls. A reverse sweep from Lees. He's actually towed it in the wrong direction there. It's gone up towards wide mid-off. Instead of where he was trying to put it, which was vacant third man.
It's getting pretty dark out there, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the umpires have just had a chat, haven't they? And they've been on their walkie-talkies. 22 needed now. Lees taps this one out through deep mid-wicket for 1. I think they'd incur the wrath if they took them up.
Just what I was thinking. Imagine the noise.
I mean, the batsmen are clearly coping okay. And sometimes it's down to whether the fielders can actually see the ball. I mean, with a white ball at Worcester 2 Fridays ago, they couldn't. Remember, Zafigoa bowls here. Jones plays that out into the covers for 1.
There has to be an agreement that the batters can't hit it hard.
But I was talking to one of the Durham lads after the match, and he said he was fielding on the boundary. He didn't have a clue where the ball was.
Yeah.
20 to win. 14.2 overs. In theory to get it in, but probably a lot less if the rain not far away. Go bowls and get after that. That's hammered out towards deep mid-wicket by Lees. But just the 1, though. I think it's Hammond who's out there. Initially, when it left the bat, I thought that was just going to go sailing into the stand, but it was lower than it initially looked and bounced down towards deep mid-wicket. Next ball, bowled to Jones. He just defends that. The gloominess is obvious there to the point where the floodlights are reflecting on the stickers on the bats quite brightly. Umpires on the walkie-talkie again. Alan Cunningham says a clinical performance from Durham. If they can keep this squad together, they will be fine in Division 1. I suspect Potts will be involved in England's squads, though. Paul Lund, greetings from the aforementioned Roca Riviera. Never mind pies and mushy peas. Get your co-commentator to sample some of our world-famous pink slices. I wouldn't.
Meh.
I don't know what's in them.
I was going to say
I don't eat them.
That does sound like exactly the sort of thing that could be made from just about any part of an animal.
Well, it's a sort of bit of cake, sort of pink.
Oh, I see. It's right.
But I'm not really a cake person.
Visualising it sort of don't know. Well, yes, sweetbread or liver or something. I don't know. Just never know with that sort of thing. Ollie Price is going to bowl sort of some off spin to Lees, who strokes that one out into the covers. It's stopped by Dent there for no run. So you almost wonder whether there hasn't been a discussion that spin is the only thing that can be bowled, and Gloucestershire said, all right, well, do it then. Lees rocks back and drives up to long off. We'll get Durham 1 run closer. 18 more needed. It's obviously not going to take, well, I mean, at the moment, it doesn't look as if it's just going to take a couple of overs, though, to knock these remaining runs off.
Lydia Jane says we'll win the county championship next year. Nailed on.
Ollie Price is into Jones, who drives past the bowler in the end because Ollie Price couldn't get past Alex Lees. That wasn't a collision that I think Price particularly fancied, and I don't blame him. 35 without loss.
There was one thing Ollie Robinson said in pre-season here when he joined Durham.
Price is in, and a cut shot will find extra cover from Lees.
I mean, you don't really get players generally making big statements that often about the teams they're in, but he said he believed Durham could go up this year, and he believed they could more than hold their own in Division 1 next year.
Price bowls to Lees, who works that one firmly down to long on, and that'll be a run for him. He's on to 20 from 20.
So it's all well and good having a good pre-season and talking the talk, but you've then got to take that into the season and win games. And, after Durham lost at Sussex, you've got to go back, the opening match there, you've got to go back to 2015, the last time they won the opening game of the season.
Price completes the over on the back foot. That's punched away and really well stopped by Price. He's an excellent fielder and keeps it down to the 3 runs from that over. Durham need 16 more. Yeah, well, from everything that I've seen from Durham this season, there's absolutely no reason to go against the assessment that they can more than hold their own in the top division. And you look at some of the sides that will stay up. There are certainly some sides there that you'd look at and go, yeah, from what I've seen, Durham are a stronger side than them.
First ball of this new over, ball by Goa, played by Lees up to mid-wicket to Dent. It's got a full-sleeved, full-length jumper on there. Reverse sweep, and that might go to fine leg for 4. No, it won't. It's cut off by Goodman. Lees calls him through and goes for 2. Good running.
Yeah, got the throw away as quickly as he could, Goodman. It was a bit high, but I've tried to dissuade them from coming back for the second run by getting the throw away as rapidly as he could.
In comes the bowler again. Oh, he's bowled him round his legs. He tried to paddle it round the corner, and he's been bowled leg stump. Down on one knee he went, and he's out for 22 with 14 needed. And Zafagoa takes the wicket now. Neil Mallon is coming to repair the stumps, but I'm just wondering if Graham Lloyd and he might have a chat about the light or not here.
Yeah, well, this is sort of that innings there is kind of what I was talking about, really. It's just sort of an opportunity for you can be not out at the end, but particularly in this situation where you kind of want to get it done quickly, at the same time, it's not really that much to be gained there, and it's not a shot that Lees would have played in another situation, and he ends up with the dismissal to his name, which obviously still counts, but there we are. I guess Borthwick's got to come out and finish it off himself. It is dark out there. I mean, I don't think they'd be out there in another situation. Just hope that one of the really small patches of blue sky would just be in the right place at the right time. Just doesn't really look as if it's going to get any better.
Borthwick's a new man in, and he's off the mark. First ball, he punches that out through the covers for 2. 12 needed. There is a little bit of sunlight. Yonder distance.
Doesn't really seem to be helping very much at the moment, though. It's lighter cloud, but there's no gap in it at the moment.
Goer to Borthwick, the left-hander. Fends that one away up to Dent, just level with the stumps on the leg side at the bowler's end. .38 for 1 when the wicket fell. Bowler comes in again. Defended on off stump by Borthwick, end of the over. So a minimum of 12 it says to go. 12 needed to win though. 2 swings of the bat could do it.
It's a bit of a race on between here and the game at Canterbury as to which will reach its conclusion first. Kent 332 for 9, trailing Warwickshire by 46 with just 10 and 11 out there. So which of these two, I should say, games are going to finish first? Everything else looks as if it's going well into the final day. Price continuing, bowling to Jones, who pushes back to the bowler. Essex are 173 for 6 in their second innings, leading by 310 against Lancashire. Dan Lawrence 84 not out. Sorry, 85 not out. Price goes in to bowl, and roll of the wrists from Jones sends it towards mid-wicket. Northamptonshire 322 for 6. Good to see Emilio Gaze come back out to resume his innings. Sam Whiteman made 114. Northants lead Middlesex by 264 at Merchant Taylors. As this next Price delivery is whipped down to long on for another run. 11 needed to win. Hampshire have, no surprise, been asked to follow on, and wow, Hampshire has sent Kyle Abbott out to open the batting, and he's 16 not out from 15 balls.
Smash the ball out of shape.
Well, perhaps he's the answer to Hampshire's opening batting problems, because it's about the only thing that you'd say from their side. They've tended not to have great opening partnerships. Perhaps Kyle Abbott's the answer. What a game he's had. He took 4 wickets, executed a run out, 89 not out, and now he's 16 not out in the second innings. Borthwick jams down on that one out towards backward point. And there is no run. Surrey 170 for 3 against Nottinghamshire, lead by 126. So I wonder what Surrey will decide to do there tomorrow. Price is into bowl. Borthwick goes back and defends out into the covers. Tom Sibley is 82 not out. Tom Latham made 60. I guess the ball's in Surrey's court as far as that game is concerned. Borthwick's trying to give himself some room to open up the offside there, but can't really do so, and plays it out to cover. So Price has bowled 2 overs and only gone for 4.
The monitor that we're using here, the tablet that we've got the match on, it looks even really gloomy on there.
Yeah, I was going to say, normally they make things look better than it is. And even that looks dark.
I don't know how you do that. Yeah, the light's on there. .41 for 1. Was that a goer? Jones plays it out through the covers for 1 run. 10 needed. Nats give a brunt, falls on the reverse sweep.
Oh dear.
Oh, they always, you never, was it it's a Fred boycott. You get nowhere with slogging.
Well, they need 101 to win. The run rate's not really an issue.
Borthwick sweeps at a ball which was going down the leg side from Gohar. It's gone for 4. It did well there, really short to get round to try and cut that off, but he continued sliding. He patted the ball back, but he slid through the spongy, foamy malarkeys, and then the ball sort of followed him as well. just dumped them back in a heap there rather than trying to replace them in a nice order. 6 to win, 46 for 1. Borthwick on strike, digs out a full-length ball right on off stump. Bit of dust coming up there.
It's not quite the first result because Warwickshire have beaten Kent by an innings and 46.
Next ball is a dot ball, just defended by Borthwick.
So those other Div 1 games are going to be interesting given that Warwickshire have won, put the pressure on those above. Essex and Surrey, what do they decide to do?
Next ball is just played away nicely by Borthwick down towards third man. Don Goodman comes running round to field it. 2 runs. Durham need 4 to win. Drawn their last 2 matches, both in a similar fashion really. Couldn't take the wickets they needed on the final day. Draw here with Glamorgan and a draw at Leicester, but got themselves into a great position in this game with the first innings lead and then immediately pushed home their advantage with the ball. Borthwick defends this one, and that is the end of the over. So 10 overs to go, 11 have gone. Durham need 4 to win. They are 48 for 1.
One swing of the bat. Still. Gloucestershire's last wicket partnership has been ended. Finch out for 24 from 128 balls. I do love it when the strike rate is under 20 for a long innings like that. That's proper batting.
Price bowling, and Jones plays this to mid-wicket for 1. 3 needed. He's going to beat the elements, I think, here. Price round the wicket. A sweep from Borthwick. He top edges it down towards fine leg. They're going to run 2. That will tie things. 50 runs coming up in 11.2 overs.
Must admit, I really didn't particularly see that one.
Yeah, it was a top edge. I think more shoulder, possibly shoulder of the bat, really.
I mean, I saw it go off the bat. I didn't see where it went after that.
Right, 1 run needed. And a defensive shot from Borthwick pushes that to Dent in the covers. No run there. I think there might be a bit of rain in the air here, you know. Better get them off. Price round the wicket, Finkel end. Borthwick bats it out towards mid-wicket, and that is the victory for Durham. They win by 9 wickets. It's been a tremendous performance from them today, yesterday as well, batting themselves into a lead. They ended up with a 137-run lead, and then they've won by 9 wickets. There were 9 overs left to spare tonight, or 8.2. So Borthwick finishes on 11 not out, Jones on 17, but that gap at the top of Division 2, a massive 54 points now. Bearing in mind other games, of course, will finish tomorrow, and that picture will change. But that is a huge lead at the top of the division. They've only lost the 1 game. That was against Sussex in the opening round of matches. That could have gone either way. It was a nervy win for Sussex in the end. And Durham have just absolutely gone like the clappers since then. And they record, that is their 9th match of the season. They now have 5 wins, 3 draws and a defeat. Brilliant work from them. And it's the first time they have beaten Gloucestershire on this ground. And they've done the double on them for the first time as well. So Borthwick, the skipper, heads off alongside Michael Jones. And a thoroughly comprehensive win for Durham in 3 days. Under the lights in Chesney Street. Thumbs up from the umpires there, Neil Mallander and Graham Lloyd, thanking the scorers in the room to our left. As the players head off the field, handshakes all round. You'd think from here it would take some messing up not to go up now.
Yeah, well, they've shown their class again in this game, have Durham, as they did in the reverse fixture, and I think they very much can look forward to a season in Division 1 next year. As for Gloucestershire, well, it does seem to be every chance that they will be bottom of Division 2 as of tomorrow, with Derbyshire still in action. Even I think a Derbyshire draw will see them overtake Gloucestershire, and Gloucestershire will be bottom of the table, and Derbyshire also have played a game fewer. It is a third loss of the season, 6 draws, and Gloucestershire have been outclassed by Durham here. They won the toss. They chose to bat on a flat pitch. They made 316, but there was a general acknowledgement that that wasn't really enough. And despite good knocks from Dent, Hammond in particular, Rulofsson got some runs as well, but nobody went on to make that really big contribution to push Gloucestershire's first innings total up. And Durham then went out and showed really what was possible on that pitch. 453 in reply. Dom Goodman, real standout for Gloucestershire, 4 wickets for him, 4 for 73. Matt Taylor also finished with 3 for 66. But against some quality bowling, it must be said, terrific stuff from Potts with that new ball in their second innings. The ball was moving about, it was bowling quickly, but Gloucestershire crumbled in that second innings, and Miles Hammond, the only member of that top order to provide enough resistance, even to allow for Gloucestershire not to lose by an innings. And really, there's going to be the usual cliches, soul-searching,
You can hear that,
investigation, etc. Well, they've started early there.
Yeah, that's the one he's got in the dressing room. It's the bladed racers from the Durham dressing room. It's 6:30, so thank you very much for joining us this week. Back in action on the mic next week in Derby on Wednesday, I think it was, wasn't it, Wednesday? 1 or 2 matches still going, quite a few matches still going on the BBC tonight. And tomorrow, if you're desperate for another fix of cricket, there's plenty more county championship action to listen to around the country on the BBC website, and of course the live feeds and whatnot tomorrow. But celebrations for Durham and questions for Gloucestershire. But Durham have won this one by 9 wickets inside 3 days. We'll leave it there and look out for reaction on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Tees and BBC Radio Bristol. My thanks to Ed and everybody else who's joined us on air this week. See you again soon.